For Charlotte Bound in the house. On a weekend. Back at it. Like we never left. Salutations to everybody, man. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's out here feeling the heat. It's very hot out here, man. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to cool down for the 704 Charlotte Bound show. Talking about these Panthers. Please log in. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Make sure that you share the content. Make sure you tell a friend to tell a friend. We're back here with some dope topics today, man. Make sure you guys always tune in with us as well on Monday nights, man. Usually between 7 and 7:30 whenever we're not on CP time, you know. And but look, let's go and get the show started, man. And expecting a couple people to come through today, you know. Well, let me introduce the crew to y'all first, man. Get y'all up in here. Shout out to my brother Navash, just already in the house, man. Shout out to him. Said I hope all of you guys are staying cool and having a good start to your summer. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot as a mug. Up first, it's my man Edge. Is in the building. Edge, what's going on?
Yo, what's goody, man? I'm chilling. I'm willing. I'm ready to be dealing. Let's deal with these Panthers, man.
On time. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to start at 10:30 today. 10:40, you know. But you know, we had to get some shit off our chest, you know what I'm saying? Great things, you know what I'm saying? Guys, look, if you guys have friends or whatever out there, and you know if somebody's going through it, and we've always preached this, man, you know, call your friends up, man, and check on your friends, see how they doing. You never know what kind of day they having. So, you know, do the right thing, man. First lady of the show, as always, let me go and bring her up in here, man, so she can get started with what she does. There's players in the building.
It's hot.
That's a mother.
It's hot.
That's a mother. So everybody finished watching the cartoons this morning?
No, I didn't even watch any cartoons.
I don't know about y'all, but I remember back in the day, bro. I used to get up at like 6:30.
Yep.
Tell them my age, bro. My cartoons was from 7 right up to about 11:30. My cartoons started off with Tom and Jerry. Then at 9 o'clock, I watched the Smurfs. Yeah, I said it.
Yes, sir.
And I ended it off with, I think it was X-Men at the time, bro.
Shit, mine was X-Men, Shark Heads, G.I. Joe, and what was that other show? Oh, it was Mortal Kombat. When it was a cartoon, it was Mortal Kombat as well.
See, we all telling our ages because that Mortal Kombat shit came way later for me. It wasn't even Mortal Kombat. The game came out when I was in college. So, you know, damn well I wasn't no damn cartoon. Look, man, I watched Tom and Jerry. Let me see. I can't remember all that shit. I know I watched Snorkels. They were just pretty much the Smurfs in fucking water.
I know what you're talking about.
Fucking Snorkels. Scooby Doo.
Let me see. Yeah, I was gonna say for me it was Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Thundercats.
Thundercats.
Captain Planet.
Damn. I'm old.
Magic School Bus. Doug.
Navarre said I was part of the late 90s, early 2000s Warner Brother Fox box cartoons. Exactly.
Oh, God damn.
I can go further back, bro.
And then everybody. Oh, and then and then everything. All the your Looney Tunes and stuff.
Yeah, like
rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season.
I watched all the Hannah Montana. I said Hannah Montana. Get the fuck out of here.
Hanna Barbera or Hanna Barbara, Hanna Barbera,
Hannah
Barbara.
Barbara.
Hannah Barbara.
Yeah.
Hannah Montana.
I said Hannah Montana.
Um.
Barbara cartoon like Pixie and Dixie.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Archie's Mysteries.
Yeah.
Watch that stuff. Garfield.
Navarre said X-Men, Gargoyles.
Oh shit.
Jackie Chan Adventures.
Oh, I forgot about Static Shock, bro.
Static Shock,
Yeah, he
Yu-Gi-Oh.
said Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yep, Yu-Gi-Oh, DBZ.
He said you must be like 20 years older, and yeah, I am, bro. I probably am.
Yeah, bro.
I am. I probably am. You know, look, when I tell people my age now, bro, like nobody believes it. I'm like, ain't no fucking way. I'm like, yeah.
Somebody clip real quick where Twan said he watched Hannah Montana though.
Yeah, someone clip that shit. What's Hannah Montana? I mean Hannah Barbara.
Nah, I mean Hannah Barbara, bro.
Which everybody should know what those are. That's going to be like your Scooby Doo's, your Johnny Quest, your
Flintstones.
Yeah, Flintstones, Jetsons. Shit.
A lot of Pixie and Dixie.
Marvin Martian, isn't he part of that?
Gorilla, the big ass gorilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Yogi Bear and Boo Boo are Hanna. I think they're Hanna Barbara.
Yep, no,
all the Looney Tunes shit, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
All the Looney Tunes shit. You know? I forgot about the Looney Tunes, man. All of that.
Hey, Boo Boo.
And
Boo Boo.
last but not least, okay, so like,
I promise we're going to talk about football, y'all. We're not going to just continue on this stroll down amnesia lane. Just give us a minute.
it was a cartoon, but it was anime, but they changed the name of it.
Toonami.
When I watched it, it was called Running Man or like Ronnie Man or Ron Man or some shit like that. All the people was dressed in these motherfucking bird outfits and shit.
Bird
head on top of their head and shit.
What?
Yeah, I have to get a picture and pull it up, bro. But let's get into this football shit, man. All right, so I hope if the Panthers are doing any kind of workouts or whatever, I hope y'all doing that shit in the freezer or in the climate control. I don't want nobody passing the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? But I came up with some pretty good topics today, man, to get into to test it. The think tank today, man. Up first, the first topic that I will get into is I throw this up here, and we got a center showdown with the Carolina Panthers, man. And
Hey, Twan, can we turn down the music just a hair?
I am. I'm ready to keep. Is it?
Oh, okay. Yes, it's. I mean, it's not loud, but I mean, it's still up higher than it normally is.
Yeah, you know, I was gonna fade it out, but
no, you're good. I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm still gonna do my damn fade out, man. All right, so Cade Maids and
Austin Corbett.
The Carolina Panthers have not selected a starter for the oh man, I don't know who this is, but Ben Real Eyes. Shout out to Ben Real Eyes. He said Silverhawks. Nah, it wasn't Silverhawks, but damn, bro, you're very close. You're very close. So look, man, I'm just gonna ask y'all. We're gonna get right to it, man. Is who do y'all think is best suited for the position? And in your choice, what should the Panthers do with the other player? All right. So, you know, it's not just a matter of us who we want to start, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to make it a little challenging. You know, who do you want starting, but what do you want to do with the other player? And I will start off today, ladies first. put all the weight on Claire first. Claire, who you
Oh,
got?
how awful. As far as who do I want starting, if I'm going to be honest, I'm picking. If it's me, I'm taking Cade Mays to start, not Corbett. And I can't say the only reason, but the primary reason why Cade Mays has more or less been healthy between the two of them. Corbett, he hasn't been able to hold down the starting center position for an entire season. Has he even done it once with us?
No.
I don't think he's even done it once.
I don't think so.
But and the only other thing, and Corbett did not stay. I can't remember at what game he finally went out, but Cade Mays he had the most snaps at center than between him, Brady, and Austin Corbett. In that time frame, Cade Mays did not allow a single sack. Austin Corbett did allow, I think it was 1 or 2 sacks, but he wasn't there for that long, but he had already allowed them. So continuing on, who knows how many he could have allowed. I'm not saying he would have allowed an egregious amount, but the fact that Cade Mays had 500 snaps at center and not 1 sack, I kind of have to give the nod to Cade Mays. And Corbett not being able to stay healthy is just kind of pushing that envelope for me personally. So if it fits me, I'm picking Cade Mays. And he's younger, so go ahead and get those reps in for him.
What do you want to do with Corbett?
Is he costing us an arm and a leg at all? No. He's not. There's a part of me, we do need offensive line depth no matter what. Unless there's
it really could just be that simple,
Cade Mays just earns the job and Corbett just becomes his backup, or maybe they rotate. I think that's what's mainly going to probably happen, no matter who gets the job. But I wouldn't cut him. If that's what you were asking, I would not cut Austin Corbett unless he was costing us some ungodly amount of money.
No.
Well, then if he's not, then just have him be the backup or a rotational player to relieve Cade Mays. But I would give Cade Mays the nod if it was me.
Before Edge goes, here's the situation, man. He's looked really, 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 and I'm saying Corbett, really, really good in practice. But that's how he kind of always starts off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they're just saying nothing but great things about him in practice now. But I do realize, and this is what you have to tell people sometimes. He's not in pads. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And they're not rushing him like that.
The pads is when it starts to count, so, but they're just saying, he really has it down on the line in terms of his blocking assignments and who to block and who to go to after that first block. And they said that his movement has never really been like this before. So, who do you take a gamble with? Look, and then I'll give you my synopsis of it after Edge. I want to hear what Edge says to see if it changes anything. But Edge, who do you like to start and who do you like to be the backup?
I would like Cade Mays to start. And main reason is because Austin Corbett's health. It's the health that's getting me. Tearing the same muscle twice after you had surgery on it, nah, that ain't gonna last long. That ain't gonna last long. And if I am not mistaken,
speaking to the mic more, Edge.
Oh, my bad. I want to believe that Cade Mays. Where is he at? There he is. Oh no! They're actually a year off. No, so Austin Corbett is 29, and Cade Mays just had.
I don't care about their age.
Yeah,
and Cade Mays.
I don't care.
And Cade Mays is 25. So I would take Cade Mays.
Well,
I would take Cade Mays.
Yeah,
mainly doing the age, because Austin Corbett with the injuries, it's not good.
Well, the age doesn't matter to me. It's about your dependability and reliability to stay on the field at this point. And to me, Cade Mays has earned that right with having the most snaps at center last year, not allowing a single sack, by him last year. I think he only had 2 penalties called against him in those 500 snaps. I mean, if it's me, I'm kind of with, I think I'm gonna have to scroll up, but I think it was Nervash that said it. But saying that it doesn't matter how good you are at your job if you aren't available on a consistent basis, that is a huge thing for me. With everything that we've seen, because not to change the subject really, but just as comparison, people keep saying when JC Horn is on the field, he is that dude. Well, up until this past season, he really hadn't been, not consistently. So, that's a whole other conversation as far as him getting paid for that lack of consistency.
He was that dude.
I mean, that's fair, but
Oh, yeah.
when Corbett has been on the field, I guess it's different because for me, you're now protecting a quarterback. Well, it's different with him, but with Corbett, I mean, he's protecting the team's, the most valuable position in sports. Blah 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 blah. He's protecting the quarterback. So I mean, it's a big deal if you can't consistently stay healthy. So I'm going with the guy who has so far stayed healthy, has got a track record of not allowing sacks when he is in there, and having very few penalties, if any at all. And I'm going with the younger guy who has proven himself to me, not the guy who, he's a seasoned veteran. But I mean, for the last 2 to 3 years, you're on the field for maybe anywhere from 3 games to sometimes as much as 8 games if we're lucky.
Shout out to my man JP, the shepherd in the building. Does it seem like JP's name changed or some shit? Are you going by a different?
No, nope, he's not. What it's doing now, Twan, is it's actually, I don't know if this is a new thing. I started noticing this not that long ago. It's what it's showing now. It's actually now showing their actual like YouTube name, not their moniker that's going to come up, but it's their actual like YouTube account name.
That's some dumb shit. Hey, shout out to JP for the $2 super chat, bro. I can't tell. Look, bro, we gotta get some money back, man. Please, guys, if you feel moved to donate to the show, man, please help us out, bro. Look, I looked at the tank the other day, man. That joint empty. I got to pay my people, bro. So make sure you guys, we back, man. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like donating, we're not going to beg for it. We want cheerful givers. You know what I'm saying? So help us out with a Cash App or a Super Chat today, man, if you can. But shout out to JP. Always shows up. And you know what he always says when he starts to say stuff? What the fuck are we lying about today? We don't lie about anything over here. We got Pickle in the building as well. He said getting ready to head to Sam Clubs with the wife, or I would join up. Hey, that's cool. As long as you're here.
I was gonna say, if we're still on when you get back, Pickle, please feel free to join.
We'll be here for a minute. JP said Corbett is the better center, healthy or not. If he's upright, you can start him. You don't put him on the bench because you're scared of Corbett getting hurt again. And that's facts. That's facts. Pickle said, I think Mays will start at center and end up being reassigned. He's a much better run blocker and an okay pass blocker who is learning with Corbett is a good pass blocker, but offers nothing in run blocking. Well, I mean, it depends. Like if Canales says we're gonna run the ball like he said, then I would love to see that. And JP said, "Yeah, AC, I'm trying to get used to this new YouTube format. Still, we got Maul in the building. Yeah. Shout out to Maul in the building, man. And we got JP said, "Oh, Twan, if your mouth is moving, you lie."
Good Lord.
Man, I ain't lying about shit. Hey, look here though, man. Oh, real quick. I think somebody in the chat said it earlier, but the cartoon that I was talking about earlier, it was called Gotcha Man. Gotcha Man. Y'all remember any of that, Claire, now? Edge?
I don't.
All right. Y'all don't remember that?
I don't. I mean, me, but I do not.
Edge. Already letting the mute button defeat him. And JP said, "I'm just effing with you." Or whatever. Hey, yeah, man, hey, look, you got to make shit clear these days. You know, people read, they believe whatever the fuck they read now. So be clear. Is Edge at his damn computer, or did he get up?
Please do not ask me because I am nowhere near him.
I'm on the computer. I think my thing got unplugged.
Yes, JP says that is the anime Twan. He asking the question. Yes, bro. We was talking about early cartoons back in the day. So if you didn't know what it is, here's the picture right here, man. Man, look, my old schoolers know what I'm talking about, baby.
Oh, nah.
No, I don't remember that.
I don't remember that.
It was called guy. I told you they had on the bird heads. You know what I'm saying? Man, that's the flyer, bro. That was the flyer. That was the first anime that I ever watched, bro. You can tell by the drawings how old it is, but that shit was fire. Dude in the middle was the best one. Had the girl one. That was his right hand man was in the blue cape. The kid, obviously, big dude was over there. You know what I'm saying? In the green. You know what I'm saying? Look, man. Hey, what y'all know about Gotcha, man? Look, man, coming to the show,
Nothing.
man. I think this is my guy. You know, this at shit is throwing me off because I'm used to seeing names. But look, I think this is Mr. Like, man. I think Cody is in the building, bro.
Cody!
What up?
What up,
Oh,
bro?
what up?
704. What's good with y'all?
What's going on, man? Thanks
What's
for
good,
dropping
C3?
by. Hey, bro, I want to apologize for not showing up last night, bro. I did some old man shit and went to sleep around 4:00.
Oh, you're good, bro.
Damn.
You're good, bro. Shit, shit. When you text me, I was still passed out sleeping, bro.
Yeah, bro. I went to go see my father-in-law before yesterday because I knew he was leaving this morning.
Yeah.
And then I came back here and just my ass woke up at like 3 in the morning or some shit. So I did some
Nah, it's all good, bro.
and shit.
Nah, we had a good discussion as always. It was lively,
I got a message
spirited.
from Pop. Pop was like, "Where you at?" Yeah.
So what y'all talking about this this AM?
Oh man, we're gonna get into some various topics, man. First topic that we talked about so far is that we're getting into like the little center battle between K Mays and Corbett. And I was saying, and the question was, which one would you start, Cody? Which one would be the backup? You know what I'm saying, or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go quick because I want to get Cody's own message on this. Claire and Ash both wanted to go. Y'all wanted to go with
Cade Mays.
Y'all want Mays. I'm with Jermaine JP, man. If Corbin is looking the best, it's like a win-win for me. Like, because if he gets hurt, then there's a backup. I want to start whoever's looking the fucking best. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna leave it at that because I want to get Cody's opinion on this. Cody, what you thinking, bro?
So, I mean, to be honest, the more I've thought about it, the more I'm probably in favor of Cade Mays being the center. And then, like, when you do some research, like, Cade Mays was a highly regarded 5-star prospect. Like, he was the guy when he was coming out of high school. He bounced around, but he's always been a good player everywhere he's been. And I feel like he's probably, he's the younger guy. He doesn't have quite the injury history. Austin Corbett at this point, it's like every year that he's been here, he's been hurt. And that doesn't mean that he's not a really good player when he's healthy, because he is. But I don't know. I believe that, it's a good problem to have that you have three serviceable centers between Cade Mays, Austin Corbett, and Brady Christensen. And Christensen is another name that doesn't get talked about enough because he also played well at center. But yeah, I mean, if I'm having to put my money on it, on who I'm, betting would be the center, week 1 against the Jags, then yeah, I think Cade Mays is probably going to be in that spot. But I'm not really opposed to any of them, right? So like,
I'm not either.
yeah, if like Austin Corbett comes out and kicks ass and puts the competition to bed, that's what it is. I'm happy with that. But I'd rather go with the younger guy who, is probably more built to play that position than anyone else.
Well, you just gave me an idea. Like what you just said, and damn, bro, I didn't even think about that. So,
what
is there anybody on the offensive line that you would switch out with Corbett day one?
I mean, really, no. Like Gabriel Lewis and Robert Hunt, they're not moving nowhere. Uh, Taylor Moton's making what 30 million this year or something like that,
Yeah.
and you're not moving Icky out of left tackle.
No,
So
ain't not.
yeah, so like I don't see how center is the only position that you could mix and match people around. But other than that, I don't know what other position you would put him at.
That's why, I got greedy with that for a second though. But the thing is, I just want to let me ask Claire and Ed. So does anybody else will switch out on that line day one?
Switch out meaning just in the center position or like just anywhere on the
Anybody
line?
that line that you think Christensen could just beat out in practice?
I mean, there are I don't think there's anybody that he could beat out, but I think that there is somebody where I feel like that there could be some swapping around, but I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it would be center. If he were to swap out with anybody, I don't think it would be really much swapping. It would be just backing up. I mean, it would be like rotating with like Icky or rotating with Damian Lewis or rotating with Robert Hunt or I mean, he's a swing lineman for a reason. He's labeled as a swing lineman. He's not even a swing tackle or a swing guard. He's a swing lineman. So as far as swapping him out anywhere, it's kind of hard to, because everybody that we have is set in stone and where their positions are at, and they've done, albeit for what it is, fairly well at their positions. I know people have been giving Icky some shit, but believe it or not, Icky has a fairly good grade when it comes to run blocking and even pass blocking. So, I mean, I know people, I mean, the biggest thing for him is he just needs to clean up penalties. I mean, my God, he gets double-digit penalties for like the last 2 years. That's crazy. He's the most penalized lineman we have. Well, you can say that, but if those penalties are costing us, by moving backyards, it's not good. But
that's what I'm saying. I think he's scared. He don't want to. He's been beat a lot. He don't want to get beat, so he's jumping.
Well, he's about the only person who I could say, if I were to slap anyone in their spot, it would be Brady Christensen coming in for Icky at left tackle. But that would only be just because if you were to ask me, I had to pick somebody, it would be Icky. If I had to pick somebody, it would be Icky. Would get swapped out with Brady Christensen. But outside of that, that's it.
I think we have done such a disservice to our team by not letting Brady have a legit shot to play left tackle.
I agree.
Yeah. I wanted to do it in 2020 when Fat Rule wouldn't give him an opportunity because it was like, nah, Brady got T-Rex arms. Like, people forget that Jordan Gross also had short arms for a left tackle.
Yep.
It didn't bother him too much.
And shorter arms was the reason why we didn't get Rashawn Slater, who, if I remember correctly, has made a Pro Bowl a time or two as a lineman with the Chargers.
Rashawn is the man. He shut down Myles Garrett the first time he played him.
But the reason why Rule didn't get him is because why? He had short arms.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I sometimes, I think back to that 2020 season, and I think of all the things that Matt Rule could have done differently, and his dumbass might still be here, y'all. All they had to do was do a couple things different, and he could still be in this fucking team, bro. But,
offensive defense.
I mean, both. Both.
No, just as a whole, both.
Also, the entire organization really liked Justin Herbert, and they wanted to trade up.
Oh, Cody, don't get me started.
Justin Herbert, but they were like, nah, let's get rid of Cam Newton in the most unceremonial way possible, and let's sign Teddy Bridgewater instead.
Making me almost throw up over it.
I know.
But imagine, by the way, we would have had Justin Herbert, Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, at that time Curtis Samuel. Like, bro, we would have been fucking cooking.
Rob, didn't we still have Robbie? Anderson?
Yeah, you're right, we did. Yeah,
we still had Robbie.
So he would have been that deep threat for a big arm like Herbert. and you still could have drafted Brady Christensen in the 3rd round or 3rd or 4th round, whichever you drafted him, and then made him play left tackle, bro.
So man, I'm personally over Matt Rule because look what we got now. I don't give a fuck no more.
I mean, same. I just think about all the
True,
moves
but
that we could have made.
I think what Cody's getting at, and this is something we've all talked about, it's like it feels like there's been so many moves made that have just set this team back that didn't need to happen, or there were things that could have been acted on proactively and were not done. Even by the front office, and not to add to Cody's tangent, but just like not jumping on trading. And I know everybody, there's some people on here, Brian Bird's, lovers, they loved him. I loved him too. But like when you get offered 2 firsts and a second, and you say no, but it's true. When you get offered 2 firsts and a second, and you say no, and your intention later would not be to pay him anyway, how stupid do you sound?
Well,
then you didn't even get one then you didn't even get 1 first round pick for him.
Well,
when we did trade him.
So as long as people know, even I was in favor of that. I said I love Burns.
Oh no, I know you do. I know you were in favor of it.
Way too much to leave there. Look, man, all my answers are very intentional. So I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to Christensen and this code, that's why I said Cody got me hyped up on that. Man, listen, I would start Christensen at left guard, bro. I would do Icky just like they did Bryce Young, bro. You want the spot? I'll make him earn that shit back.
But then what do you do with Damian Lewis? Damian Lewis is like he is the best lineman we have right now.
You mean
between him and Moten,
tackle, right? You mean left tackle?
Left tackle.
You said left guard.
Yeah, he meant
left tackle.
Okay, I was about to say wait.
No, why would I say Icky? I meant left tackle.
Now let me
okay. That is because of this.
Go ahead.
Christensen don't give up sacks, Cody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
What do y'all think about this?
You know what I'm saying? He doesn't jump off sides. All the shit that Icky does, right? You know what I'm saying? I see, the thing is, professional teams like to stay loyal to people that they pick really high. But if they ain't helping you and they're hurting your team, it's like because you overpaid them doesn't mean you got to put them out there. My thing is, we did it for fucking Bryce, the quarterback. If Icky get the fucking up, then start Christensen, bro. Make him earn his spot back.
But let me ask you this:
if you don't, you're just rewarding bad behavior and bad habits. Yeah.
And then I'll give Icky credit. I do feel like he played better in pass protection last year. He still had some bad matchups where he got destroyed.
No, he's got to work on his pass protection.
Yeah, like he does. Pass protection is
run protection. He's like. I think actually run protection, he is the best graded lineman at run protection we have on our line.
Which is dang clear. That's why I always wanted him to play left guard.
Left guard, yeah, because he would be better at guard if he's going to be better at run blocking. Yeah,
people years, bro.
He's a people
I know.
Let me ask y'all this though: what do y'all think about? Okay, so right now, like I said earlier, we're gonna pay Taylor Moten like $30 million a year this year, and then next year we're gonna have to either re-sign him or move on. How do y'all feel about retaining Brady and letting him play a right tackle after maybe we move on from Taylor Moten next year?
Yeah, I'm with that.
I'm with that too, just because I still think either way we're gonna have to draft another lineman at some point. Nothing to discredit to Brady, but we're gonna need depth. And we're gonna need competition.
But Cody, remind me, Cody, what was Belichick's rule? You always let a player go a year early.
Yeah, you let them go too early before too late. That way, it's like you have some value that you could potentially get, and also you don't want to hang on to somebody after they've outstayed their welcome.
Well, unless Timo has a down year, he is as far as well. Damian Lewis is our most well-rounded, lineman, but as far as who our highest graded lineman is, and with the lowest amount of penalties and sacks, that's Taylor Moten. So as long as he stays healthy, doesn't start declining, and the problem is that if you don't trade him this year, once you let him go next year, he's a free agent, so there is no value to you. But if the intention was to sign him to also save you money this year, the intention should have been to extend him this year.
Right, that's what I said, Claire. Why didn't they do that?
I think it's because my guess is that they're not. I think they're going to let him walk. I think that's the only thing that makes sense, because if your intention was to keep the same line and continuity for whoever's going to be back there throwing, if it's for Bryce, if it's for another QB down the road, whatever, you would have saved money by just going ahead and extending
just trying to
Taylor Moton.
Yeah.
So
and you would have saved up more money to potentially sign other people.
And there's been arguments. I know people have said this on other podcasts where they're like, if we would have just done that to Taylor Moton, we would have had free money left over to throw more money at Milton Williams to keep him from going to the Patriots. I've heard that many times too. So I mean, that also could have been a thing. But I mean, I guess
I'm not even mad about missing on Milton Williams just because of who be signed in his place. Like, I would rather have Bobby Brown and Tershawn Wharton than one Milton Williams. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So, that I'm okay with, but I do know that even without a Moton extension, we offered Jair Alexander more money to come to Carolina, but he took less to go play with Lamar in Baltimore.
Yeah, he's chasing that chip. But
can you blame him?
Not at all. And he used to play with Lamar at Louisville.
The thing,
Man, Louisville just churns out cornerbacks. My God.
Yeah, they do, man. They've got some good corners.
I'm not gonna go into that.
Them and Toledo.
But I'm hoping that all the teams that said no to the Panthers in this offseason, I hope that they look back. I hope that we're in a situation where they go, I fucked up. They really making something happen over there, and I chose the wrong team. I mean, for right now, it makes sense to choose.
I think it depends on how old you are.
But it didn't make sense for old boy to choose the Patriots. I still thought that was a dumb move. But he wanted money, and the other guy's chasing the chip. So it just depends on where your heart is, man. Shout out to Caleb. Shout out to Caleb in the chat, man. Our admin. Look, I'm seeing everybody's at names now. You just I gotta go by the icon to know who you really are.
Yeah, so I assumed that was Caleb.
What happened with YouTube? Like, why? I noticed this last night. Like,
somebody probably complained about their real name being up and whatever.
Well, so this is actually not even their real name. So when you make your YouTube account, YouTube generates based off of whatever name you've got up there, or it could be your real name. It generates a way to find you on there, which is ridiculous in a way.
Even people in our chat, look, you notice everybody got numbers next to their name in some way. Like, I noticed that with even dudes that were in the free for all in the chat room last night. Everybody had numbers and shit. Like, did everybody just change a number in their name, or did YouTube just slap that shit on or something?
I'm telling you, man, it had to be some privacy clause bullshit. People complain about everything now, man. Shout out to
now we know Flame for Jesus, his real name.
His name now is Mike Loves Jesus. Same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out, Mike.
Well, Flame. Now we know your real name. Hi, Mike.
Shout out to Mike.
Shout out my dog, Mike.
With a $5 super chat, man. He said, "Hello, everyone. Hope you all have a blessed weekend. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show with that financial donation, man, and we always accept it happily, man." And then Caleb Dixon said, "Look, make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe as well." We got Red Swarm in the building.
Somehow he got to keep most of his name.
Right? You got to keep most of his.
We all know what that emblem is.
Yo, 1522. 1522. That might be the year he was born.
Well, damn. Oh, my God.
You know he's going to hit the link now, bro. You know he's going to hit the link.
He's going to hit the link and be like, Cody.
Yo, come talk some shit, bro.
Sean said, "Yo, good morning, 704 Charlotte Show. Happy Saturday. Good morning, Greek. Shout out to you too, Greek, man." They said, "First Lady AC, my vet brother Edge, and my former Falcons."
Yo, see, that's why I don't feel bad. That's why I don't feel bad, bro. With your 1522 born self, bro. Yo, what was the?
Y'all ever want to see Cody in that Y'all ever want to look, watch I catch Cody? Y'all ever want to
Yeah,
see
don't
Cody
do
in
that.
that Falcons jersey?
Yeah, don't do that.
Go
Don't bring up old
watch.
shit.
Go
Why you
watch
bringing up old
Twan.
shit?
Go watch Twan versus everybody when I interviewed Cody, man. And Cody shared that picture. So his mom, I think his mom gave it to somebody, bro.
Bro, I was young, dumb, and
depleted.
ignorant. I didn't know no better. I didn't know no better. I was born in Georgia. I was a Falcons fan by proximity, bro. Chill out. I didn't know no
Proximity.
I was so heartbroken when I seen that picture, bro. I said
Man,
somebody
shut
should have known better.
Cody's
Man,
like, shut up.
I was so heartbroken, man. It wasn't even that jersey just didn't look good on you, man. It was bad.
It did.
Come on, weren't you like a fan of like 5 different teams before you were a Panthers fan? Hey, come on, bro. Don't pretend like you wasn't a Giants fan at
But
one
my
point.
shit
We
makes
know.
sense, though, bro. My shit makes sense.
Yeah, mine too. I was born in Georgia, bro. What you expect?
Believe it or not, though, I was a Giants fan for 1 year, and that just so happened to be the year that they won that championship. They had a dude named Robert Morris.
Same, bro. I was when the Falcons went to the Super Bowl against the Broncos. Every kid in my school was going crazy about the Falcons. So I jumped on the bandwagon and they lost. I said, "Oh yeah, I'm never doing this shit.
No,
Yeah,
man,
I'm done with this."
Yeah,
but let me
man.
tell you, it was a dude that played the game and made me change my whole fucking team up because of one guy. And we later had a guy named Cam Newton that played just like him. And that was motherfucking when Randall Cunningham was with the Eagles. I couldn't cheer for nobody else, bro. Randall Cunningham made me switch teams, bro. I was an Eagles fan for a minute.
Caleb Dixon. Ooh, you would. Oh, Caleb.
Caleb, you used to be a Cowboys fan? Oh, Caleb.
It's all coming out today, man. Caleb said it's okay.
My inner mom just came out. I was like, Caleb Dixon.
JP said, I never had a pro team before Carolina. I concentrated more on the NBA. Woo,
yeah, Bulls fan.
If you're here for another team, get it off your chest today.
Chest Saturday.
But see, I can say this though. Look, the Eagles never won no chip when I was cheering for them. Oh, now they real chipaholics now. They real chippish.
I'm afraid to admit.
You jinx this one. Any team you're cheering for, they don't win championships, bro.
I'm afraid to admit the team that the majority of my family cheered for prior to the Panthers. I don't even know if Edge knows this because a lot of them lived in the New England area. All of them were Patriots fans, including my mom at one point.
I mean, that's not.
And that included me while I was little until the Panthers became a thing.
Shit, all my family is.
Oh Lord!
All my family is from Louisiana, like Baton Rouge and places like that. So. Shit, my whole family is Saints fans.
You almost double fuck.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like I got NFC South all in my fucking.
Killing my wife, bro.
Oh, I don't have any.
Jersey. I'm like, them nasty, ugly ass colors don't even look right on a girl, bro.
If they weren't Patriots fans, they were Cowboys fans in my family. So.
Licorice and peanut butter with that dumbass jersey on.
Licorice and peanut butter.
Oh my god!
Bro, I was just happy my girl wasn't a Tampa Bay fan because I'd be like, nah, we can't do this.
Hey, look, y'all know my story, bro. Hey, look, I was almost a Jaguars fan, bro. I had everybody had a choice to make that year.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everybody had a choice.
Now look, guess who was playing with him around that time too, bro? It was Fred Tails in the backfield. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, shit. All right, so Flame for Jesus, I'm gonna still keep calling him Flame, bro. He said I still have to see if we will be better or not. Can these defensive linemen we picked up be dominant without the dominant players that they play with? I hope so.
He's got a point though.
The thing with the offensive lineman is this though. Pretty sure Cody and Claire and Edge will agree with me when I say this. We have an embarrassment of riches on the offensive line. First time ever.
This is the deepest O line that I can
Yeah.
ever remember for
Yeah.
Carolina.
If
I
somebody
can't
goes
remember.
down, we got backups.
Yeah, like not only do we have a good offensive line across the board, I mean, we don't really know who's playing center, but we don't care because all three of them graded very highly
Yeah.
playing center last year. So it's like this is the
And-
only time I can remember a Panthers O line having good starters and quality depth. Like I've never had that as a fan.
I mean, I was gonna say kind of to piggyback off Cody. I mean, it's pretty bad to say that if you go by sacks allowed and penalties, that the worst person would have been Austin Corbett, because Cade Mays and Brady, who both shared snaps at center when Corbett went down, neither one of them allowed a sack between their snap counts.
Let me welcome to the show real quick, man. We got Nick Tri-State.
How y'all doing?
Yo, what up, Nick?
How y'all doing?
What up,
How y'all
Nick?
doing? I saw y'all were live. I had to take my break real quick from work.
Absolutely,
Yes,
absolutely,
sir.
man. Thank you for coming through, bro.
Please, AC, continue because you were about to start cooking. I know it. I know you was about to start cooking. Something.
Oh no, I mean it wasn't even cooking. I was just piggyback off what Cody said. I mean, the center position, I know we're talking about it sort of like becoming a tryouts thing at the moment, but the fact the worst case scenario could be an Austin Corbett who only allowed one sack, and I think he had either one or two penalties, and that's the worst case scenario. I'm not mad at that. I mean, Cade and Brady took over. They shared snaps. Cade took most of them, and they both shared 0 sacks allowed between the two of them. Which is, I mean, that's first amongst centers, of course, whenever you look at a stat like that. So the fact that our two guys that filled in with Austin Corbett or for Austin Corbett allowed 0 sacks between them, and they're both young and still developing and learning, that is nothing but good promise coming into not
Swiss
only
Army
this
knife
season,
Christensen.
but seasons thereafter.
Yeah.
So,
Tri-State,
I mean, this. Go ahead, Twan.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, that's. I mean, I was pretty much done. I was just, hoping that we signed both of them again.
Corbett or Mays, who do you start and who do you let back up?
I think Corbett starts because, like AC said, he got hurt, but he was pretty productive. He was playing pretty good football through 5 weeks.
Yeah, I said Corbett too, man.
Yeah. But, I like to call Brady Swiss Army knife Christensen. So it's always nice having a utility guy like that just in case.
It's crazy. Like when you're a master of none, you know what I'm saying? You fall into that gray area. You feel me? Like
I hear you,
Yeah.
Twan, but then it's
good,
also
but yeah, go ahead.
yeah. It's also a luxury to have someone like God
Exactly.
forbid. Yeah.
That's
I hear you.
luxury.
He's a jack of all trades. You know what I mean? Yeah. He hasn't mastered any position, but he could play anywhere on any of those 5 positions. He could play comfortably.
All right, man. Next subject. Dave Canales is an NFL anomaly. It says this is from Lorenzo Reyes, USA Today. He says he's a Latino head coach, and and we're gonna get each other's opinion. This is not a question about race. This is an opinion. This is a question about the last time we had a Latino coach. What happened?
Yes, sir.
We went
Yes,
to the
sir.
Super Bowl.
And if
Mr.
you believe in
Rivera.
magic, so this is gonna be just a quick subject.
Ay, caramba.
I'm just gonna take the human side of it, and not this because this is not about race, but how are we feeling about Canales going into the season? Do you think he's learned his lessons from the things from last year, and does it give you like that extra, psyche, that extra that push to know that when we had Rivera, you know what I'm saying, and a lot of people think, that head coaches got to have a certain look, a certain profile, and whatever. How does it feel about this season? I'm superstitious, so I'm loving this.
Well, if you love superstitions, then you should love everything else that they've said about what's leading up to this year and how it's going to earmark.
This
should be a year that you would fall in love with, then, Twan.
Yeah. Also, did you see?
Well, I mean, this is the thing that I don't get into the spooky conspiracy theory bullshit, but
I love that.
Well,
this guy is. I think I don't want to say some crazy shit like to be a Latino. Nah, that's none of that shit. I think that there aren't a ton of Latino head coaches in the game, but the last time we had one, we went to the damn Super Bowl, and he's young. Just asking the question about your overall opinion about this guy, just like Lorenzo Reyes, he's a Latino head coach. What's your opinion on the matter? And he's just saying it's an anomaly because you don't see a lot of. I mean, usually when we see Latino coaches is in soccer and it's mainly soccer. So how are we feeling about this? Not because of his ethnic background, but because the last time we had a Latino coach, you know what I'm saying? Well, we know it didn't end well, but it started off great as a month.
Well,
Rivera was a defensive guru, and this guy's supposed to be kind of an offensive guru.
Right. So I don't know if this is really going to answer your question, but I do.
It's whatever answer you have.
Well, so I'm going to actually take, I guess you could call it somewhat like an anecdote from one of the players and what they said recently in an interview about Canales. And it's not one of our rookies. It's not one of the guys that we've had. It's actually one of the free agents we signed, and it was Bobby Brown. Mm-hmm. And something that he said kind of told me a little bit more about Canales in general. And I think just overall this coaching staff being led by him in general. He said that it has been refreshing and something also to get used to, because in his past organization, which if everybody remembers, that's the Rams, everything was very front office and coach driven. And he said, in here, it's definitely more player driven and driven around what the coaches have set as far as expectations of us and us molding ourselves. So kind of like they're applying more accountability to them. They're not just, it sounds like there's more accountability being put in the players' hands than what they're used to be for him. They're what he's used to. Instead of it, I don't know what his, what his playing, life was like with the Rams. I mean, obviously they did very well, but he said it's a very different change of pace. And he did not make it sound negative. In fact, he actually spoke glowing about it. But I think what that tells me as far as Canales, when a player from another team is coming here and is seeing that much change and how it's impacting him in a good way, tells me that if a player can speak glowingly about something that is so new to him, like a new concept of everybody being about holding each other accountable and it being more player driven and being more family driven as well, that is a good thing. And him being, and not to speak to, so much his race, but just background, as someone who is Portuguese, Latino and Hispanic heritages and Latin heritage, they are all very family driven. They are all family driven. Everything is about family.
Wait,
so
you mean you ain't white?
What?
I'm just bullshit.
Oh, like what? I mean, I am skin tone wise, sure, but no ethnic background. No,
some of those, bro. A lot of
like what?
Bro, a lot of people in South America, like Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, some of them are white like me, bro.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I've got people in my family who look just like Twan and Edge, and I've got people in my family that look like me and Cody. I mean, we look. I mean, if you were to ever, which this would be very hard to do, because all of my family, they're either on the mainland of Portugal or they're in the Azores Islands. But if we could ever take a family photo, it would look very odd to a lot of people. So,
but a lot of people in this country. You know, it's very. Hey, pick up a book, man. Read some. For the record, I've always known Claire was Portuguese. Yeah, I know. I just know someone's out there like.
I was about to say, yeah, Twan's known that for a long time.
I
But no,
just
but
like
it's very family driven. They're very family driven. You know, I mean, just I guess you could say ethnic group. They are all very family driven. And if he is implying that, and I know he talked about his dad at one point when he had an interview last year, and he got very emotional speaking about his dad and his family. If he's going to be very family driven in how he coaches this team, that can mean nothing but good things. Edge, what in God's name are you doing, son?
sounds like he's opening up some groceries or something.
Good Lord.
That's just always doing extra shit in the background.
anyway, so
Surprised we ain't heard of
but
fucking power tools yet or
but
some shit.
but honestly, but hearing Bobby Brown's, you know, anecdote about how he's felt since coming to the Panthers and just the dynamic change that he can feel from being here versus with the Rams, and a lot of that being very driven by Canales and what he's trying to push as like a moral fiber or an ideal for this team, to me also speaks that he's trying to start forming an identity. I know, you know, when you ask Dan Morgan, he seems very clear on it. Canales seems to be just trying to trust the process and figure out where he goes next, and that's fine. But if family is becoming like the core of what he's trying to set, I'm all for it, because that at the end of the day, that's what's going to matter to these guys is each other and playing for each other and playing for him and developing that. That's what Steve Wilkes wanted. You know, he wants guys to feel like they're a family and to run through a brick wall for not only him, but each other. And if he is trying to form his own version of that, then I'm all for it. So I hope that he is learning more about himself and how he can make these guys better, if anything. Not so much his scheme, not so much his playbook, but just what he can instill in these guys coming in, especially since a lot of them are still very young. We are still a very young team. I know we've got veterans on here, but overall, as a core, as a whole, they are still a very young team. So I'm hoping that's what it's that. I hope that's what's happening. Oh yeah, me too. That's a great thing. So
shout out to my brother Big Tight, man. 8686. Big Tight out there, man. Make sure y'all check out Big Tight, man. I don't know, Big Tight been doing some show because I'm subscribed to Big Tight, but like he dropped by to show some love. So shout out to Big Tight. That's my guy over there, bro. And I love the fact we young. Look, man, the youngest team in the NBA just won the championship, Cody. You know what I'm saying?
I did not know that. I'm not an NBA person, but I did not know that they were the youngest team. That's crazy.
Shout out to Flame for Jesus for the $10 super chat, man. We really, really appreciate it, brother. He said, we changed very little on the back end of this defense. This defense may not be much better than last year. In my opinion, we still need linebackers and safeties and one corner. I agree with that, Mike. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that defense is going to be it can only go up from last year. I think that defense is going to surprise a lot of people this year, bro, because of the additions that we have. And the thing is, it's just like we couldn't get everything in the draft, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. I think that defense
and free agency
way better than what people think it's going to be, bro. It's just, you know, Cody, what do you think about what Flames just said, you know, but with the defense, bro?
I don't know. The thing that worries me about the defense, and I said this last night, is that we're depending upon so many young players that we don't really know what to make of them yet, and a bunch of new additions that we've never seen on this team before, so we don't know what the chemistry is going to be. I think the fact that they did try to sign Yair Alexander says to me that they do want to upgrade that backfield more than they currently feel comfortable with. But I don't know. Like, to me, this is a make it or break it year for Ejiro Rivero because, like, after your defense let up the most points in NFL history, you have to be able to come back and really be able to change the narrative. We have to be able to stop the run. And I don't know, like I feel like our linebacker group, it's not bad, but there's nothing that makes me, you know, feel comfortable.
They don't stand out.
Yeah, like I like Trevin Wallace. I think Trevin Wallace is a good player and will be a better player this year. But what's that dude's name that we signed? The white dude.
Christian Roseboom.
Yeah, Roseboom.
Yeah.
I don't really know a lot of
I
what
don't
to
know a lot about
make
him
of
either.
him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of it is just unknown, so I don't necessarily blame Flame for what he was saying. There is a lot of question marks on defense. But at the same time, we did do a lot of upgrading in free agency. So
Well,
when
we
you
hope it's upgrading. That's the problem.
well, I mean, it's hard to not
No, we did it.
upgrade
We did.
from
It's
whatever the hell we were doing last year.
I'm like, do y'all know what
Well,
we
no,
was
no,
last year?
I get that. I get that. But it's kind of like what I said on one of the more previous shows. We cannot mistake a wish for a certainty when it comes to this defense.
Yeah.
Wishing that everything is an upgrade, hoping it is, because it can't be anything else but. And everything. I mean, we cannot make the mistake of mistaking a wish for a certainty when it comes to this defense. To be honest with you, I think we will have been improved, but I do not think that we escape the 20s when it comes to how much better we are. I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, we could easily be top 15."
You made the 20s in rankings?
Maybe that's a great thing to hope for, but I don't think we escape the 20s.
Hey, look, I'm going all cards in this year. I told people like I love what I see. I see a top 15 defense by the end of the year next year. Because look, the defense is loaded. Look, we got let me say this from a football player's perspective. All right. That defense has a lot of fucking depth too. You know what I'm saying? It's just at certain positions, and that's what Flame pointed out. At some of the positions, you would like to have some more depth, or what we believe to be some better depth. But let me tell you what you can never ever lose, because I played there. When that front four is doing their job, or that front three, or and you got a straight up or a really good linebacker, but if that front four is doing their job, it makes everybody else's job much easier.
Agreed.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that, but
that's gonna allow these guys time to develop and get even better. Look, man, if we're constantly pressuring the quarterback, that just takes off.
Yeah.
Now, no, we don't want to just depend on that. No, we don't want to just depend on that, because the front four ain't gonna be like every time they're gonna be on somebody or whatever. So everybody's got to do their job. But I'm just trying to tell you, bro, I think that defense is way better than what. But I understand the reluctancy, because
I think so too.
Like that last year, because I mean we haven't seen it yet.
I think so too, Twan. But like my thing is I don't want to do this thing that I feel like we do every year, where it's like, oh, this a top 15, this a top 10, this a top whatever. Like, I just want this team to go out and prove it. I don't disagree with anything that you said. I think we have the potential to do all those things, but bro, like, we can only set ourselves up.
Well, we have the potential to be the number one defense.
Yeah, we have the potential to do anything, but like, I don't, we have to really better ourselves,
Welcome to the show.
Ah, shit. There goes the show.
Here we go.
There goes the show.
Big Red Bird is in the building.
Yo, I thought it was the perfect time to join,
Absolutely.
so kind of put another note in the room.
I love when Red come in and kick the shit with us, bro.
Yeah.
Don't be coming over here with some. Don't you do it now.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put you in a very unenviable position, Edge. I'm gonna put my man Edge in a very unenviable position as a man, because I'm gonna come right in. I'm gonna come right in siding with his wife, which means that he can't say nothing. And and with my man Flame for Jesus, who is absolutely right. And Claire, as kindly as she does, and as commonsensical as she does, just making sense, is don't make the mistake of being overly eager to see something that you overlook what likely will be.
Shut up, JP.
JP said AC is just the right.
So Twan, let me ask you a question.
Look, this is what I was gonna say about Red though, man. If y'all one of the people out there and y'all like, man, I can't, I can't stand when Red swarm and baby. Look, man, first of all, this man donates to everybody's show.
Mm-hmm.
He shows love and respects everybody's show.
Mm-hmm.
How many donations have you made? You know what I'm saying? And if you think for 1 second that he ain't gonna speak proly about his team, what are y'all asking for? You think I'm gonna go on a Falcon show and tell the motherfuckers how great?
Yeah, and plus y'all got to be nice too, because they, the Atlanta Falcons, they don't have a podcasting community quite like the Panthers do.
Yeah.
So
They sure don't.
Of course
maybe
he's got to come and hang, bro. Of course he's got to come and chill with the people who pod him the best,
And for those of you also that feel like that, last I checked, that StreamYard link doesn't say StreamYard link for Red Swarm. If you want to hit that link and come up and talk your shit, I'm here for you.
Please do.
Man. For the record,
yeah,
I always invite this guy too, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm here.
If you're afraid of competition, maybe this ain't the show for you.
Yeah. I'm here.
Man, you should be excited about somebody you get to yell at. You know what I'm saying?
Also, I feel like we've all had the relationship with Swarm now where we can be honest with one another. I was one of the first people telling Swarm that the Falcons did not fuck up drafting Penix. Was I not?
You were in fact, Cody. You were in fact.
That's right. So I'm hoping that we got a good rivalry between our quarterbacks in the future. You know what I'm saying?
I was also one of the first persons to tell Red Swarm, fuck Penix. So it's all on a good.
Yep.
I mean, it's still fuck Penix, but
but I was also one of the ones who actually had to inform our co-host about Penix, the truth about
man.
Penix.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed. Shaking his titties and dropping his balls for Penix, man.
No, I wasn't.
It ain't. The two things ain't the same. He can recognize the talent that the kid has without being a cheerleader of his.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Caleb also says, I agree. We're not escaping the 20s. We got to be realistic. I'm just going to say this before I let Red Swarm loose. I told Cody this on Friday Free For All. Make sure you guys go over there, subscribe to that, man. It's an experience.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it is.
That's an understatement.
Tell you.
Yeah.
But listen, I told Cody, I said, Cody, I want everyone to doubt us this year. That's what's going to make it better.
But you know what the thing is, Twan? And we talked about this yesterday on the show, that basically the media is starting to glaze us, kind of. Like Rich Eisen said that we would be like a 7th seed. There's a bunch of people in the media saying, watch out for the Panthers. Panthers could be a sleeper team. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like maybe we're.
What did I say, Cody? Cody, I specifically said I want everybody to be sleep. They best nightgowns, their best pajamas on. I want us to come in with that Rivalry and wake everybody the fuck up. So I don't really care about what them shows say about us to try to get us hyped up. I just want to be hyped up as a Panther from what I see. I don't give a look. Don't get on the fucking, like D Money says. Don't get on the train now.
Yeah, for real. If you went on this train, get out, get off.
But I will say this, and let's look. Atlanta could get in the way of some shit. They ain't gonna just let us have it.
No,
as my buddy Kendall, the GOAT, always says, listening to, and it's always in the preseason this time of year, listening to a lot of the Panthers fans, it's like they live in a vacuum and they only see or imagine the changes that their team has made. They act as if other teams didn't identify what their failures were the previous year, what their weaknesses were, and go out and address those as well in the offseason.
But I tell
And
Kendall all
Unless
the
you're
time,
the Saints.
I tell Kendall all the
oh
time.
yeah. Oh, they're the worst. AC,
That's
they're the
what
worst.
every team does. It ain't just the Panthers. It ain't just us. Look, you could go around the whole league. There's fans on everybody's team that's gonna think they're gonna win it all this year, including Saints fans.
Oh gosh.
I've been hearing Saints fans like, man, we're gonna sneak up on some people. That's why they play the game, though. Everybody thinks their team gonna be the shit every year because it's 0-0. It's the reality starts kicking in when the season starts.
Mm-hmm.
Usually by
Always.
week 5, everybody starts getting an idea of what's going to happen.
Now your ass know.
Especially
And
when
by
Bryce,
week 5, you'll know.
especially when Bryce loses the season opener and people are losing their shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not done.
Well, and I didn't call up to talk about Bryce.
Try to throw that bait out there, bro. I'm not biting that.
There you did.
It's
There you
too late.
did.
I'm
You
here
came up here
now.
throwing my brush.
Oh no! It's too late.
You're
I'm
trying to
here
get me
now.
to bite on that, like, bro. I almost got pulled onto the boat, bro. You almost got me.
It's too late. I'm
He
here
almost
now.
got you.
Yeah, it's too late. I'm here now. I called up to talk about this front four that you were bloviating about and you were glazing.
It's nice.
I don't know. I kind of agree with Claire. I think it's yet to be determined. But I'm curious as to how you see it ranked right now. What would you say your defensive front ranking is right now?
In terms
Go ahead,
of what?
Swan.
The NFC South or the whole
You gotta give me
NFL?
NFL. And do both for me,
NFL?
please. Do both for me. Do both for me. And let me just say, admittingly, I would say your defensive line is number 1 in the NFC South.
All right, so I'll say for the defense, the defense as a whole is still dead last because we ain't won shit. We ain't proved shit yet. You got to stay there.
Yeah.
When people say that the media is disrespecting us, we ain't did shit yet. Of course they gonna do it. You got to win.
And they got every right. They got every right to do that.
Right, but I see us winning those games this year. As far as the front four, I mean, hell, you just said it. You think they in the NFC South? I'll take top. I don't want to get ahead of this shit, bro. I just want to just feel how I feel without a number. But if I had to do that, I can live with top 12, some shit like that. I can live with that. You know what I'm saying? As long as the defense is playing as a cohesive unit, I can live with top 15. To be honest with you.
So my
Can I
thing
go?
is with that. Go ahead.
No, because I'm just okay. So I think just as it stands in general, I think with the moves that were made, we could be in the South, probably the ranked, D line as far as like number 1, top rank. I think when it comes to the entire NFL, though, if I was to slap a number that I felt comfortable with, I'm going to go with 18 for the D line. Okay. 18.
So y'all saying as currently constructed or at
and if
year's
I was
end?
to give as currently I'm going by as currently constructed because I don't know, because if someone gets hurt, if someone, I have no idea. That is so hard to slap a number. But if I were to say if they could be as constructed and if everyone were to stay healthy and if everything were to, if everything stays the way it is and whatever, and if everybody plays to the level that they played with on their respective teams last year or this year, I would say probably around rank 18. But if I'm doing the whole defense and I put it in the chat, I've said it before, I don't think we're going to escape the 20s. I think our ceiling is 20, and it could be higher, and I hope it is higher. But if I'm playing the, safe, respectable, realistic idea, I don't think you go from 32 to 15 in one season. You can do it. I just don't think that that's what's going to happen. And I think we're looking at a ceiling of 20 for the whole defense with a floor of about 26 or 27. for the defense as a whole, not just the D line.
I see it happen every year. Somebody overachieves every.
I know, Twan, but here, and there's nothing. And I'm not saying it couldn't be us. I'm looking at this realistically. It could to say that it's realistic to say that we could be the one. Okay, well, if realistically to you means that you think we could jump by a whole half to go up to 15, then that's your reality. Then that's your reality. My reality is I don't jump the gun on things when I've got so many question marks, not knowing how all of these guys are going to play together because we don't know. We don't know. Sean and Derek Brown haven't even technically played together because DB got hurt in game 2 or game 3. We haven't seen Wharton and Bobby Brown play next to each other. We haven't seen all these guys play together. And all of these guys that came away, Brown just came away from who? Jared Verse and Braden Fisk and what's their other guy over there? Byron Young, I think, is one of their other defensive line guys.
Yep.
And, Wanham was here last year, but he spent most of his time hurt. But prior to that, he was on a Vikings team, if I remember correctly, that had Daniil Hunter and who was their
Van Winkle.
I forgot their other defense. Either way, they came from guys, and Wharton and Van Ginkel. No, Van Ginkel was with the Dolphins.
Yeah, he just came
before he went to the.
Yeah.
So, and then Wharton just came from a Kansas City Chiefs team, and he's been on that team. So Wharton's, I think he's got Super Bowl rings, and so he's playing with Chris Jones.
Yeah.
So I mean, you've got guys who did they get off because they've got talent, or did they get off because all the other offensive assignments on that line are focusing on the guy that terrorizes them the most? So we don't know how they played together. And with the unknowns being there is why I don't get us escaping the 20s. And if we do, I will gladly eat crow.
All right. Yeah, I think you're going to do that. But listen, I think people put too much into...
Okay. Well, if I do, then I do.
I think people put too much into chemistry sometimes because chemistry comes from everybody doing their fucking job. It ain't because Red Swarm is next to me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like I play better because Red Swarm is next to me. I need to do my job all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Red Swarm got to do his job. Cody got to do his job or whatever. I can't be out here contingent on what another player next to me does or whatever. When everybody does their job, that is the chemistry, bro. Cody, when you got to stop 15 or what, man?
Bro, it's just so hard to say, man.
I know we ain't seen this shit.
It's so hard to say because, but the reason why I don't know is because I don't know what that defensive backfield is gonna be like, right? So, like right now,
I didn't even get into that.
Right now, okay, we got Trevor Moore, who I like. I'm a fan of. I think Moore is a good player. But who's the other safety? Is it gonna be the rookie Lathan Ransom? Or is it going to be Jamani Richardson, who is honestly like
as it stands, Cody? It's if you look on like PFF, if you look on NFL, if you look on the depth chart is showing Lathan Ransom will be the free safety for now. That's what they're showing.
So then you're also okay, but listen, I'm excited about Ransom. I think he could be a damn good player. I love his college film. I love how he stops the run. I love his game. But you're also, it's so true. You're depending on a 4th round rookie to come in and be an impact player year 1.
So how little do we forget the name Jeremy Chin?
I'm not saying that you can't, Twan. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not saying that you. Like I said, I like his game. My thing is, it's just hard for me to say, knowing how many other quality defenses are out there that have a lot of good players. Now, I will say, I do believe that we have the potential to be the best defense in the division. I really do believe that. I think that we can.
I want to believe that.
There is no team that we can't go bar for bar with on defense.
Yeah, we just got to, like I told y'all, listen, I'm just being Twan. Listen, I know what y'all are saying. I said it earlier. People are going to be like, I have to see it, though. I was just like that last year, bro.
Yeah, that's how I am.
I'm like that. I'm like that this year. I'm like that this year right now with everything going on. That's how I am right now this year.
But, bro, this team is, I'm trying to tell you, this shit is special on paper. I'm just gonna leave it at that. How about I just
well,
say that?
well, Twan, let me say this. It's really not. And this is where I have to come and piss in your cereal. Because I started off.
Let me read this money real quick.
Oh,
Though.
my bad.
JP said to hell with third cousin. He cool as fuck though.
What up, JP?
Look, also, Flame for Jesus also said, I sure wish we had Penix and not. Oh, I'm not gonna go there with that shit. And not Bryce. He said it should be playoffs.
Y'all don't want me to go there with it either.
It has to be. It ain't no. We talked about that shit all the time. Me and Cody talked about it on his show. It is playoffs or bust for Bryce, man. I mean, he ain't got a choice this year with all that shit. He said, I'm not paying big money for a loser. I predicted 5 wins again. Damn. Ouch. That hurts, bro. That hurts.
That don't hurt me. That don't hurt me.
That's my floor. That's 5 wins is my floor for this team.
Fuck out of here.
Yo, look. Let me just put it like this. That may hurt you. That don't hurt me. And the reason why it don't hurt me is because if I said it once, I said it again. I said all the goddamn coworkers. What has this kid shown you that he deserves $260 million contract? What and the only thing and when the one thing I will bring up and that's why I tell people what has he done to show you that we deserve that money, and do not bring up the Falcons game. Don't bring that up at all. But besides the Falcons game, what has he shown? What truly has he shown?
I'm gonna borrow some wise words from Mr. Cody Lack. I'm glad he's here because I feel the same way. I've said and I've talked my shit about Bryce Young. But that motherfucker is going to be different this year, bro. Yeah, I fucking said it. Look.
Hey, man, I'm with it. Like,
I fucking said it. Yeah, I said this about Bryce fucking Young because I love.
Yeah, I'm clipping this show.
If they put him in a situation last year where
I'm clipping this one, Edge.
Clip it. Listen, if they put him in a situation last year, like sit your ass down and you got another opportunity to come out here, and he came out there and did what he did or whatever, then his seat is still hot. I would have got some competition for him, but his seat is still hot. This is a year he knows where he has to be good in terms of continuing, where he has to start showing to them, look, I want some money. He ain't got a fucking choice. So I'm going to take the dude with his fucking back up against the wall, bro, to come out fighting. You know what I'm saying? He just got one of the best. Well, I mean, we got to still see it because I know Red Swamp going to say, you ain't seen it yet or whatever. Bro, Ted Aurora is fucking coming. And we got an embarrassment of riches.
He's a rookie, man. He's a rookie.
Jimmy Horn is coming. Xavier Legette is coming. But that kid ain't gonna make it. That kid's gonna get carried.
Man, look,
that kid's gonna get carried.
Weapons, bro, it ain't no fucking way he can't. It's no way he can't.
Oh, but there is.
There's
always a way.
Always.
Hey, let me get in right quick because I'm fixing to go eat a late breakfast, man. But I wanted to say it like this, and I said it on the free for all, that like I'm excited about Bryce this year. I think that he can do some great things, and at the end of the year last year, it showed you what he can do when he gets his feet underneath him, when he trusts the line in front of him, and when he plays accurately and decisively. My thing is, I'm going back to what Ed said, what I've been saying. I want to see it. I want to see it, man. I don't want to say that Bryce Young is elite this or he's top whatever. Bro, I'm not saying you did.
I'm never going to use that word.
I'm just saying I got to see the shit first. We have seen so much bad from Bryce, and we've seen some good at the end when it mattered. But I want to continue to see it, and I want to see it even better than what it was last year, because as of right now, he was still the shortest quarterback of that draft, still had the least amount of arm talent, And you drafted him for his processing ability and ability to run the offense with efficiency. I need to see that all year this year before I can
cannot process,
that.
Cody.
Bro, I think he was just rattled.
Let him finish, Edge.
I don't believe that he all of a
Let
sudden
him finish, Edge.
I don't believe that he all of a sudden got dumb. I don't believe that. I believe that he had to acclimate to the speed of the NFL game. He didn't have the proper help around him in year one. He was also terrible and missed a lot. He didn't have the proper help around him. He didn't have the coaching staff that believed in him. You will never, ever, ever tell me that Frank Reich wanted Bryce Young over CJ Stroud. Like, that is not Frank Reich's type of quarterback. But now we got a coach that is designed to benefit him. And, he was benched last year, so he knows that if he doesn't play up to par, he is not going to be the starter for the Carolina Panthers. So now he has everything around him to be successful. He has a good O-line. He's got 2 badass running backs. He has a bunch of wide receivers now that can go up and get the ball on those play action, downfield shots. He has it. I want to see it this year, man.
Hey, Cody, can I chat with Cody real quick before he scoots?
Go ahead, Swan.
So I want to come back to that, but I want to say one other thing to you. And this is just personal that I'll say this. And I don't know, no, it's not. It's taking a shot. So what I would say is, I feel you. It feels good to have Rich Eisen and, other prognosticators and national analysts. And I know you're talking about Kay Adams. Man, she bony as hell, bro. I don't know what you call fine, but I like them thick, man. So my wife is a thick one, bro. So I'm just telling you.
I don't say Cody's lady advice because he thought Nicole Temple was looking. Man, get the fuck
shit,
out.
Nicole can fucking get it, bro.
But she's 76 pounds, bro.
Nicole can fucking. Yo, what
well,
up?
you want to see my wife, man? I'm telling you, it'll blow
no,
your
but
mind.
I feel you. I like him thick.
But what I'm gonna say is this, man. So, just be leery, man. I'm speaking from experience. Last year they had me out here talking mad shit that my team was gonna win the division and this and that. So, that's on that tip. But I would say this about Bryce Young and what Flame put up about, he didn't give context to it, but I guarantee you if he were to drop another comment in the chat, he would probably say the reason that he mentions Penix is because Penix has at least shown that he might possess what your more elite and top-end quarterbacks currently in the NFL have, and that is a big arm. Bryce Young is never going to have that, Cody. I think watching him last year, I will admit that he seems to have found his lane in the NFL. Prior to the tape that he put out there, prior to his benching, that kid looked totally lost. Whether it was his intellect, his processing, as Ed says, what all went into it, I don't know what the mixture was. But what I can tell you is he looked lost. He looked like he didn't belong in the NFL.
Oh, I saw it firsthand. So I was at that game, the home opener against the Chargers, where he just could not do shit. Yeah. I was there, bro. I saw it firsthand. And really, it took an act from God. Like, Andy Dalton had to get into a car accident before he came back. People would tend to forget this. Dave Canales was not sounding like he was getting ready to go back to Bryce from Andy Dalton. Like, he really wasn't. All you have to do is listen to those interviews that he was doing. But my thing is this, but I got to go back at you a little bit, Swarm. So,
before you get his ass, shout out to Jamal Molly Mall. My Saints brother, they do get around, bro. I mean, he told the truth. He said, "I know the Saints."
Oh yeah, Molly gonna be there, man.
Might
Molly
not
gonna be there.
Gonna be good this year. He said they ain't claiming that.
Yeah.
But big shout out to Jamal Molly Mall out there, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
What I was gonna say to you, Simone, is I know for a fact that Bryce doesn't have a big arm. I know that Penix does. However, I know that Bryce Young can throw with touch. That is not something I've seen a whole lot from Michael Penix. He has that arm to be able to fit it, but sometimes you got to be able to layer that ball over the head of the linebacker right into the hands of your receiver. And that's something that even in college, I felt like he needed to work on. So both of our quarterbacks have a lot that they need to prove this year. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say on is just quickly. I'd rather have a quarterback going into his first full season in the NFL needing to show me that he can prove what you hope to see out of him than to have a quarterback going into his third year still needing to show me that he has what it takes.
It's
Secondly,
crazy
to
you
that,
said that, Swarm, because and I loved it. I love that you said that at the same time because I was thinking the exact opposite. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking I have more faith in Bryce because he's been through the scepter. You know what I'm saying? And this is really Michael Penix's first year coming up.
Yeah, that's true. Like we've seen Bryce go through the hard shit and
but
rebound.
hold on. Pause.
But look, what I said, that's not a shot at Penix because I ain't putting last year on Penix.
But Twan, hold on. You said you were thinking the opposite, being that you're thinking you would rather have a quarterback going into his third year showing you, proving himself.
Well, I thought he showed a flash. We all saw him flash last year. I said that respectfully, though. I wasn't taking.
No. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying because
look. I want to make sure I read my man's money because I don't want to not.
Oh yeah.
But he's been coming at you, bro. My man SC Panthers boy 803 said, "I love you, Red." On all cards, he said he called around to all the podcasts just to fuck with you and tell you to shut up.
Oh yeah. I'm glad to see you, bro. And if it brings you and your money to every one of my partners and my folks' podcasts,
exactly.
I'm gonna keep making the rounds, fam.
And by the way, I would also just like to clarify. Agent said Cody like pencils, bro. If y'all seen my girl got the fitness. Okay, so don't believe what you hear all the time.
Hey, look, I ain't seen your lady yet.
Don't believe all what you hear all the time. I mean, hey man, let's just say I got something to hold on to. That's all.
I know that's right.
That's all I'm
I know that's right, boy. I know that's right, boy.
Yes, sir. I gotta kill her.
Yes, sir. You damn right, Greek. You damn right.
Yes, sir. We know how to eat. You know what I'm saying?
KJ20 said we can only go off what we've seen. Exactly. And JP said shallow trash. No thanks. My man Mike Flame for Jesus, he said my point exactly, Claire. Hold on, I got some more. Then Flame for Jesus said
they've been dropping
chat. He said none of these guys were the primary pass rushers on their previous teams. Absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
He said, where's the pressure coming from? I have to see it because I have heard it since 2017 or 2018. And that's why I don't get on Panthers fans for feeling that way because guess what? Every year, like Cody, like somebody hype us up and then it's just like I ain't bit the hype in the last 3 years. I'm going to tell y'all that's but this year it just feels different. I'm only going off of a feeling. That's it. And what I see on paper, I can't prove it. That's why they play the game. I mean, you remember your boy said that's why they played the game. It's just the energy and that rush. Can't wait for the season to start. I love it. I love it that we start off playing the Jaguars and the Falcons is right there near the beginning, bro.
I didn't really want to get into the Bryce thing because we always seem to get lost in it. I wanted to stay on the defensive focus that we were on and have Twan explain to me why on paper he sees a top 15 defense.
Speaking of that, Agent 7049 said Twan took the pill.
Yeah, he took both of them, the blue one and the red one.
Oh man. Me and Cody took the green pill, man. Y'all don't know about that one yet.
I got you. Y'all took the Bryce pill. Sound like to me. Sound like y'all took the Bryce pill.
I ain't on the Bryce train. I'm just saying, bro. I expect way. I don't even mean a little bit. I mean way better this guy because of the circumstances as well. But look, I'm gonna be pushing motherfuckers off that float. Don't try to run and jump on that damn float when it's coming down the road. I'm pushing some of y'all motherfuckers off. Man, you're killing it.
Well, we all made floats in high school for the homecoming parade, and you better make sure that somebody dad gave y'all a nice trailer, because Twana, I'm really not seeing the float right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. So
no, I ain't saying no damn football float. Kill that shit. I'm just saying the improvement float. Hey, Cody, I don't want to hold you if you got.
Yeah, I know you got to go, Cody.
But no, actually, I still got a minute or two. But I wanted to. My DoorDash is on the way, but while I'm on here, I wanted to ask Swarm.
Yeah, bro.
What are your expectations from both of those first round rookies in year one?
Oh man,
because we were all of Panther Nation was pretty much assured that we were going to be drafting old buddy Jalen Carter or
Jalen Walker.
Jalen
Walker.
Yeah. So
Jalen Carter was a different year, but yeah.
No. Oh yeah.
So what are you expecting?
The year we should have got him.
What are you expecting out of him this year?
I'm gonna say something, and it's fine for y'all to flame me on it. I expect it. When I say this, I expect to get some grief behind this and some heat and some smoke. But I'm planting my flag on this one. I think James Pierce Jr. will have upwards of 14 sacks this year.
14?
Yeah.
You know what?
He's gonna blow it out of the water.
I can roll. No. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. And the reason why I say that. And the reason why
Claire, what's Edge's slogan before you even say shit? What's his slogan?
I can make your 5th round pick sound like a Pro Bowler.
You about to say some shit like that now? Go ahead, bro.
No.
No, because James Pierce was still slated to probably go in the first round. So
exactly. So one, I ain't gonna make him sound like a Pro Bowler, but I will say this though. I can see that with James Pierce, but I can also see our guys basically getting both of them getting double digits. At least one of them getting double digits. One's gonna be at 9, one's gonna be at 10. That's what I see. That's what I see.
None of them motherfuckers get double digits. Our team, his team, none of them.
Well, I see it because I can also see one of our guys. I can see Jalen Walker and Nick Sporting probably and Pierce possibly fighting for defensive rookie of the year.
Let's go. Hey Jim, I gotta make my exit. Y'all all have a wonderful afternoon, and maybe if I get done, if y'all are still on, I'll hop back on.
Be breezy, Cody.
Yeah,
be breezy.
You always say that.
Bye, Cody.
Bye, y'all. Hey, man, like, subscribe. 704 Charlotte Bound Show continues to put out great content. Like and subscribe. Drop them super chats, and peace and love, boys.
Tell them where they can find you, man.
Yeah, man. C3 Panthers podcast every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. And by the way, if y'all hadn't seen it, 2 weeks ago, we interviewed Panthers legend Wesley Walls on the show.
I did see that.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
And, it was,
bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was awesome.
That was awesome, Cody.
Yeah, I met him at a benefit. He's super nice, super cool, and he was gracious enough to give us his time. So y'all check that out. And then, yeah, man, every Tuesday nights at 9, every Friday at 7 p.m. for the Friday free for all. Anybody can jump on and talk their shit. And you know, I'm gonna keep it breezy, like my man Swarm said.
Don't be
scared.
Yes, sir.
All right, peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love.
Bye, Cody.
Yeah, man. So and that's probably a hot take, but I do think it's possible with his speed and his being.
That shit is loud.
Yeah. Jalen Walker, I think that as high as I am about them playing him at the edge, I think he's going to play as an outside linebacker more. They're going to drop him in coverage more, and use him more as an all-around defender.
Well, I better play his ass at both.
Well, they are, but I'm saying I think who knows what the combination and the mixture will be, because I think when it comes straight up rushing off of the edge, you'll see more packages with JPJ, with Leonard Floyd, and with Arnold Ebiketie. So they're going to have more of an option to play Jalen Walker opposite of Caden Ellis, behind the line of scrimmage there. My concern for my defense lies only in my interior defensive line. And it's an unknown right now. I don't know what Rook is going to do. I don't know what Brandon Dorlus is going to do. I don't know what Zach Harrison, which they're going to kick inside, what he's going to do. But the thing that has me most excited about this defense this year is the coaches that we've added. We brought in, and I don't talk about this a lot, but I'm telling you something, I'm just beaming that we brought in Nate Ollie, who was with the Texans, and he was with the Indianapolis Colts and the Baltimore Ravens. He is a young, up and rising black defensive line guru, man. And he's making his marks. He's been with the Jets as well. He's been with some really, really renowned defensive units. He is getting his skin in the game. And I think he'll be a defensive coordinator. Sadly, I think within the next 2 years, we're probably going to lose him as a defensive coordinator. But I expect for him to do some things. His energy is infectious. And that's all they've been talking about, even as far on the back end as Jesse Bates, talking about watching him and how he's handling this young core of sophomore defensive linemen that we have. So it's going to be some growing pains there. I don't know how the defense is going to end up by year ends, but I would say that I expect for the Falcons to have the best defense in the NFC South by year's end, and to be very, very complimentary to my offense this season.
Well, I think one of the things
I think that held us back on the defensive side last year, clearly we brought in some names, and after watching them play, that's all I can really say is that they were names. With Matt Judon, Justin Simmons, which I'm hearing a lot of talk in Carolina that y'all might be pursuing him. We brought in some names, but I think that the defensive coordinator we had, Jimmy Lakes, was way out of his element. He should have been in college. He had no fucking business being a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Raheem looking out for his buddies, really slipped on some glass and tore his ass up. But hopefully he learned his lesson. Went back to Jeff Ulbrich, another former Falcons coach, who was under him when he was the defensive coordinator in our Super Bowl run. And hopefully Ulbrich, is kind of seen it all after being with the Jets underneath, what's my man name? Salah. I always pronounce it incorrectly. Twan, help me with it.
Salah.
Robert Salah.
Salah. Yeah, Salah. Yeah. So I'm hype on Jeff Ulbrich. And with the pieces that we've got here, I wish we could have done more with the interior defensive front, but I'm okay with the youth movement that they have there. At some point in time, you got to let the young pups get off the porch and go and fight, man. So that's what it's going to be like with interior defensive line. Still don't know if we're going to make a move at cornerback, but the safeties are good with me. I would say that we probably have the second best linebacker group. I wouldn't be mad if you said third behind Tampa and New Orleans, but I think that that your boy in New Orleans this might be his last run. Demario Davis, even though he hasn't shown me any signs that he's slowing down. I just think that New Orleans has a problem with their money and some of these contracts with these older players, and at some point,
I was about to say, like, he might be taking his ass to another team.
Yeah. And that's what I meant, Twan. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with his play. They got other problems. They got to fix them books in New Orleans, man. And the fastest and best way to fix the books is to draft.
Year after year, but
you got to draft your way out of it, man.
Can't do it now, bro.
yeah. So they got to draft and replace, man. But other than that, Twan, I really did want to kind of stick on that.
Back out.
Yeah, I wanted to stick on that because I got all of y'all's rankings, and I got to tell y'all that the league obviously thinks that the NFC South has the worst group of defenses in the entire NFL. They
wouldn't be wrong.
No, they wouldn't. Hey, they have our defenses ranked 28th, 29th, 30th, and 32nd.
Which is understandable because for what happened last year. I mean, we were the team that gave us most rushing yards. The Saints just gave up after 2 weeks. Falcons, you guys, your defense kept going down every single. It seemed like it felt like it was going down every single week. You know, it didn't help the fact that Kirk Cousins was doing that. And with Tampa Bay, I mean Tampa Bay. I know, but they're just old, just like the Saints are old. So I understand why they say that, you know, our stuff is not good. I get it.
And I misstated. I said 28th, 29th. I meant 27th, 28th, 30th, and 32nd. And that's only the defensive line rankings. They have Tampa 27th, y'all 28th, us as 30th, and the Saints defensive line ranked as the 32nd in the NFL.
They definitely wouldn't be wrong about the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, no. I don't care about them ranking us that way. And, you know, I love the competition with Red, man. I love the sparring between our teams.
You know I come prepared.
Yeah.
Because you said on paper you have y'all higher. And I want to know how, because I got some grades for these names that's on the paper.
Well, that's what I was going to say, man. I was about to say, fuck them grades, because what I was going to say is, you know, I think all that, like, whatever they got us and whatever they got Atlanta ranked at, it ain't going to be that shit this year, bro. Like,
no.
We both of us killed the draft. And that
I agree.
And with the pickups, it ain't, that shit is, look, whatever Tampa Bay gonna get done this year is gonna be on offense. It ain't gonna be their fucking defense. And the Saints I'm not really sure how they.
I ain't gonna even shit on them. I'm gonna just call it a rebuild. I'm gonna call it a rebuild and leave it at that.
Yeah, they might get them 2 wins that we got, you know, that year. You know, it's a bad year for them.
I think they're gonna regret that Tyler Shook thing. Tried to do
too, AC.
If I'm being honest with you, and I've been saying it for months, I think they absolutely bomb it and use whatever first round pick they've got, probably picking somewhere in the top 5. If I'm being honest, they may not pick in the top 5, but top 5. And I think they're going to go get Garrett Nussmeier. If they're going to go get anybody, everybody keeps saying, "Oh, they're going to go get Arch Manning. That's who they're tanking for." And I'm like, they're not going to tank. But I think Garrett Nussmeier is who they're going to take because his dad is a coach there. So to me, it just makes way too much sense.
Yeah. Huh? He's a quarterback's coach, if I'm not
mistaken. He is the quarterback's coach, yeah.
And Claire,
I can easily see them doing that.
You know what? It's interesting that you say that, because for many, I thought, especially when Shedeur went rounds upon rounds upon rounds, And I ain't saying it had to only be Shador.
Bro, look, I'm glad you saying it before I got to it, because
Yeah. Because they could have
me,
even
bro.
grabbed Jackson Dart. But Twan, you say this all the time. You say this all the time. It's not so much that you were hating on Bryce. You, as a former player, just don't like the fact that they didn't put any competition out there for him.
Absolutely.
I think that they wanted to make sure that no matter what happened, this kid has to be a rocket in order for there to be any question of competition when they take another quarterback next year. If you had a Shador Sanders there, even with a subpar season, they would have half of their fan base, which says, give him another year, give him some more time. So that's just my thought.
That's fair. I mean, that is fair. But I feel like I don't know how the Saints saw Tyler Shook and went, yeah, that's the guy.
Right.
I mean, he did. I mean, put it this way. Can I just want to throw this in there, Twan, because this is why I'm saying I think they might come to regret it. And he could come in and surprise everybody, because there's potential for anything at this point, and especially in the South. So, but his predecessor is Jack Plummer. Who is Jack Plummer, Edge?
Jack Plummer is the son of Jake Plummer.
No, he is not. No, he is not. Who is Jack Plummer?
Nicholas in the building.
What's good, family?
Jack Plummer is our
Louisville guy.
Is our backup quarterback.
Man, if y'all don't stop talking about Tyler Shook. Tyler Shook gonna go there and he gonna shit the whole bed.
Cut it out.
I'm just going to finish my point. Here's my point. Jack Plummer was an undrafted free agent, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess who did better at their stint in Louisville than Tyler Shook?
Wow.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
Wow. Are you serious, AC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plummer had better numbers at Louisville than
Their
Tyler.
numbers were nearly identical their final year, but as a whole, yeah.
Hey, AC, I got something funny to drop to y'all. We got to do this. You do know that his family pronounces their last name as Shuck. So this is my thing. I ain't asking credit for it, but y'all gonna hear me say it.
I would get that consonant from when it didn't end with no consonant, but
I would be happy if we as Falcons fans and y'all as Panthers fans got this whole mantra going with him. Oh, shucks. That's what
my God.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Tyler, oh, shucks. Yeah, okay.
Hey, look, I got to say something on his behalf, though. That motherfucker is way better than Plummer. Plummer, he backed Plummer up at Louisville. He only had 1 year over there. He backed Plummer up for 2 years over there, bro. So,
hey, bro. Hey, Twan, this motherfucker so old. You know who else he backed up in college? What's the Chargers quarterback name? Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
He backed Herbert up at Oregon. Think about that.
How old is this motherfucker, bro?
Like 26. He's like 26.
He's 26.
You went through COVID and everything, bro.
Yeah.
He's 26 years old, and he's just now a rookie in the NFL.
Look, hey,
I wouldn't go that far.
This is your boy. This is your boy in freaking all over again, but he ain't got the athleticism he does.
Yeah, he better than Jack.
I wouldn't go that far. I think Tyler Shook is highly overrated for where.
I think so too, Claire.
Hey, look, the ACC is my division. Y'all, hey, look. You over there.
I didn't say that the division was overrated. I said the quarterback was overrated.
Yeah, Tyler Shook. Hey, I agree with AC. That man overrated as hell.
He's overrated, bro.
Well, Twan, I would lean to Twan because he's watched him. That's what he's saying. I haven't.
That boy was good, bro, this year.
Well, just 5 seconds ago we were talking about on paper, but on paper, Jack Plummer did better.
Good point. Good point, AC.
I ain't talking about the pros. I said he was better in college.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
You watched him. I'm telling you. Oh, you watched him. Okay.
I watched him too.
The dude is basically 75 years old in what's called years in football years, man. Come on, man. We got to stop this.
He's better than Plummer.
No, he's not.
You just, I mean,
I think Plummer just hadn't gotten a chance to show what he's got, man.
He's better than Plummer.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I'll take Plummer over Shook.
Hold on. I'm gonna say it. Hold on. He's better than Plummer.
Listen, I'm gonna be 100% honest. 100% honest. I believe the Saints are going to be regretting they didn't take freaking
Shador.
They didn't take Shador.
A lot of people gonna be fuck. I hope everybody that passed on him get.
Well, that's a point too, Twan. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. But I don't.
I'm not gonna lie.
Everybody passed on him.
Leader bullshit, and so there you go.
Hey, yo, everybody.
But that's not. But look, everybody could regret passing on him. But they knew that something was seriously wrong with old boy's shoulder. They knew it. Ain't no way you go into the draft and you tell me Tyler Shook is the best option to take when we might not see freaking old boy play at all this year. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah. I don't give a but
they might be holding out for next season. Like Claire said. I mean, there's more than one way to tank. You may not call it a tank, but if you don't put your best players on the field, are you really trying to win?
But listen, I get that too, Red. I get that too, Red. But at the end of the day, they keep signing dudes that are halfway decent over and over again. I mean, they not what they used to be because of their age now, but they keep dudes around that's gonna ruin it for them. I don't think they're gonna be that bad.
Shit. Well, Nick, they're gonna be that bad, Nick.
They might be.
Nick,
Red, I just had to think about that when I said it. I was like,
be that bad, bro.
Yeah. Hey, well, Nick, I do gotta ask you this. Don't you think possibly the reason why they're probably signing halfway decent guys to these contracts is because of how bad their books are? Because they can't sign nobody good.
I mean, the reason that their books are so bad is because they keep keeping the dudes. They got an edge rusher that's gonna be this darn near 40 years old.
If we're talking about the Saints, I spent almost 4 hours with Edge going over how we could literally overhaul the entire Saints roster and help them get to where they should be at one point. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how Mickey Loomis still has a job. I don't know how.
You know how he still has a job, Claire? He's part owner in the team. He's not going anywhere.
He's in the former owner, the one who died. He was in his will.
Yeah, that motherfucker ain't going.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
surprised the league.
And there are head coaches that want to be saddled to this. Really?
So the thing about it is the lady, the former owner's wife, is the principal owner, but she don't know nothing about football.
Gail Benson. Yep.
She don't know nothing about football, so he put Mickey. He picked Mickey in the wheel too. So I think she basically just lets Mickey do whatever he want to do.
And the other thing is, me and Swarm probably know more about this. I'm not taking this. If you know, you know.
Right.
And my wife and anybody from Louisiana can tell you that family's racist as fuck.
I wouldn't have put it out there like you did, but you're right. You're right. There was very little chance they was gonna put Shador, that they were gonna draft Shador.
No chance that they was gonna go get Shador, bro.
Yeah.
So when Jackson Dart went instead of Shador, they were like, okay, so
right.
Shuck it is.
Right. That was our chance. That was our chance.
I think it's what Swan. They put him in a no-win situation.
Listen, Tyler Shook, man. Like I can't. I mean, listen. I understand the whole thing with Shador's dad, and all that kind of stuff like that. And I can honestly say that I might say that Jackson Dart is better than freaking Shador, but Tyler Shook ain't nowhere near in the same atmosphere as Shador.
No, he's not.
I'm saying. Listen, Dylan Gabriel is not better than Shador.
Nope.
No. I
No.
wouldn't even go that far either. I think Dylan Gabriel benefited from a very well built team.
I think
in Oregon. Yep.
The thing is, just like Lamar, the thing is, and I totally expect him to start. They can bullshit and say all that shit they want to. Shador's probably going to be the starter with Cleveland. He's going to have a better season than all of them. You know what I'm saying? I love Jackson Dart, but he went to a bad team. Shador got weapons, bro, and that damn defense. We don't let us talk about that. He got weapons. He can win over there. It ain't no winning, and the Giants ain't winning. New Orleans ain't winning. Who's other quarterbacks?
Cam Ward.
Listen, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Go on. I don't know if I agree.
No, Cam Ward's gonna win.
I don't agree.
If I see one more clip of Cam Ward sidearming the damn football, I'm gonna be mad at it. And he ain't my quarterback, but all they ever show is clips of him throwing the ball sidearm. What's that all about?
Listen, I'm not even talking about freaking your boy in Tennessee, but I don't think the Giants team is as bad as we put out there. I mean, they got a decent wide receiver. The only thing that I'm really worried about with what you call is that line. That line is sus.
You talking about the offensive line, right?
Yeah, they offensive line is sus.
And you said you don't agree with me.
I wouldn't say the team as a whole is individually bad as bad as you making it out to be though. They got a couple wide receivers.
Yeah. They gonna have that rookie back there running for his life.
I mean, he's not getting on the field.
Thinking Russell Wilson first.
He's not getting on the field.
That defense might be a mofo this year, though, man. Be honest with you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how it's gonna work. I mean, because they got way too many edge rushers, and I don't know how. But I guess that's a good problem to have.
Yeah,
that's a good problem to have.
Yeah,
and then old boy can't stay healthy, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a healthy dose of freaking Abdul Carter right at the beginning of the season.
Oh yeah, well that was gonna happen anyway.
I don't give a fuck who he played for. That was going to happen.
Yeah, he was going to get out there either way.
He was going to sit on him. What do you mean a healthy dose? You thought he was going to
I mean, but listen. So if you tell me that Abdul Carter is, if you tell me that, well, they probably don't take Abdul Carter if old boy was healthy. But at the end of the day, I don't know. It's a lot.
Hey, Nick. I get what you're trying to say, and I know that you're being real cautious to not say nothing. But let me tell you something: when you look at that kid on tape, and when you drafted him at 3-2, I'm trying to tell you, somebody gonna get their ass on the bench. Somebody going to the bench. So.
Hey, it ain't no somebody. It's Thibodeau going to the bench. So you got a damn near $30 million edge rusher, and you got a young kid that could probably be a monster.
It don't take a scientist to figure this one out.
Thibodeau. I mean, hey, Thibodeau might get traded before the trade deadlines.
I think they've already been trying to shop him, man. But you know.
I mean, but you can't shop him while he's been injured. So you're gonna have to put him on. They're gonna have to put him on the field a little bit.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kitty in the building. She said not to take Red's side, but he did draft every defensive player that we had our eyes on. I mean, I don't think
not every.
I don't think we were looking at James Pierce.
I was gonna say I was not looking at James Pierce
ever. We was never.
I mean, for me personally, I wasn't.
And then
my girl Kitty, what's up, Queen?
Shit. And then Morgan solidified that shit after watching the blueprint. I
was gonna say, I think the only two that y'all got really, honestly, Red would have been Jalen Walker and Xavier Watts. Outside of that, there's no one else that I really wanted to fit what we were trying to do. Let me rephrase. I'm not saying that you picked the wrong guys for your team or that they were bad or that we had better picks. Just based off of what we knew. I can't remember who was the other. You guys got another safety. Was it Billy Bowman?
Billy Badass Bowman. But hey, Claire, I do have one.
Did you just say what I just said? You just said.
Yeah, Badass Billy Bowman.
But Billy Bowman is not about to be playing safety. Just to let y'all know that.
No. He's gonna be a nickel.
He's gonna be playing linebacker.
Nickel. He's playing
No,
nickel.
No, he's going to be playing
cornerback.
nickel.
Yeah.
He's
Playing
5'9", 5'10". He's not going to be playing. Yeah.
He's playing nickel. In fact, they've already announced it. That's where they're working him out at. AC, I know we made one move that you were like, that's bullshit because you really like this guy. Was Nick Nash.
We're going to get Red's last word.
Hold on. No. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I like Nick Nash. But I like Horn Jr. more than I like Nick Nash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we
I
didn't
don't know about all that.
have a draft pick to get Horn Jr. We got Nick Nash as an undrafted, and we also got Kobe Bryant as an undrafted free agent.
We got some people admitting to Red. SC Panther said, "Facts, Red. As much as I hate to agree with you, he said laughing out loud." And,
facts about what, man? I don't.
We don't know how far back these comments went, Nick. So I don't.
Shit. He said, "Red, put the damn pencil down, sir."
He know I got it.
JP said, "I hate when Red makes sense." Shit.
Some of the things make sense.
Kenny 7 said it would be us. Yeah. I didn't realize we had that many comments. I'm fucked up on it.
Listen, I get it. I get what Red's saying and stuff like that, but I didn't really cover it.
For real, this dude's last name is pronounced Shook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shuck.
Like shucking corn.
Shucking corn. Yeah.
Yeah, man. There ain't no fucking K there. Listen.
It does. If it's a CH, depending on their lineage, it could be shuck.
Yeah.
Listen.
The English language, it is never that.
Well,
that shit don't follow no rules.
See, yeah, it does. Just not in our language.
And why you gotta be mad with what the boy told you that his grandparents and great grandparents? That's their family, man. So,
listen, and I get that. Hey, look, this is all we got to say.
I think his son potential was higher than Plumber's.
Arguing with the man,
exactly.
With the man ancestors.
Okay. Hey, but this is also true though, Twan. Y'all over here praising this man. This man get freaking pushed the wrong way, he be hurt. So I'm not with that.
Molly
that man.
Molly said, "Watch how y'all talk about his fucking quarterback, though, bro."
Okay.
Watch how we talk about your quarterback.
I'm not worried about Tyler Shook. I'm not
worried about Tyler Shook might come out here throwing all the interceptions this year. I'm good with it.
Tomorrow,
look, yo, bro. Hey, look, if you want to come on the show and defend your team, come on.
Oh, at least he agreed on the fact that Mickey is dumb. Yeah.
Come on the show, bro. Come defend your squad.
Yeah, you come on the show, but I'm gonna let you know right now. Ain't nobody about to defend. Ain't nobody about to let you get away with that damn Tyler Shook. That's your quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, the unfortunate part about it is your coach has said that old boy might end up being your quarterback.
Yeah, I was going to say that right now, as it stands, Rattler is
the quarterback.
Hey, let me say this to Maul real quick too, y'all. Maul, don't make the mistake I made of trying to talk yourself into a Desmond Ridder just because they name him as your starting quarterback. Don't believe that. Don't do it. Don't do it, Maul. Don't do it.
Don't hurt yourself.
Recognize a bad quarterback when you see one, and just hope that you get better the next year, my man. That's all.
Yep.
Damn,
I was over here talking to these folks like a fool about Desmond Ridder. You don't know what Ridder can be. He never lost 2 games in college. I was just talking mad shit about Desmond Ridder, man. So, yeah.
Hold up. Did you mean to say it like that, JP? You said Nick Nash.
You talking about Rattler?
Yeah, he's saying Nick Nash is better than Jimmy Horn Jr.
Yeah, he is. There's a different type of player.
I was gonna say that it's hard to compare.
Hate no motherfuckers, bro. Damn.
I mean, personally, I like Nick Nash more than Jimmy Horn, but at the same time, it's also, I mean, they're two totally different players. Nick Nash is like 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, he a big wide receiver.
He's a big wide receiver. Jimmy Horn's every bit of maybe 5'10", and he's a speedster. So I mean,
give you the speed element.
It's kind of hard to say. Now, if Nick Nash and Jalen Coker were to have come out in the same year, that would be a different argument. But I mean, I can't. It's hard for me to for where since he got him as an undrafted, yeah, I'm a little jealous. I'll admit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
you
the
didn't have
whole
to
point.
spend
He's
no
a triple
money.
crown. He's a triple crown. He's a triple crown guy. So yeah,
I'm taking Horn, bro. Look,
I'm sure you are.
I'm not hating on. We're not hating on either.
We're
Nick
not
Nash
hating
is.
on Horn.
I just
Nick Nash is.
I just said that I would take fucking Horn. You said you would
Okay.
take Nash.
And it's just Nick Nash performed better.
The thing about it, my only thing about the reason I like Jimmy Horn better is because Jimmy Horn is way more dangerous when it comes to once he gets the ball in his hands. I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, you're not. I don't think
especially in open field.
it's hard to touch him once he gets
if he
the ball.
gets the ball, if he gets the ball in his hand and you don't get him within the first 2 or 3 steps, you're probably not going to catch him.
And that is if he catches it. If he catches it.
Damn.
So.
Right, I know, but his acceleration is incredible.
Yeah,
I will give him that. It's incredible.
Now I'm not going to say that Nick Nash is a bum. That anybody who says that is an absolute idiot.
Oh no, Nick Nash. No, Nick Nash ain't no bum.
Horn got drafted in the 6th round, right?
Yeah,
5th, I think.
Yeah.
Was it 6th?
It was
six.
He was our final pick, and that was in the 6th.
Where did Nick Nash get drafted?
Undrafted free agent.
He's an undrafted free agent.
Move on. Shit.
I don't know.
That's what we doing. That's what we doing, Twan. That's what we doing.
But listen, the only reason, listen, Twan, had he done what he did at a higher level school, the dude would have gone in the first round.
Hey, watch this, y'all. Watch this. Let me have some fun.
Let me have some fun. You don't get drafted. What does that say?
Let me have some fun. Twan shouldn't have did what he just did. Twan, what round did Drake London? What round did Drake London get drafted in?
It ain't like y'all got Nick Nash. It ain't like y'all. Well, hold up, y'all did get him.
They did get Nick Nash. That's why this whole conversation is happening.
Yeah, man, fuck Nash, bro.
Twan, what round did Drake London get drafted in?
I don't know. I don't keep up with y'all.
What round did Adam Thielen? What round did Adam Thielen get drafted in?
I don't know.
Undrafted.
Yeah. He don't want to play the game now. See,
hey, listen, where you get picked at don't matter to me no more. Because I mean, it sounds great for you to get. Because at the end of the day, this is the biggest thing right there. At the end of the day, old boy got drafted in the first round. We thought he was going to be the best tight end in the NFL.
Are you talking about Pitts?
Yeah.
He was a triple crown winner.
But you can be a triple crown winner at any school. If he had been a triple crown winner at freaking Texas, guess what?
He'd have gone in the first round.
He would have gone in the top 3. Shit.
It would be a 10 row of who?
Right. Right.
Let's just be real.
I'm gonna be real with you. And look, I don't say this, and I'm gonna regret saying it now because I know Swarm gonna throw it in my fucking face later.
Oh, I already got the ammunition I wanted from him.
I know he got a pen ready to write down.
Yeah, Bryce Lover.
What's the thing?
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not no fucking.
Sorry for when I laughed, but that was funny.
Did you put it red?
I got it.
You said earlier.
I got it.
Stopped on that one, bro. Like,
Edge, I got it. I got it, Edge.
There won't be no fucking blasphemy around
here. He said blasphemy.
I gave him some credit. Now y'all taking this shit too far.
Dang, Red, you petty, man. Red,
hey, Nick, boy, I was rolling.
I'm gonna say this. The thing that worries me, the only thing that worries me about Tech is the level of competition he played against in college, bro.
Who you telling?
He didn't play against no damn body, man.
Dude, I'm gonna say this, and I'm tired of y'all saying that. The dude that y'all covered to be the best cornerback in this said this is the best dude he had to cover. It's all shut down after that. All shut down after that. All shut down after that. Travis Hunter said that man is the best person he had to cover, and he couldn't stop him.
I don't give a fuck about Travis Hunter. I care that he's going up against Jason Horn. It'll be JC Horn every day in practice. That's what's gonna make him better.
Yep, that right there.
Man, fuck what a college guy had to say. What makes me feel good about him is that he's going against one of the best motherfuckers he can go against in practice every damn day. Bro.
That's a fact.
I mean,
That's a
and
fact,
you know what pisses me off too? Also, these ones be talking about, oh, he doesn't get open. He didn't have to get open. You could throw the ball. You throw the ball up in there. Them dudes still couldn't stop him from getting it.
Bro.
Hey, there go my nigga G baby in the chat, y'all.
G baby in the chat.
Here we go.
No, get your ass up out of here, talking about some King goddamn Bryce.
My dog G baby.
Hey, G baby. Hey, let's go ahead and get your last words and get the fuck up on out of here, bro.
We ain't got a fuck word yet.
Get your ass up out of here, G baby.
Man, G baby cool, man.
We ain't doing that freaking.
Y'all are feeding into exactly what he wants, which is a rise out of y'all. So stop feeding into it, and he'll go away.
Hey, hold on, Claire. I wasn't feeding into it. I was gonna say we ain't doing this ball guzzling thing.
Man, look,
if you expect anything less, then you're talking to the wrong person in the chat.
AC, guess what?
He stays gargling.
And AC, guess what? I have never thought of this. I have never thought of this sort of combustion.
Shut up, Nick.
I have never thought of this combustion until I just saw it in the chat. Kitty is in the chat, and G Baby is in the chat. Let me tell y'all something. That is World War III. That's World War III right there.
Hey, just let them go. Just let them go. Don't say nothing. Don't get involved.
Oh my God.
We could have.
Chat war. I want him to come on here and do it. Shit.
Oh God. Oh
YouTube might sit you down. YouTube might shit you down and Kitty come up in here after G Baby. I'm telling you now.
G Baby is my home. Look, I love G Baby. I fuck with him. That nigga, but he know I'm gonna always look any grown man that call another grown man king, and you don't live in England.
Hey, you ball guzzling. Hey, they gargling on the mugs, bro. Straight up gargling on the mugs.
In a royal palace and some shit.
Shit, I don't know what the hell damn old boy done gave you for you to be walking around here calling him king. No king.
I know one thing. G Baby gonna be picking fucking Young as his fucking fantasy quarterback. I know that for a fact.
No.
He didn't do it last year. That's the thing. That motherfucker loves Bryce Young, but he won't pick his ass up in no damn fantasy draft.
Because he knew money was involved. He knew money was involved. He knew money was involved. He like, I love the guy, but money involved. I gotta rethink my strategy.
Bryce Young in the fantasy draft. It was like his last pick of some shit.
Y'all know G Baby ain't going to Vegas with that shit.
That mug ain't never see the field. That mug ain't never see the field, bro.
Never.
Damn right he
never
did
got started once.
Even with that Atlanta game, didn't see the field.
That's why he won, because that motherfucker didn't put Bryce out there.
Yeah, he put Bryce out there. He would have got. Hey, he put Bryce out there. It was over with. Man,
I started out motherfucking championship game.
I'm just saying, man. At the end of the day, I don't know how this is gonna turn out. I don't think it's gonna turn out the way the people think it's gonna turn out. I don't see Tampa Bay being at the top of the division this year.
No, they not.
Nah.
I know everybody.
And JP's got a point. I mean,
I think the war is less in Atlanta, bro.
You know what, y'all? I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I want to, because I'm just sick of them winning the division. I want to, put Tampa Bay third in the division. I want so badly to do that, but I've been racking my brain to see where they missed a step and where they've gotten worse at. If the only thing I can come up with is them losing another offensive coordinator. That's the only change that I can actually see for them where they haven't gotten better, man.
That's the one we got to pray for. We got to pray for that old boy. Don't know what the hell he doing.
Their team is pretty much
but here's
intact, though.
But I was gonna say, because that, I mean, their defense wasn't. I mean, it wasn't.
It
definitely was. But at the same time, I mean, their offense hasn't changed, and if anything, I mean, they just add I did not expect them to draft Emeka Egbuka.
Me either.
I will
Me
admit.
either, AC.
So when
Me
that
either.
happened, I went, okay, either they're trading somebody or they're expecting somebody to retire soon, and they're hoping Egbuka can come in and
I
be.
was hoping that's what
When I was going through some stuff last night, I looked, and just off their offense alone, and I don't think anyone. There is no way somebody could. I'm sure somebody could, but if you would have told me that Bucky Irving would have come in and did what he did, I'd have said, "You a liar."
I didn't see that. that. So he may not get the same thing. He may take a sophomore slump. I agree with you, AC.
I don't give a fuck about the Longhorns either.
So I mean, that's kind of my thing. So as far here we go. Oh dear Jesus Christ!
I don't give a fuck about the Longhorns either. Can't win a chip, motherfuckers.
God, freaking mighty.
Win a chip.
He done got Ed started now. You
But anyway, so I agree with Storm. It would be nice to knock off the head runners for the NFC South for the last how many years now? Dear Jesus,
5.
Yeah,
5.
they're going
it's
on.
Not
5.
longer. I thought it would have been longer than that.
It's been 4 in a row.
Let me tell you about division, about how motherfuckers picking this shit in the end. Red Swarm and Falcons fans are gonna say Atlanta, Tampa Bay, the Panthers, and then motherfucking the Saints.
Well, everybody putting Saints at last, so we can.
A lot of Panthers fans is gonna say the Panthers, Tampa Bay, Atlanta, and the Saints.
I mean, I
Believe
don't.
it or not, here's the funny thing.
To be honest with you,
can I tell you what I've? But listen, can I tell you what I've seen more commonly amongst people who are not fans of either team and they're just analysts and everything like that? If they're not going by almost how it went this past year, the thing that I have seen most commonly is that it's either us or the Falcons at 1, us or the Falcons at 2, Tampa at 3, and the Saints at 4.
I've seen that a lot
see
too.
That more and more and more, and it's just interesting to me because it's like.
I got a question for.
Go ahead.
You go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead, Juan. I was making my point. Go ahead.
All right. No, Claire, go ahead.
No, I made my point. It was how, because you were saying that Panthers fans will do this, Falcons fans will do this. People who are not fans of either team are doing things where it's either or. One of us is going to be 1 or 2.
It doesn't them down. Absolutely.
At 3. And I'm seeing that more and more than even Tampa being at 1 or the fan-sided type stuff where you're seeing whoever, whoever they're a fan of at 1. People who are unaffiliated and unbiased are putting either the Falcons or Panthers at 1 and the Falcons or Panthers at 2 and Tampa 3, Saints 4. Where they're getting the logic, I don't know, but I am seeing that come up more and more and more.
Let me.
I read one, and Nick, I'm gonna just say this real quick, and I'm gonna get out the way to AC's point. I read one on Sports Illustrated, and they were questioning whether Chris Godwin is healthy, and that precipitated the drafting of Egbuka. And then secondly, at some point, they said Mike Evans has to regress.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Father Time is undefeated.
I don't think it's his worst year.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
I get that, but it's going to be it's going to be a minute before before it happens, man.
I don't know what
I'm just telling you what the Sports Illustrated article.
Well, listen, this is all I'm saying to add.
Father Time is undefeated, bro.
I'm gonna say this is the only thing I'm adding to Claire's comment. The reason that a lot of people are picking us in the Falcons to hop above them is because at the end of the day, did they really change that much? Can they really progress after a third coordinator?
By not changing that much?
Yeah, can they? Yes, can they? Has that team? Because you got to realize the rest of the division is getting better because they've been historically bad, and you're staying inches in front of them. Sooner or later, inches ain't gonna cut it.
Inches won't
Somebody
cut it
gonna
if
take
the
a big
people
step.
behind you are making changes by
There you
miles. I
go,
get it.
AC. There you go.
I've heard that.
agree.
I've heard that before, where people saying you can't change by inches if the people coming behind you are changing by miles.
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
that's the thing about it is we have been the Falcons and the Panthers have been historically bad for a while, and
Yeah.
you can see active changes in both of those franchises to say that they are looking to compete. I don't think you got to realize they've been winning by inches against bad teams.
Yep.
Right. No, I get
They've been
you. That's true.
they've been winning by inches against bad teams, and now
And
if
the
these
two of
teams
our
start getting
teams,
good,
and the two of our teams, like it or not, and I ain't hating on y'all. I'm just gonna call it. And hey, if y'all wanna try to exclude me, you could do it. But I'm gonna make this statement: we both are in the midst of a youth movement, and we've added talent that's young.
that's true. That's
Talent
true.
that's young.
That's true.
So, hey,
We
all I
might
can say is the young people say it like this: we coming for Tampa.
we
And when I say we, I mean both our teams coming for Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what is it? Go look at the average age for Tampa, and go look at the average age for Carolina in Atlanta right now.
Yeah, well,
It's
ours is
it's
skewed because of
it
Kirk
started.
Cousins, but it's
It's
okay.
starting
But
to
go ahead.
get. It's starting to get that we got teams that are. I think the hot 26 might be ours right now. 26 might be
Yeah,
our average age right now.
yeah. Well, shit, y'all got to end it. So they skew the two of us, but they're backups. But yeah, if you looked at the average age of the starters on our team, I agree with you. I
It's
agree.
gonna be. It's gonna be. It's gonna be. It's gonna. I mean, the average age for the team as a whole is gonna be particularly low, even with
Low.
our
Yeah,
old ass freaking backup.
yeah, yeah.
but but at the end of the day, when that starts to happen, man, and these teams, yeah, we know what to expect with. My thing about it is I want to see JC actually on the field because Mike Evans gets off on us when JC ain't on the field every time. Every time we ain't got no answer. If JC ain't on the field, we ain't got no answer for Mike Evans.
Mm-hmm.
No answer. Like Mike Evans does exactly what it, and then you'll have fans. They'll be like, "Oh, I thought y'all said JC could start." I was like, "JC ain't on the field, bro. Look."
but I ain't gonna shit on Mike Evans, man. That dude the first ballot Hall of Fame, and he like
Oh
that
yeah,
shit.
yeah. That dude.
That
Hey,
motherfucker is like that.
100%, first ballot Hall of Fame. And then you know the bad part about this, if he gets 1,000 yards this year, he'll be number
He'll
one.
break that record. Yeah,
He'll be
yeah,
number
That
one. He'll be.
motherfucker ain't never had a season without 1,000 yards.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. We were saying if
yeah.
he gets 1,000 yards this year, he'll be the number one wide receiver with the most seasons
I
in a
mean,
row with 1,000 yards.
I mean,
Yep.
look,
Consecutively
he
too.
barely got it last year.
Yeah, he
And,
Yeah,
tied
it
it.
was like
He's
something like
he's tied
1,004.
with he's tied with Jerry right now.
I'm
But
gonna be honest with you. The only reason he got it, he hit that 1,000 this year, was because Godwin got hurt. They had to throw the ball to him more. I think with
That's a good
but he
point.
got
he
hurt
also,
too. He missed some games too.
exactly.
bro.
There you go. There you go. He missed some
He missed
games
some
too.
games too. He missed like
He missed about
2 or 3 games this year too.
Yeah,
The
Welcome
Saints
he
back.
ought to
sure
have
did.
their ass whooped for letting them get them 4
The
yards, though. I don't give a
question
damn
I
what
wanted to
nobody
ask
said.
one was this though: Does Omeka scare you though?
No, not
He
as a
don't scare me.
starter.
Yeah, he don't scare me.
Twan, I said this before and I'll say it again. Not as your number 1 or number 2 receiver, but when he's your third receiver, he
Yeah,
can make some noise now.
yeah
That
that
motherfucker
He
gonna
that
can.
make some noise.
History.
He,
I
he
ain't
can
trying
make
to
some
lie,
noise.
but history says that one of them, that 1 and 2, one of them dudes ain't gonna make it to the end of the year.
True.
Well, that's
No,
true
no.
too.
See,
That's true.
I watched Ibuka against Texas. Yeah, that dude's nasty. He nasty.
He is
Right.
edgy.
He's
Whoa,
just,
and Buka is good, man. And Buka, nobody's ever saying he's not good, but
but
is
his
he gonna
running,
provide the same fear that Chris Godwin and Mike
No.
Evans give?
His
No.
first year, no, but again, and they have an upcoming star who's probably going to be growing with them. I mean, Jalen McMillan
Jalen, yep.
McMillan is going
was
to be nice.
highly touted last year. I mean, and he did well for being, what was he, like a 4th round pick or
Yep.
something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
He was
I
fourth
actually
round
might
pick,
look at that
and when he
player
had
before I look at him.
Hey,
well,
Claire, they
and
got some damn receivers down
they've
there,
got some
man.
receivers.
they got some
They
receivers,
are
so
going to
they're
have
good.
weapons regardless if Mike Evans retires or if Chris Godwin goes down. They've got guys who can fill in and I think be decent. Are they going to play to the caliber of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin? No.
No.
And I think
That's
they
yet
would
to
be
be determined.
fools to and I well edge, even setting the standard to say, hey, if Mike Evans goes down, you have to be Mike Evans is ridiculous. But I think if you come in and you ask them to just do their job essentially and know the playbook and play to their strengths, then they're going to be fine. It's the same thing with Carolina. When Adam Thielen retires, I highly expect someone to take place in that slot room, and that could either be Jalen Coker, it could be Jimmy Horn. I have no idea. And if it's, whatever happens, and if Hunter Renfrow stays on or whatever happens with him, then we have another veteran to slide in there. There's always going to be growth, but you have to allow it. But I mean, Jalen McMillan and Emeka Egbuka are two rising stars for that Tampa team that we as Panthers fans and Falcons fans cannot say,
don't have to deal with.
I'm not worried about them. Well, don't be worried about them now, but in 2 to 3 years, you probably will be.
Y'all better be.
Good point.
And they get a tall receiver within the next 2 years. Oh, you can go ahead and resign Baker Mayfield.
I'm not even worried about. I'm not worried about height. You can have great production without having a 6'6" guy.
Yeah. Hey, look, this is what I'm gonna say about this. What I'm gonna say about that, because I agree with you, Claire. This is what I'm saying. What we have to realize is that Light has been there for 12 years now? I think it's 12 years.
GM?
Yes, that dude can draft wide receivers, man. So I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. The dude can draft wide receivers, man. So at the end of the day, I expect
GM, man. He's a good
I expect Emeka Egbuka to be a good wide receiver. Do I expect him to be anybody who's saying they expect him to be Mike Evans or to be Chris Godwin is an idiot.
Yeah.
Who was that? Who was that? That wide receiver that the Saints drafted. That short guy was Olave or whatever.
Chris Olave.
Yeah, Chris Olave.
That's what I see, bro. I see
for
Olave
who
without the injury.
But see, my thing was I didn't see Olave the way other people saw his ass either. Not in the league. He did all right, but I mean. I don't see Egbuka like, man, listen, it's a look, them wide receivers, you either gonna be Himothy or you're gonna be something else. And then the thing is the league now, have you noticed this one? The league is now, these teams are starting to draft a lot taller fucking cornerbacks, bro.
Yeah, jump ball. Yeah.
So even if you beat somebody on speed, don't mean they won't jump and take that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
they struggle. They struggle with those. Man, that's why Horn is so good. They struggle with his height.
Yeah, I agree with you, Twan. I think they're going towards receivers with a bigger catch radius because I think it lends itself to the quarterback not having to be so pinpoint accurate.
Yeah, they're not drafting them damn short ass DBs like they used to, bro.
Yeah.
The other thing was I'm gonna tell you one DB that we had that used to shut Mike Evans' ass down though, bro. And that was motherfucking Bradbury.
Yep.
He couldn't do shit with Bradbury, bro.
And Bradbury liked to get in motherfuckers' heads too, man.
He sure could.
That's part of it right there. So
and then he had to go to the Giants to get a Pro Bowl, then he had to go to Philly and get a Super Bowl, and
I mean, Bradbury was a shit talker.
Yeah.
Shout out to Flame for Jesus. He said we need bigger receivers so Bryce can see them. I agree, man.
I mean, yeah.
Well, that's why Ted's there.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that because he was getting the ball to freaking old boy with no issues. I think that he just has to play. He has to play within himself. So let's stop.
Within the system.
Yeah, play within the system. Spot. Because if you actually look, man, he slides in between the spaces, in between the tackles, and throws in between them.
Nick, cut that shit out, man. That motherfucker needed taller receivers, bro. Cut it out. He needed it.
I'm not going to say you don't get him taller receivers, but you don't need any more. We have a 6'4" and a 6'3" guy.
Why do we don't need no more?
And shit, Jalen Coker is a big receiver.
Yeah, he's
Yeah. I was gonna say Jalen Coker's 6'3", XL is 6'2" or 6'3", and then Ted McMillan's 6'5", I think.
Hey, I'm gonna drop some breaking news, and I might come to regret this. Probably will.
Claire, before you do that, hey Claire,
Go
where did
ahead.
Higgins go?
What?
Where did Higgins go? Jalen.
Texans.
Jaden Higgins, he went to the Texans, and then his running mate Jalen Noel went with him.
Fuck out of here, bro. Shit.
Yeah.
CJ,
they gave him some weapons.
Yeah, CJ Stroud is now. I mean, they're. I mean,
he loaded.
Hey, CJ Stroud is going to be he's going to be getting a contract after this year.
Man, I like y'all young wide receivers.
And that also remains to be seen. He has earned it, but you never know. Just let it play out.
JP said, "Nah, Olave was a big time burner coming out of OSU." He said, "Ibuka is."
Yeah, man, I like y'all. I like the way y'all young receivers stack up. I ain't gonna even cap, man. I was impressed, especially when I saw Coker up close in the game with us last year, man.
The thing is, when you play with it, and tell me if you disagree, when you play with a really, really good team sometimes in college and all 5 stars, some of that shit you can hide.
It gets hidden.
Yeah, it gets hidden.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Swarm. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I was really, really impressed with that kid Coker, man. And I'm gonna say this. I mean, I have no reason but to believe. I have no reason but to believe that Tet is going to be good this year. How good? I don't know. But I will say this: I don't expect him to be a bust or bad. So I ain't even going down that road. But if XL, if he gets his shit together, man, I mean the future of y'all wide receivers. The future of y'all wide receivers, and I ain't talking about Renfro or
Thielen. You're talking about the young boys.
Yeah, I ain't talking about them because they're on the other end. I'm just saying, looking down the road with the young pups that y'all got out there at receiver, man, that's a nice receiving room, man. That's a nice receiving room.
That's the main thing that I love about this team this year is one word that we've never seen in a long, long time, Swarm, and that's called depth.
Yeah, a team built like this.
Yeah,
it don't matter. I don't know what they're gonna do, but it ain't gonna be because they can't do it. And if they don't get it done, then they need to sit down, and then that's when motherfuckers start getting fired and shit.
And I ain't going into the obvious argument because I'm not going to be the one to start it. And Kitty is in the chat. So, I'll just say, if I mentioned her, obviously where I was going with that, because it's about utilizing those weapons. What I just admitted to was the very obvious potential in what I saw in a Coker with the XL, now with Tet. Man, and Jimmy Horn with that speed. I saw that with Shador in Buffalo. The question now is, and I ain't trying to make no argument over this. We don't have to spend no long time on it. But do you have the guy to take advantage of all of that? Because that's a lot of distribution of the ball.
The short answer for me, Swarm, is we do not know.
There you go, AC. Yeah.
The biggest question mark is that we have on this team for me is unfortunately the most important position in football. And that is not a good thing. That is not a good place to be in.
Right.
I mean, but the thing is, I'm not going to let Claire. But look, I know what Claire mean, but look, I'm not going to let Swarm off the hook. We can say the same fucking thing about Penix.
Yeah, but
here's the difference.
Yeah.
Here's the difference, though, Twan. Okay, Penix has only played 3 games. Correct, but it's because he's pretty much playing as an actual rookie this year. Unlike Panthers fans who wanted to write off an entire season that Bryce played as being his rookie year, Penix only played 3 games.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so my point is, well, and I get it, and he's not our QB, but here's where I'm going to give. Here's where I'm going.
I don't care.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so if I'm not going to be allowed to finish my point, then go ahead and make your point.
If Bryce got it, he gonna get it. I don't want to hear that.
I don't care. That's fantastic. But here's my thing. There is going to be more grace given to a Michael Penix than a Bryce Young on his third year after being given everything that he could possibly need. That is my point. The fact that we have
all I was
the
saying,
mark
Claire. I don't
going
know
into
why he's
year
trying to make
3
this about Penix. That's all I was saying.
is an issue.
Different points. I'm not. That's Claire's trying to is doing it based on his years. I've always said that. If Bryce ain't got no fucking choice but to get it right this year. His ass is out of here. He knows. He's got to know that. I'm saying that. Everybody that came up, anybody from any other teams that came in with the Bryce slander, I'm telling Swarm respectfully, if Penix get out there and shit the bed, I'm on his ass, bro. He gonna get it.
But Twan, let me ask you this. Comparatively speaking, if Penix has a 6-11 season, you think it's time for the Falcons to move on from him?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't time for the Panthers to move on from Bryce after his
So
first
there you go. That's what we're saying.
I didn't say nothing about nobody been moved on from. I just said I'm gonna give him shit.
But I think that we both our fan bases, and this is what Claire said, the at the most critical position. I think both of our fan bases would sleep so much easier if we had Joe Burrow throwing to both of our stables of receivers. But we ain't got that. We ain't got that.
What are you telling Red?
Thank you, Ed.
Look, listen, and that's what we're. I get the whole thing about that. It's just like everybody knows that if Bryce don't perform this year, he's gone. Everybody knows that, and if you don't know that,
he should be. He should be.
No
way.
Claire, let's be 100% honest. Claire, let's be 100% honest. This is 3 years of Bryce Young and 2 years of Canales. Do you believe that Canales is going to go into his third year with a quarterback that he did not select?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Well,
and I don't think the owner would make him do it either. I don't think the owner would make him do it either.
Well, and here's the thing I want to, not to cut you off, Nick, but this is something I brought up a long time ago in the offseason. Okay, Andy Dalton was going to be a free agent this season. We re-signed him, not to a 1 year, but to a 2-year deal. Why do you think that was?
I don't know.
Because if Bryce Young doesn't work out.
Just in case.
In case Bryce Young didn't work out, and if he didn't, then you have someone who is there as a veteran to help your next QB.
Yep.
Because if you were so serious about Bryce, he wouldn't need to be here for 2 more years.
It makes sense, AC.
He wouldn't need to be here for 2 more years. In fact, I don't think you would have resigned him at all if you were so sure about Bryce being your guy, like they keep talking about.
That makes sense.
Yes.
That makes hella sense.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that at no point has go ahead, read the money.
Yeah, man. Look, they get shout out to Navas with the $5 super chat. You know what I'm saying? I like to respect everybody's money. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
They get their shit read and
damn right.
Ain't no hesitation with none of that. Hey, look, the real question is, what statistics would Bryce need for you to consider it a successful season, and how many wins? Navash, we're gonna discuss that next. I think that's a great question. We'll get into it. We'll discuss it. Also, my man Flame for Jesus said, and I'm gonna tell y'all again, man. You know, donate to the show. You want a topic you want spoken about? Man, damn, I got my man Chuck back here waiting, man. Chuck is in the building, bro.
What's good? What's good, y'all?
I'm gonna come back to you, Chuck. My bad.
That's cool, man.
Flame said Bryce hasn't had consistent 200-yard games passing since Frank Reich. I think the longest streak of 200-yard games was under Reich. We'll get into both of those. We'll collide those together and get into that. I feel like we already started touching it, you know what I'm saying? But Navash wants to know about the I mean, what's a successful season? I think that's a good question. Chuck, go ahead.
Honestly, and again, I'll be on the show, but I gotta agree with Claire here. You know, I'm in Maryland right now. They're talking about a whole bunch of things, but you know one thing they're not talking about? The quarterback. They know, bro. They know, bro. Like, and I'm a big Bryce supporter, bro, but this is it, bro. He can't shit the bed again. He's done. Either he's going to do it or he's going to
I'm
not
glad,
do
Chuck.
it.
I'm glad.
That's it.
Man said, bro. That
if he's going to do it or he's not going to do it. That's it. No more chances. No more things. This is it. This is it.
Anybody on that team that would even consider trying to give him a fourth year would be, man, that motherfuckers is
Nah, this is it. This is it. If you want to get paid, if he ball out, shit, and take us to the Super Bowl, I don't give a fuck.
Hold up.
No, I don't know about that. But anyway,
I don't know about that last part, but I got you on the first part now.
You got no fucking choice, man. No, Chuck is absolutely. Look, man. That's why I'm thinking the best for this dude.
Let me.
Wait, you said hold on. You said you don't know if Bryce takes us to the Super Bowl. You still don't know if he's the quarterback.
No. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that, Chuck. We're saying that you might be overzealous asking for all of that right now. That's what we say.
Oh yeah.
I said if he took us to the Super Bowl, I'm still not paying him what he wants. I ain't doing that shit.
I don't think you got a choice. I don't think you got a choice, depending on what his statistical. Listen, depending on what he puts up, or how much he assisted to leading the team to the Super Bowl, you might not have a choice at that point.
Especially,
I mean, unless at some point he was a liability and we made it to the Super Bowl just because the rest of the team was that good, then okay, you might be able to get away with it. But
Rex Grossman situation, Rex Grossman.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this. So let me say this to just to caveat this into what Navarre asked. I don't think it's a statistical number that he has to put up, because if he can lead, because I believe I'm 100% wholeheartedly gonna say this. I believe that old boy is gonna run the ball a lot more this year than he did last year.
No,
I believe it. I'm sorry. And the reason that I believe that is, I don't believe he was running the ball because we only had one guy. We had one guy. If you go around, you can look around the league. Almost every running back, after they get 400 touches in a single season, what happens the very next season, Claire?
Well, listen,
they get Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Nick. I mean, but and then when Claire said old brother about the running shit, I kind of agree with her too. My thing is, will Canales do that though? But if he don't run the ball, man, if you don't run the ball successfully, the pass game ain't gonna open up any damn way.
No, it won't.
You better run that damn ball, and you better stick to it.
Yeah.
I'm be honest with you.
It can't be no run and then Bryce throw. Or you ain't learned shit in your second year as coaching, right?
Run the ball. You run the ball. I'm sorry, Twan, but
show his growth as well, bro.
You run the ball until they can stop the run.
Exactly.
Why would you throw the ball if they can't stop the run if you're running against your opponent? That makes no sense.
We got to.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you go out first down and you get 6 yards, and then the second time you get 5 yards, you just got a first down. If you throw the next time, you're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
Keep running the ball.
Run the ball, and then when they stop you, then you change it up.
No. That's not.
I mean,
that's not successful.
Twan,
nah, you gotta be multiple. You gotta be multiple.
Well, no, it doesn't make sense. If you run the ball, get first 5 yards, the second time you get 6 yards, the second time you get 4 yards. You don't stop. You do not stop running.
You can have variety, but if it's working, I mean, we didn't really throw the ball at all when we played the Lions, when we had Steve Wilson, Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
and everybody loved that.
Let me tell you why I disagree.
Oh, well, now the weather's going to be okay.
Let me tell you why I disagree with that. You gotta let me say what the fuck, like what I.
Go ahead, Twan.
Go ahead. With it. Listen, running the ball to death. That's some Christian McCaffrey shit. Not all the fucking time. And plus, just because it's working don't mean that you don't play action. That's going to open up for the wide receiver because then they're going to bite on the run. You don't just keep running the ball. And then the third thing, you don't want to run your fucking running backs into the fucking dirt and get them
That's
hurt
true.
or whatever. I mean, it's got to be a healthy mix.
True.
It's just got to be a healthy mix.
Because if you run the ball, hey, look, just to add to what you're saying too, if you run the ball 3 times in a row, they're gonna drop a safety closer to the line. And as soon as
play action.
Now, if y'all would have said we got to run the ball most of the time on first and second down, then I get it. But
well, we should be doing that.
But sometimes we can't be predictable. Sometimes you gotta let that bitch fly on first.
Yep. Gotta be multiple. I agree.
How much does Canales trust Bryce to do that?
A lot.
Not enough to have been doing it consistently last year.
My thing with Bryce Young is always gonna be his arm talent, though, bro. It's like you went and got a Tedder, you went and got a wide receiver that can catch the home run ball, bro. But can the quarterback get the home run, throw the home run throw, bro? You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, I think Bryce has a bigger arm than we're giving it for him, but they ain't never asked him to utilize it like that or whatever. And when he did, we saw him be inconsistent all the time. That's why I feel better with Tep because you just got to throw in his radius. He gonna go up there and get the shit. I don't think XL works that way. I think you got to throw pinpoint passes to that motherfucker. And sometimes he still drops some shits. But, you know.
Shit. Hey, I'm gonna have to disagree. The way I've seen some of the videos I've seen him working, because that video that you posted in the Discord ain't the only video I've seen. This dude he's been working.
I think he's a person that you need to get the ball in his hands.
I've been saying all year to everybody, be like, look, we think that dude is going to be way better this year. It's about work habits, bro.
Yeah, I don't think XL has stepped it up, and there's been so many people who've been saying, I wish he would actually be, on the field doing this and on the field doing that, and have all these workout videos. He's doing all these videos. He's doing music videos. He's doing this, and it's like he's doing other stuff, though.
You can do.
He's doing other stuff though. Like just because you're not seeing it doesn't mean it's not happening.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm gonna say this though, Claire, just to add to that too. Anybody who does the same thing every time, all the time, they destined to. It's gonna be a bad day, man. They got it. The dude has to take his mind off of it sometime.
Yeah,
sometime. And then two, I'm gonna say this: football. The average football career is, I think, 3 or 4 seasons. I think that's the average right now for football players. Three or four seasons. At the end of the day, you got to do something. You got to do something to put yourself in a place to where I can continue making money. Football ain't forever.
Yeah,
football is not forever.
Do you know that the average roster changes about like 30? Your average roster from year to year changes 30% of the time. So 30% of your roster that was on your roster the year before is going to be gone. It always churns.
Yeah.
Tell them why though. Tell them why.
Because attrition.
Yeah, because the fucking draft. Every year, motherfuckers is going out.
New people, fresh bodies.
You can't
it's just money. Money is a huge factor in it.
We talked about this the other day. There's no middle class in the NFL anymore. They're trying to get rid of the middle class.
You only got a certain amount of time. Along with what Nick just said, in the NFL, you got a certain window to be impressive.
Yeah.
That's why I don't understand why I don't see guys on social media every summer busting their ass, bro.
Busting their ass. Check this. My boss's husband brother plays for the Raiders. His name is Malcolm Kuntz. His whole family is because this is his contract year. His whole family hasn't even messed with him because he knows that the second contract that he can make millions for his family for generations. They don't call him, they don't text him during the offseason because they know this is it. This is his chance.
And when
All
you got
people see one music video.
when you got family that understands that, then you're good to go.
See, he has one, but XL makes one music video, and he feels like he's doing the whole thing. You don't know what it came by. You think, I honestly think like he wasn't on the set all day. Gorilla just called him for one day, take pictures, and move on. He had a whole schedule. He had a whole plan of doing this. You don't think he stayed weeks and weeks in, months and months out, just doing shit that's not football. That is not true.
No.
But people just see the video and be like, "Oh, he spent weeks on this." No, this man just flew out, took pictures for an hour, and probably went back.
Yeah, Chuck. You know when you said that the NFL has no middle class, like I didn't agree with that shit though.
They don't have the middle. They're trying to get rid of the middle class.
I'm talking about when you did.
I don't know if they. I don't know if they are. I don't know if I agree with that either, Chuck.
Look at the Bengals. Look at the Bengals,
bro. But that's the Bengals. Look,
the Bengals is trash.
Yeah,
the Bengals are about to have a rude awakening this year.
Yeah, it's no. Look,
man, they might be like the Saints with all this money going to like people.
I think they're gonna be one of them teams that the players make an example out of. Because look, bro, I think the last time it happened was 1986, where a team refused to play, where the players refused to play for their team. It was just one team though. I think it was the fucking Dolphins. I gotta look that shit up, man. But when you get in a situation like that, bro, that shit it's embarrassing. And like these look, you play a gladiator sport. These motherfuckers ain't gonna let you just pay them bullshit if they're that good, bro. They're like, I'm putting my money. This ain't baseball.
But that's wrong. I know this is the football.
I think baseball has no middle class. I think you're either really rich or you don't get paid shit.
I wanted to ask y'all, what y'all think about this Ace Bailey shit?
About what?
The what?
Ace Bailey. What you?
The Ace Bailey thing?
Yeah.
I gotta get the Flame for Jesus question and Mike and the Vosh question first, though, man.
That's cool.
I'm gonna start off with you though, Chuck. Though Navar says the real question is, what statistics would Bryce need for you to consider a successful season, and how many wins? Let's start off with so what does Bryce have to do? This is for everybody. For y'all to be like, he did his thing this year, bro.
Just be consistent. I don't think numbers.
Look, listen.
Go ahead.
Not team-wise, him.
I think he has to be consistent. I don't think numbers. I don't think that numbers are where.
Them numbers is gonna matter. Don't even attempt to say that shit.
I'm not gonna say that they're not going to matter at all, but consistency is more, because people are. I think people don't look at the fact that only 6 dudes threw over 4,000 yards.
Hey,
6.
Claire, when you trying to get major money, when your contract come up, what is that team gonna pull up and show your ass?
Well, I'm not looking for I'm not looking for him to actually have a contract year. If that's the only way I'm looking at it, honestly, I'm going to have to say that he's going to have to probably be at least a 4,000-yard passer. He would probably have to be within the top 5 of quarterbacks to get a contract this year.
So that's what success looks like for you.
But that's not what I'm not saying him being a top 5.
What does success look like to you for Bryce Young this season?
Being consistent and being 100% not the problem.
That's broad.
It's not. You don't. But you're looking for somebody to be some astronomical numbers above where he was at. I'm looking for him to put games like Atlanta together consistently on the field. I'm not looking for him to. Listen, Claire. Before I say what I'm trying to say is that he was efficient. He moved the ball, and he was 100% involved in the game. I'm talking about being involved.
Okay.
Numbers are. That's why I'm saying numbers are going to skew the view of what we're looking at. I'm looking at him when I'm saying I'm looking at him being Atlanta. I'm looking at him being able to move the ball, get the offense on and off the field, and be successful and score points. how that works out, Claire. I'm not saying that he has to be what he was, what he did in Atlanta. That all I'm saying is that he was we could see that he was a part of the reason that we won won those games. That was what I'm saying when I'm saying consistency, Claire. I'm not saying
we get it, Nick. Well, hey, what's success look like for you, Claire, for him?
Are we just saying just success in general? Or are we saying success equaling getting a contract? I just want to know what are we considering success?
It's what he had. Like, don't guys, don't make it hard. It's what he said. He said, for you, he said, what for you, your personal thought, what does Bryce need to do for you to consider it a successful season? Fuck the contract, just success.
He said what statistics would Bryce need to have?
Yeah, I mean, it's in order for you to talk about the statistics, you're gonna have to say what he did.
Okay, well, statistics. Okay, so we're talking numbers then. Okay, well,
and the second part is how many wins.
Okay, if I'm saying for him to have a successful season, I'm not going to go as far as saying 4,000 yards because I don't think people understand how hard that is to do in general. To say anyone thinks that that's easy, either they're ignorant or they don't know any better. So I would say numbers wise, 3,800 passing, not total, passing yards, 25 plus passing touchdowns, not total touchdowns, interceptions in the single digits. And if you want to have a total for touchdowns, at least 35 touchdowns total. So that would put him at the minimum being 25 passing touchdowns and 10 rushing touchdowns with 3,800 passing yards. I'm not rushing. That could be, God knows. He's not much of a runner, and I hope he starts using his legs more. To me, statistically speaking, that is what we're looking at. And for that, I'm not going to go game by game, but at the end of the season, that's what I would like to see. And as far as I'm not even going to look at wins, because with what I'm about to say should tell you what I'm thinking about when it comes to wins, he needs to make the fucking playoffs.
Okay. Fair enough. Chuck, what does he have to do for you to say he had a successful year?
Fucking win.
Edge.
Yeah, he needs to win. Right. He needs to win.
Let's not be broad, y'all. Come on, man.
No, he needs to fucking no.
We know that.
He needs to win what?
That's a known.
Blue shirt.
Okay.
Hey, don't right. Hey, blue shirt edge.
Of course he gotta win.
All right. So what Bryce needs? He needs this kid.
At the end of the year, what does Bryce have to do for you to say, man, he had a great year?
Win the division. He needs to win the division one. He needs to have. He needs 4,000. He needs to have.
Oh my God!
He needs 4,000 yards.
4,000 yards. Six dudes did that last year. Six.
If it's 4,000 total yards, that's understandable. That's doable. Because that's passing and rushing.
Yeah, if you're talking about 4,000 passing yards, that's absolutely ludicrous when there's only 6 dudes did that last year.
That motherfucker is
ask for him to do that.
Yards, bro. Come on, man.
We improved listen, no, Nick, no, we improved the offensive line. We got him not one but 2 first-round pick receivers. Okay. We got him 2 other weapons during the offseason. We got him 2 other weapons during the goddamn offseason. And we drafted weapons for this kid. Everybody keeps talking about Alabama Bryce. Well, you know what? If you want Alabama,
God, here we go again.
If they want Alabama Bryce, he better put up Alabama. He better put up Alabama numbers. So I need his final year of his college career numbers. I need those numbers up for him to have a successful season and win.
Well, his final year of college was not his best year.
So shout out to Flame.
Okay, so his national championship year then.
Flame said he needs to make the playoffs, and he needs to be consistent. You know what I'm saying? So, if you don't want to go deeply into numbers, I'll do the numbers thing. I'm going to keep it simple. 3,000 yards, 9 to 10 wins, playoffs. That's it for me, bro. That's it. It's that simple.
That's simple.
3,000 yards. I'm not gonna say no fucking 4,000. Knowing he can't. Come on, man.
Well, people keep saying he can do it. Well, fucking prove it. Show me he can fucking do it.
Who the fuck said
Nobody said
if he actually uses his legs, he could get 4,000 total yards, y'all.
4,000 total yards if he uses his legs. Exactly. Thank you, Claire. Because I forgot about that. But I've always been saying it. And when he learns that he can use his legs, bro, this boy can be more deadly.
I'm okay with.
I'm not telling him to try to run into somebody, get your ass down when you see them coming.
Listen,
I can
pocket
and take a sack when you got all this green grass in front of you.
I'm okay with the total yards. I can agree with you that he could probably do total yards, but to ask him to do what 6 people did last year, and all 6 of those dudes who did that last year were like what 6, 7 years in the NFL. Not no this random person did it last year. Like,
so Nick is what you're saying is that you're not placing that sort of weight on him, or just for you as a fan. For you as a fan, your quarterback doesn't have to be one of those elite passers in the NFL.
Well, and I don't think any quarterback has to be, but if they happen to be, then it's a good thing. But I mean,
yeah.
I mean, because I think the argument could even be made that even some of the top 10 quarterbacks or even top 5 quarterbacks in the league regarding last year did not even have 4,000 passing yards. So,
he can give me 3,100 total yards, and I'll be happy, bro.
Yeah.
Look, that 3,100 gotta come with the playoffs. Because if he threw for 4,000 and didn't make the playoffs, I'm good with that either. It means he's not the problem.
Well, that was going to be like my 2-part thing to what Nirvash was asking, because if he does some ungodly numbers like 4,000 passing, 300 rushing, 35 plus touchdowns and hardly any interceptions, like 6 or 7 or something like that, but we don't make the playoffs, then I'm attributing it to something else is the problem, and it's not going to be Bryce at this point. But if he does average and we don't make the playoffs, or better yet, we don't even have a losing record, then we have to start questioning things.
What was Joe Burrow's numbers last year?
Joe
Burrow, 4,000. He was right under 5,000. He was right under 5,000 yards.
you can get in through the bathroom. Yeah, there's the bathroom. It's up there.
4,918.
And how many?
4,918 yards.
Oh my God.
Yards.
43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
How was it there? Pretty lax?
I mean, I haven't been it.
Okay. Mutant. Yeah, I was gonna say mute Nick for a second.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do that. You know.
Okay, but 4,000. What Edge said, 4,918 yards, 43 touchdowns. Don't know how many of that's passing or rushing, but 43 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. He was first in both the yards. I know it doesn't discern it, but he was first in yards. He was first in yards and first in touchdowns.
Hey, Claire. Hey, look, Kitty. Come on, Kitty, trying to get on.
I think the reason why she feels that way is because you used to go so hard at Bryce, and now it feels like you're, I don't want to say moving the goalpost, but it feels like you're kind of as I guess that's what she's saying.
But look, but check this out. But Kitty, look, I gotta reverse it on Kitty. But Kitty, if you're gonna be mad at me, then you gotta be mad at Claire, because guess what Claire's gonna tell everybody? If that motherfucker comes out here and ball out, that's what the fuck we want him to do. I don't want him to play.
Oh no, that's true.
Nobody should.
I have literally said that in Black Cat's Discord, where I've said, I'm not even gonna lie. I said, do I want this young man to do well? Yes, but even so, mine is for a selfish reason, and it's because I'm fucking tired of QB chasing. It would be great for it to work out for once. I have said this multiple times.
I want that motherfucker to be the best quarterback in the league, if possible.
Claire, everybody wants to say that we want him to be good, but then you want to point out, you want to move the goalposts of what he has to have. Like, I just want him to be successful. If he's successful, the team's successful. So I mean, at the end of the day, if you call him for his neck, just to call for his neck, you the opposite of a Bryce sexual.
Well, my
you
thing was,
you are part of the problem too.
When I was getting on Bryce's ass, he was the problem. He was the main part of the problem. But if he ain't the problem, then I want him to be good. Look, man, he ain't got no fucking excuses this year on offense. He's got everything. I don't even know another quarterback that got what he got. He got all the receivers he can have. He got one of the best damn lines in the league, the most expensive line. He got 2,000-yard backs. What the fuck else does he need, bro? He ain't got
and that's been the begging question this whole offseason is what else could there possibly be?
You know, some quarterbacks out there like, man, if I had all that shit.
I don't know. For me, that's just my measuring stick. I think asking him to come out here with everything he's been given and saying get 3,800 passing yards is not. That's to me. That's not unaskable. To me, it shouldn't be.
Look, they went out there and cooked the fucking cake, right? All they're asking them to do at this point is put the fucking icing on the cake, bro. You can't do that.
Twan, I don't even think to be honest, and I think some people are going to disagree. I think that they've made the cake. I think they've even iced it for him. And I think they're now saying, put your name on it and put the candles on it, and that's all you got to do.
You know what?
That's all he got to do.
I go even further than that.
Oh, God.
Everything to the fucking cake. And it's incredible. All they asked this motherfucker to do was put it in the box.
Y'all are being stupid.
That's it. Because if you fumble the cake, that's all you can do at that point is just drop, bruh.
I can't even say that this is Bryce Young's division or year to lose. It's at this point, it's his job to lose at this point.
Let me cross over to Swarm, the resident Falcons fan. I got to get his take on this. Swarm, you with us?
Oh yeah, I'm here, bro. I just been listening.
What are the Falcons? What do the Falcons look like with everything we got on offense except Bryce?
Yeah. I can figure out where to go.
All right, let's mute Nick. I can't mute him.
He's muted.
Okay, go ahead. Swarm.
I want you straight up answer. What do the Falcons look like? We give y'all everything we got on offense for y'all's offense, except Bryce.
I think it looks close to what our offense looks like. I mean, I wouldn't be mad with it. I wouldn't be mad with it. I think that I don't know what the rankings were. I don't know what the output was.
Man, we use the eye test over here, bro.
Yeah, well, Twan, okay.
I was gonna say. Can I kind of? This might help Swarm answer his question. Not to put favor to Swarm.
I'm struggling. So
I feel like
please.
I put his ass in a box because that would force him to actually say something fucking good, bro.
I mean, true, but I think the better thing for Swarm is I think this might be just the better question to ask him. Do you really feel like it's the overall team that could be setting the Panthers back, or if you were to remove Bryce Young and slap in Penix there instead, does that now look different to you?
Yeah. So it's the quarterback.
So now, if you were to slap Penix in place with everything that we've got,
is
there an improvement?
I would be scared of y'all's offense.
But if Bryce Young was put with y'all, what would you say?
I'd say they would probably be not the 6th ranked offense in the NFL, but probably the 24th or 25th.
Damn.
There's your answer, Twan. I couldn't. That's the only way I could think to phrase it for Swarm, so that way he could do a true comparison.
You've been disrespectful, man.
Oh my goodness.
No. Hey, Twan, guess what I looked up while y'all were talking?
Yeah.
Out of quarterbacks, yards per attempt, Bryce Young was 34th out of 36 quarterbacks that they ran the record on last year.
How bad this dude was last year? Why do you think we only talk about the end of the year?
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
The whole season is a whole season.
Yeah.
Look, you know what?
So what I would say is that I think the talent that y'all have, particularly at the receiver, could potentially become frustrated, like some of your pass receivers have, at his inability to get them the ball. Now, I know that the current theme and take on Bryce Young is, wow, he looked great. But I've heard some longtime Panther fans say this. He looked really good in comparison to what he looked like before his benching. Did he look NFL good or great? I mean, I think the jury is still out on that to see if there's any consistency with it. But when you're comparing him to what you had in him before, the kid looked really good. But if you look at his numbers don't blow your socks off over that 10-game period. They just don't. And most importantly of all is his win-loss percentage. He was 4-6 during that period. So it goes back to this. Even if a quarterback gives you 4,900 yards on the season, like Joe Burrow did, but he doesn't get your team into the playoffs, what the fuck, man? Find a way to win. That's what you got to do. And I mean, you got to cast. He's got a great supporting cast. He has a great supporting cast. Can he get them over the finish line week in and week out? That's the question. Like Twan, you like to bring this back to Penix? That's my question with Penix. You know, I don't care if you're young, if you're seasoned, if you're a veteran that we paid $100 million, 180, 100 million guaranteed for. At the end of the season, are you going to have more wins and losses than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who have won this division 4 years in a row? That's all I give a fuck about, man.
So, I love my brother Swarm because he's an habitual shot thrower. But I'm a habitual shot thrower too. Bryce, he never has an issue with the Falcons, so that's he ain't worried about y'all.
So whoop-de-doo. Two of his combined 6 wins. 2 of his combined 6 wins in the NFL have come against the Falcons.
Team you can count on him beating.
Whoop-de-doo. And I'm going to tell you what else that says about the Falcons. We haven't had a winning record in the last 7 seasons like y'all. And guess what? Guess what Bryce Young also hasn't done? He hasn't beaten a team that has a winning record.
He had opportunities last year.
That doesn't.
And he hasn't won back.
Doesn't mean anything. I'm so tired of hearing the moral victory things. My goodness.
I don't care about moral victories. I just said he had opportunity.
The whole team had an opportunity.
Nah, man, if Leggett would have caught that ball, man, and I hate to bring.
My Lord in heaven!
I believe in the whole team losing.
Oh my God!
But I believe you win and lose as a team. But on that particular game, I wanted to fucking kill him.
That particular game, Bryce Young just shouldn't have thrown an interception early on and allowed 7 points to be scored, and that wouldn't have happened. But you know,
he redeemed it. But he fucking redeemed it. I wanted to kill the gap, bro. I ain't gonna tell you. I wanted to choke. I
don't know how you redeemed yourself on his final drive. But okay.
On that final drive, okay, cool.
Game over.
He threw it short.
What?
We just not gonna act like that those 7 points, if they weren't scored, wouldn't have changed some things. But okay.
That we would have won if he.
Right now, Bryce is competing. Bryce is competing for his job.
Would have already been ahead had that interception not been thrown that ended in 7 points. But okay.
But you said, but Claire, you got to understand the difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying. Yeah, like you could go back and point those things out, but the question is going to be asked, and you know I'm telling the truth, Swan. They're going to say, did you rectify that shit? Did you have a moment where you rectified it? He rectified it. He threw a touchdown winning pass at the end of the game, bro. He rectified it. I ain't going into all the games. I'm just saying on that game. He rectified it. I mean, quarterbacks throw interceptions, shit. But do you
and wide receivers drop passes sometimes.
Touchdowns after that?
Okay.
Shit, I wanted to choke like it. I ain't gonna. I was like, y'all know I already felt some type of way about that motherfucker.
So
yeah, because we didn't get your precious Keon Coleman. We know. Okay.
Can I ask y'all a question? Because I haven't seen that game, but I hear it brought up all the time. Did y'all get the ball back again after that possession?
No.
Okay.
No.
Cool.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe so. No.
Cool. So
no,
check this out.
After Leggett dropped the pass, we didn't get the ball back.
That was it.
So check this out, Claire. Since Twan loves to take shots, and he just took one about the Falcons.
Like taking shots.
and like he said, Bryce has a 2-1 record. It's not like he's 8-0. He has a 2-1 record against the Falcons. Guess who else? Guess who else didn't get the ball back in that last game of the season?
Hey,
Michael Penix.
Hey, look, it ain't like he would have did something with it.
Okay. Well, I guess I would say the same thing about Bryce in that game against the Eagles.
Oh no! I'm not talking about. Yeah, I mean, well, look, I mean, shit. I really did look. I can't help that we scored on y'all ass.
He's having a tough time with that one, Claire. But at least I can say this. At least I can say this, Twan, and you can't say this.
Hey, look,
Michael Penix tied the game up. Michael Penix tied the game up to force it to go into overtime. Bryce didn't tie the Eagles up to force y'all into overtime with them.
He drove all up the field against y'all and scored on y'all. Look, check this out. If y'all going into the playoffs,
you started this shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now. If y'all look, but we spar all the time. If y'all going to the playoffs wasn't meaningful enough for y'all to play better and play harder, what can I say, man? Y'all didn't want it.
It wouldn't have. But even if they would have beat us, the moment Tampa won, it was it.
Yeah, we wasn't going to the Claire. I don't even argue that shit no more. I've heard it so much, Claire.
Swan Podcast was the one going around with this.
I've heard that so much, Claire. I don't even argue that shit no more. They can have it.
Yeah, I don't know what they listen. I ain't even listen.
Wasn't Tampa playing the Saints
at the same time?
Oh, for God's sake, yeah.
The Saints was trying to give it to them though in that game though for a little while.
At the beginning, and then it just stopped. It went to a dead stop.
Hey, look, hold on. Kitty said, Twan, if he's successful, then he's successful. But in my opinion, I don't have any hope for that boy. But look, Kitty, I that's my girl, bro. But I got to go back to let me find that Kitty. Look, listen, Kitty. Look at that, Swan. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, Kitty.
4,000
yard, 30 passing touchdowns, and make the second round of the playoffs.
So let me say this. What's wrong with her saying?
And I still probably wouldn't give the dwarf his flowers.
What's wrong with her saying that that's what she would expect out of somebody that y'all gave up as much as you gave up to get?
You know as well as I know that shit sounds
personal. Thank you, Red. No, it doesn't. Okay,
it does sound personal.
It does sound personal.
Everybody has their own measuring stick.
Absolutely, Claire.
You tell them that, Nick, 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns in the second round of the playoffs, and I still wouldn't give him his flowers.
Listen, if that man gets 4,000,
yeah, Ed.
If he gets 4,000 yards, he
Go
will be
ahead.
in the top. He'll be
I
in the
got something.
top.
If he gonna fix
He'll
y'all
be in the
bums, tell me
top.
that wouldn't be personal, man. Come on, bro.
Listen,
Man,
it
you
is
still ain't
personal.
giving them credit.
Listen, if he gets 4,000 yards, he will be in the top 10 of of
Kenny,
quarterbacks. The top 10 of
Kenny don't like that motherfucker.
quarterbacks
I
this
don't
year.
really like him that much either. But look, if that motherfucker did that shit, man, they'll build his ass a trophy outside of Bank of America, bro.
I don't know about that. You might be.
So
Really?
You might.
let me ask y'all
Because
a question.
if that's the case, then where's Cam Newton's?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
Oh, we
let
got
me ask
quiet now,
y'all.
huh?
Yeah,
Let
I
me,
say
let me
yeah.
ask y'all a question.
Y'all said that.
ain't nobody getting no motherfucking statue before Bug.
Let me
You know
let me
that
ask
shit.
y'all a question. So, Kenny put that up, right? And this is for a quarterback going in, a veteran quarterback at this point. Bryce Young is a veteran going, and
Young
those
veteran,
are
but yeah. Mhm.
those are things would be asking for in his third year in the NFL. Is that really that unreasonable? Being that,
No.
being that
Yes.
Bo
For
Nix,
total yards, Nick, total, not passing, total yards.
Y'all just want to be on that
being
bullshit.
that Bo Nix as a
Y'all just
rookie,
be on that bullshit.
being
today,
that
bro.
Bo Nix as a rookie last year threw for 37.75 and got his team into the playoffs. Jaden Daniels threw for
I mean,
35.68 and got
Hey
his
Nick,
team into the
Nick,
playoffs. And guess what?
tell me what. Tell me
As
what.
much as people like to rag on Caleb Williams, he threw for over 3,500 yards last year
He did.
behind that line.
Hold on. What did the MVP do? What does his numbers look like? Do they look like this?
Oh, let me tell you what they look like.
Huh?
The MVP
Are we talking
numbers last year.
who?
4,500
Josh
yards.
Allen?
He put through for 4,172 yards, 41 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. Now, I just read off for you Lamar Jackson's numbers.
Yep.
Because those were the real MVP numbers.
Yeah.
But for Josh Allen, he threw for
Me and you both agree that
37.
Lamar was the MVP, bro. That Josh Allen shit was
41 touchdowns against 4 interceptions. Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
How many touchdowns?
Stop playing. 41.
Right.
41.
So listen. So we asking this man to do some MVP shit, and then if he did it, he still wouldn't give him his credit.
Well,
Listen.
Claire.
Well, some people in y'all fan base says he is an MVP candidate.
So saying that I agree with you to an extent, but the moment that you say you're not going to give him his credit if he did that, it's personal. It's personal. There is no ifs and buts about it. It's personal because at the end of the day, to do something that only 6 people. Well, no, I ain't gonna say not total yards, but to do something that is noteworthy to get you in the top 10 of quarterbacks and not to give you respect. Because at the end of the day, if he does that, I bet I can guarantee you this: he's probably going to get paid.
Oh, without a fucking doubt, they would be right to pay him too. Shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, okay. So I get your point, but when we're talking about Bryce Young going into his third year, right? Don't make me do this, y'all. Cam Newton's rookie year, what did he do? Don't make me do this.
400 yards.
He threw for 4,051 yards. He threw for 21 touchdowns, right? He also rushed for 706 and rushed for 14 touchdowns as a rookie.
Okay.
Do you now see why him going into his third year, Kitty is wanting to ask for more?
Yeah.
When the last time we picked guy number 1 overall to be our franchise guy, that is what we saw.
Claire.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
This is why I'm saying her own version of her measuring stick is probably there. I am assuming because I know Kitty loves Cam Newton. So that is why I'm saying that.
That's why people like Poppin ask, have y'all lowered the bar?
None of y'all motherfuckers love Ace Boogie more than me, bro. No.
Okay, Twan.
In my head, I'm
Twan.
I'm gonna open it. I'm a cam sexual all fucking day.
Oh damn.
Boog all day. People, I've argued with Panthers fans about how Cam Newton tops with other quarterbacks. only hear other Panthers fans say he wasn't that damn good. Listen, bro. Listen. Cam Newton was a fucking god compared to any other quarterback.
Listen, Linda.
Bryce can't do what Cam did, man. Look, Kitty came over here. Look, she in here too. She about to get her glass.
But there's also nothing that says Bryce Young can't do that those same numbers in his own way.
Cam Newton ran. Come on, man.
Get his ass, Kitty.
He can do those same numbers in his own way. I'm not asking for Bryce to run for no 700 yards because I know that's ridiculous.
That ain't
but for
happen.
him to have 4,000 total yards, he can do that in his own way. To get 30 plus touchdowns, he can do that in his own way.
Hey, y'all. Claire's my sis. But Claire brought it up. Hey, Nick, she put those numbers out there. She said 746 rushes, so she added to it. You put it out there. You know Bryce can't do that. You know what? You know most quarterbacks can't do that. Who the fuck else got them type of numbers in Cam? Name another quarterback.
Lamar.
Lamar.
It takes a special one.
I got one. CJ Stroud, his rookie year, 4,108 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
Okay, I'm gonna shut all this up. I'm gonna shut up all this up. What percentage of quarterbacks does that?
It's a small group. It's a very small group.
All right, thank you.
About 7 to 8. 7 to 8%. 7 to 8 is 78%.
7 or 8. 7 or 8%. It ain't even that high.
4,700.
Okay. I think we should just let Kitty speak for herself because this is going to get exhausting.
I'm talking about what you said.
Okay. And what did I say that was incorrect?
Name another quarterback besides.
I just did. I said Lamar earlier.
But that's what I'm saying. Look, it's got to be.
Okay. I added Cam Newton's rushing yards in there because those were his stats. What I am telling you is by comparison, the rookie that we took in 2011 to be our franchise guy that we went number 1 overall, and we didn't even have to trade up any assets to get him, by the way.
Exactly. We didn't have to trade the house to get him.
Look, man.
I'm not even asking Bryce to become Cam, but if he's 3 years in.
Listen, all me and Nick is saying that y'all comparing Cam to Bryce. When you compare Cam to any other quarterback.
I agree with Kitty. I agree with Kitty on this.
Listen, I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead, Kitty. No, I'm gonna let Kitty go. Kitty, don't listen to that swamp shit. You know what he's trying to do, man. I know what that motherfucker trying to do.
Hey, hold on, Kitty, before you go. Let me get Twan off of my ass with this pause. Because let me tell you what I'm doing. Let me tell you, I just listened to what Claire said, and let me tell you what I agree with. If you have a model as a Carolina Panthers for what your first overall quarterback looks like, you can be mad. You can say, I'm trying to do whatever, Twan. You can be mad with Kitty's point. But the reality is you already had a quarterback who was drafted number 1 overall, and this is what that picture looks like. Anything short of that gets to be questioned. That's what she's saying.
Fuck that. Go ahead, Kitty.
I don't know about
Thank you, Red.
That's
Thank
the measuring
you.
stick.
Oh, that shit.
Cam was obviously one of the 2 best quarterbacks we ever had as a franchise.
Cam was the greatest ever.
Exactly. He was the greatest. He was the number 1, yes. And we did not have to trade the house to go up and get him. And what he did in his rookie season, just his rookie season alone, Bryce hasn't been able to do in almost 3 years.
But Kitty, we didn't tell them as fans. We didn't tell them motherfuckers to do that shit. As a matter of fact, we went against it. We all wanted CJ Stroud.
Exactly. We wanted CJ Stroud, but CJ Stroud was able to pull off those numbers. Bryce can't. No matter what they put around him, he can't get it done. He's too inconsistent.
CJ Stroud didn't pull off no Cam.
But listen, to say
his rushing numbers, CJ Stroud did no shit like that. Nothing.
To get me to the point where I would give him flowers, he would have to pull off what Jaden Daniels did, even though it's not his rookie year. If he goes to the NFC Championship, even if he loses, I would give him his flowers. But Bryce would have to have those numbers. Okay, it can't be on the team's back. Bryce would have to put up those numbers that y'all are arguing with. He would have to have those, you know, that total yardage, those passing touchdowns, making the NFC, even if he loses the NFC championship. You could give him his flowers at that point because he would have earned it.
Damn, he can't just go.
That's her measuring stick, Twan. Everybody's is different. You've got people right now who are saying, man, even if we don't win the division, but we have a winning record, I'll give him his flowers. There are some people who are saying that. I'm not saying that. That's why
people are happy with 7 wins.
Yeah, and there's some people saying even if we just go 8-9 because it's close enough to going to 500, I'll take it. Everybody has a different measuring stick.
I just don't think that you can use Cam as the measuring stick, bro.
Oh my! We're doing it because he was the last, most recent quarterback taken 1 overall.
That ain't fair, Claire.
For
Cam
us.
Newton is a specimen. That's what me and Nick kept. You can't name other quarterbacks that did what he did on no team.
They're not saying
but Bryce is supposed to be an elite processor. He's supposed to be able to pick apart defenses, and we haven't seen it out of him yet. Everything that we were promised, we have not got.
You better hope
but listen, this is what I'm getting at. To say that if he does that, you're not going to give him his flowers is personal. And at the end of the day,
and hold on, Nick, that's your opinion, but that's your opinion of her. Yes, it is, Nick. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Can I finish?
This is my thing about not giving Bryce his flowers.
Okay, so you're not.
Okay,
you're not gonna let me finish.
When you look at other quarterbacks in the league, okay, and then you look at past quarterbacks, this boy has no dog in him whatsoever. When he is smiling from ear to ear, walking off the field for the first play of the year, and he's smiling because he threw a pick. That boy has no dog in him. There's no anger. He should be feral when he walks up to the damn line, okay? You're the #1 overall pick, and some franchise traded the house to get you because you were the media darling, okay? There's just, it doesn't seem to me that he has any passion behind him.
Okay, so as far as the passion, I'm going to say this. I wasn't there, but we all heard it. What are they saying about Bryce Young in practice and shit? They said him and J.C. Horn is talking cash shit to each other. That's a step in the right direction because he ain't have none of that shit in him the last 2 years, bro.
Okay, but the only anger I have seen out of this boy is when we played Jacksonville and he slammed the tablet because he had a bad play. Now, every bad play that he has or every pick that he has, that's how he should act. Look at Tom Brady when things wasn't going their way in New England or at Tampa Bay. He was on the sideline and he was giving his guys hell.
Yeah, Brady get in their ass. Pause.
Yeah,
come on now. Come on. You gotta have that instinct.
Talking about the GOAT though, man. That's the GOAT.
She's not comparing the GOAT and Bryce. What she is comparing is the championship mentality.
Yeah, I agree.
The winning mentality.
Thank you.
Everybody's mentality is not the same.
All the time that won games. Joe Burrow smells a fucking lot.
Nah.
Yeah, but you've got rookies coming in the league like Bo Nix, who is on the sideline cussing out their coach. Come on, get a little attitude behind you.
And Sean Payton loved that shit, by the way. Sean Payton had so much respect for that.
I don't disagree with that. I do want that boy to get the fire under his ass. But because look, the first 2 years, well, I still kind of look at him like that. Look, this Bryce gives off that little ass boy vibe, man. I'm like, how you gonna run a fucking team if you're afraid to speak up? You know what I'm saying? All I can do is go off the word of those players when they're saying this motherfucker is aiming.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Doing some different shit.
Yes. We hear Edge.
That's all I can give him.
Listen, this is what I was trying to say before I was in. All I was saying is this: it's the #1 failing position in the NFL. #1. So if you expect one guy to do something another guy did, you're absolutely crazy.
No,
I don't think he'll ever do what Cam did. I don't expect him to do what Cam did. Cam is our ceiling, but There's nothing wrong with asking him to do similar numbers in his own way. He doesn't have to do it like Cam did.
Kitty, you just cleared that shit up for me. We good now.
I literally just said that earlier, but okay.
Nah, bro, listen. She said, look, man, I just cold-heartedly felt like, bro, y'all saying, in order for him to be successful, he got to do what Cam did or something similar. But if she's saying be successful in his own way, and I'm not expecting him to do what Cam did, then I agree with that.
Y'all, let me ask Nick.
I literally said that earlier, but okay.
I want to say this too.
Nick, what the fuck do you mean when you say it's the number one fail position in the NFL? What do you mean?
Because the quarterbacks in the first round drafted in the first round that are successful is like 2%.
Okay,
it's like
Nick,
2% successful.
Nick, you do know that the quarterback position, whether it be Pee Wee League, middle school, high school, college,
you ain't got to say it's the most
the
important
most
position. I already know
difficult
that.
position, if you ask me, in any type of sport.
I know that, Red. But this is what I'm trying
So
to get at, Red.
why wouldn't it be a high failure rate if it's the hardest to do?
What I'm trying to say, Red, is that if you have one who does something that does something decent, that's what you're going to have. The numbers are never going to be similar because before C.J. Stroud did what he did last 2 years ago, the last person who had those type of numbers before him was Dan Marino. So let's be 100% honest. Any of you who think that
You done some hell of a research, because I thought Ben Roethlisberger had some hellacious.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. Ben Roethlisberger had like 2,500 yards his first season.
I ain't arguing with you. I said you must have done some hella research. I ain't arguing with you.
The last one who got was Pro Bowl eligible type numbers was Dan Marino before C.J. Stroud.
Okay, you got it.
Swarm, let me tell you something. People will say I'm hating. They're like, Twan, you play defense, so you hating. The number one position to play for me is not no fucking quarterback, bro. Because you can have a whole
corner. You're gonna say corner.
Corner.
Yeah.
Man, look, that's the hardest shit to play, man, in any sport to me, bro. You gotta travel and track with him. You have to literally predict what this man is doing before he makes his moves, bro. And then he's dictating the speed, and you got your back turned to him. Man, it's not quarterback, it's corner.
Yeah,
you know
I disagree. I disagree.
It's not. You know what a quarterback has to do? He has to
everything.
For the most part, he's got to run. No.
Everything.
He's got to remember the plays. He's got to throw the ball or hand it off. That's what most quarterbacks do, bro.
Yeah.
But he also, I mean, but if you're a great quarterback, you know what those cornerbacks are going to do before they do it.
Well, check this out, though. But listen to this. Nobody asking a quarterback to go out there and put his body on the fucking line for the most part because they try to protect him too much. Now, we're talking about it.
And why? And why do you think they do that? Why do you think they do that, Twan?
Because them dudes getting bigger.
It's Swarm. It's too fucking cream puff now to say that the quarterback is the hardest position. It's too marshmallowy right now, bro. No, it is not.
Yeah.
When you
know it's the most important position.
Be on your side before you do anything, man. Fuck that shit, bro.
Well, what I would say to that, Twan, is that sports has a real big problem because they put so much emphasis on the quarterback, and as you say, the emphasis should be on the cornerback position, rightly. And if they were to put more emphasis on the cornerbacks and less on the quarterbacks, then they'd be more successful. I wonder why they put so much emphasis on the quarterback position.
You think you slick, right?
I'm asking you a question.
You think
they just all dumb as hell for Pee Wee League up?
I caught that bullshit. You think you slick?
I'm just telling you. I don't know why you arguing this.
I did not say that the corner was the most important position, did I, Nick?
You said it was
the
hardest.
It's the hardest to play.
Yeah. I heard what you said. That's why they don't give them as much help as they give quarterbacks.
Swarm, look, we old enough to know that you can go back to the early 90s. The quarterback wasn't even always the highest paid player.
Until, like Nick said, they start failing so much. Then they said, "Oh, we got a problem. We can't get over the
You're
hump. We
right,
can't win
man.
shit."
The quarterback turnover is terrible, bro.
Listen. Let me ask you this. Red.
Yeah, bro.
Is there ever in the league 32 successful quarterbacks? Ever?
Never, and there never will be,
It ain't number 15.
and it never will be.
Like
And
we
hell,
gotta.
I could name probably 16 quarterbacks in the NFL that I don't want no damn well near my team.
Hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, I was over here. I had to hit the mute button. I was laughing so hard when you said, "Twan, sweetie," you said, "What are you smoking?" Oh, this motherfucker done.
Hey, what the hell you doing, Twan?
Listen,
Doing everything he can.
I would be
Bro, I
100% honest.
was sipping on some water. I was in mid sip and read that shit and almost
You was
choked.
about to spit that shit up, bro.
She
Listen,
said,
I'm
"What
not
smoking?"
I'm not out here for Bryce or nothing like that. But at the end of the day, if the kid can be consistent, I'm good with it. And I don't think that we. And if you're thinking that we going to the Super Bowl this year, you on crack.
I will hope
No,
Hey,
so.
oh shit! I gotta share this with y'all. Oh man, I forgot about it. I had so much fun last night, man. I was fucking with some guys on another podcast last night, man. Boy,
hmm
Yeah, I
I had
saw you.
Kitty. I had so much fun with that shit, Kitty. Boy, look at here. Let me and I saw you over there trying to help me out, man, especially when they started attacking the fellas, man. But listen, let me tell y'all. All right, y'all gonna have to give me some grace now.
Yeah, don't attack. There's two podcasts you just don't cross.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call no names, but listen, y'all gonna have to give me some grace when I give y'all this analogy.
Hey, say they
Cause
punk ass names.
no, Nick, listen, Nick, now
Nick,
listen, damn,
we
Nick.
ain't doing that shit, Nick. Cut that
I
shit
cross
out.
Okay,
everybody. I don't care who
okay.
you are.
So here we know you do. That's why your ass is blocked
Yeah,
across
you speak
America.
for
But listen,
yourself.
Hey, and listen, and I'm
you
100%
proud
okay
of it.
with it.
I know
I'm
you
okay
proud
with
of
it.
it. Yep. Hey, but listen,
That
this is the
motherfucker can't get in
analogy
the
I
club
gave.
nowhere.
Hey, Twan, you're gonna appreciate this in the healthcare field. Well, you're not, but you might. I don't know. So here's the analogy I gave. So we all have either family members, friends, uh, you know, maybe frat brothers or co-workers, uh, just people that we know who have struggled with addiction, right?
hmm
Maybe alcoholism. Hell, maybe in our own lives. I don't know. But you know how you can have somebody who is like been struggling, just been down and out, can't seem to get the shit together, and you're really hopeful for them. You maybe pray for them, try to
Yeah.
help them get it together, find a way through their struggle,
Mm-hmm.
and then hell, they seem to get it together a little bit, and then maybe they regress, they fall back, they slide back again, and then you help them get into maybe therapy or a treatment center or a benching. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that yet. I got a little bit ahead of myself. And then they come out of therapy, they come out of treatment, they look like they're doing good, they
Mm-hmm.
get their own place, they seem to be on their feet,
Right.
and they seem to be living their best life.
Mm-hmm.
Everything looks to be going good. Don't you kind of always have in the back of your mind, I hope they don't fall off the wagon again?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hope they don't
Yeah.
go. That has to be what it's like for y'all having Bryce Young as y'all's quarterback.
Yeah.
Addiction therapy.
Damn.
Shit.
God damn, Red.
Yeah, yeah,
God
yeah,
damn.
yeah. Y'all saw him at his worst. He was doing real, real bad. You know what I'm saying? Then, you changed around. You got a different coaching staff for him. You were hopeful. They talked about all that preseason, how he looked like everything was vanilla. He didn't need to practice in the preseason. He didn't need to play in the preseason games. Then
And
he
hopefully
went
that
down to
shit
New Orleans.
changes.
Yeah, then he went down to New Orleans and they beat the fuck out of him and 2 games. And then Dave Canales put him in counseling and rehab. He put him on the bench. Then he got up off the bench and he's looking good. He's looking good. They all talk about what he looked like after his bench.
For the record, I don't blame that. I know motherfuckers ain't gonna be feeling it. I don't blame that first loss on Bryce. As bad as he played, I didn't blame it on him.
What do you blame the first interception, the first play of the game?
For not letting them play it preseason.
Okay. So let me see. So I was saying, he benched him. That's kind of like the rehab, going into a facility. And he's out. He seemed to be doing good. But you have to be wondering if he's going to fall off the wagon again.
Oh,
if weeks 1 and 2. Yeah, is he going to revert to his usual ways of losing the opening game of the season on the road like he did in Atlanta and New Orleans? I'm sorry, Twan. One of the games he lost against the Falcons.
Well, when was he ever on the wagon, though? When was he even ever on that motherfucker?
When he came here.
Damn.
He wasn't on the wagon because
he was.
Red, you need to stop.
You like
listening.
That analogy, Nick? You like that?
I like your analogy, but at the end of the day, don't listen to anything that blue shirt Edge is saying. Edge hate that man just to hate that man.
It made sense to me what he just said.
I mean,
it's a great analogy because I got 2 of them in my family right now.
Oh, Kitty, I can't even count the number I got in my damn family.
I've got at least one in mine. And to be honest with you, it's anytime we're around this person, everybody feels like they're on eggshells because they don't know what the F is going to happen. It's the same kind of shit. And I love how a lot of you in the chat are saying Red's baiting y'all in. He don't listen to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to know where's the falsehood in anything that he said.
Right.
Ask G, baby. He knows what a falsehood is.
Because I'm not gonna lie, there is. If I literally said, and quite a few people in the chat agreed. I'm not gonna say it's the same people who are in here now, but I did say it does not give me any hope or any sense of tranquility knowing that I'm going into a third season with the same quarterback, and that is still one of the biggest question marks on this team.
You said it earlier today.
And I don't know how anyone can sit there and say it's not a question mark or it's like a halfway erased question mark. No way. It's the biggest, most glaring in bold print underline thing on this team right now. Because we don't know.
The way you said it earlier was at the most crucial position on the team.
And it's the most important position in football.
Yeah.
Nah.
Not the hardest, but the most important position.
Twan.
That's why I corrected myself. But the most important position is the biggest question mark. That's a problem.
Good catch, AC, because we was about to get bogged down with that shit again.
Look. Listen, I'm gonna say this. I want to say this though, Claire.
No,
Claire.
Blue shirt Nick.
When I gotta get down,
it ain't blue shirt.
On a couple of fingers and chase a motherfucker around, to my wit's end, and then crash my body into his ass and put him on the fucking dirt. Hell no, man. That quarterback shit is easy to me, bro.
Whatever.
That's why hardest to translate to from college. That is fine. But the problem is that you will never find a cornerback getting paid quarterback pay, like not anytime soon. So until that changes, the quarterback is going to be implied as the most important position in football. And in some people, it's in all of sports. So
what wins games?
Defense.
What wins games?
I've heard that offense puts up points or wins games and defense wins championships. I've heard it 1,000 different ways. Okay, I got it. But until that changes, I'm going to just.
I'm totally hating too, but fuck quarterback.
Oh, I know. I see how deep it runs with you, Greek, and it's all good.
I chase the motherfuckers, bro. Fuck a quarterback.
Yeah. But Twan, I got to tell you this, man. In your shitting on the quarterback. I don't know if a corner, a CB, has the same challenge that a quarterback does in having to watch receivers run through lanes and go through his progressions and also be looking out for the rush that's coming at him. I don't know that cornerbacks on every play have as much going on as quarterbacks do.
Look, I ain't gonna go it. Look, I'm gonna give you the short answer on that shit. Man, when you get behind motherfucking world-class line that can keep you upright, look, man, that motherfucker, what's his damn name? Dilfer showed you. Man, fuck that quarterback, man. That shit is only half the fucking journey, man. Fuck all that. You can have a shit-ass quarterback and win the chip.
Whatever, dude.
Gonna win, bro.
Yep.
Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude.
I mean, you can, but that's very, very. I think it's more often that you see teams win with.
Either they was fuck.
Hey, Claire, check this out. You can have the best cornerback that's ever played in the history of the NFL and not win a chip. We had it, Deion Sanders.
Marino.
So you know.
But he won some chips.
I see where Twan's coming from, though, because you look at the Eagles this year. Saquon got them to the Super Bowl. Jalen didn't really put up that big of a numbers, but that defense tore KC apart.
Well, that's what we said. Defense wins championships. We didn't disregard that, but we're talking about as a position. What's always going to be considered or implied as the most important position in football is the quarterback. And you
down
can
for down.
Oh yeah, the quarterback's number one.
You can argue it till you're blue in the face, but until that narrative changes, that's what it's always going to be. So
the motherfucking media started that narrative. Y'all bit into that shit, and now they got y'all conditioned.
No. Tepper bit into that.
No, it's not even Tepper. Oh my God, it's always been the quarterback.
Always.
The quarterback is the face of your franchise.
Like, I don't know too many people who the face of their franchise is their nickel corner. I don't know too many teams where that's their friend. Sorry, it's just not.
It is not.
The media made the quarterback the most important person on the team. That was
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. Not when he's the one who's passing the ball.
That shit was generic, man.
Listen.
I ain't gonna argue this because I'm afraid Twan headed somewhere with this shit. I'm leaving this.
I'm about to go on mute because I've said what I needed to say, and it is what it is. So,
Twan, let's be 100% honest. The only position that touches the ball every single play is a quarterback.
I don't give a fuck. The center touches the center every play too.
Go back and look in our history. We had Luke Kuechly and we had Cam at the same time. Luke Kuechly, of course, is the best linebacker ever, in my opinion. But Cam got more media time.
Whoa, Kitty. You are being total disrespectful if you're gonna say if you say he better than your boy.
He would have been the most important person on our team, bro.
Yes, Luke Kuechly was the most important person on our team. But Cam got more face time because he was the quarterback, the face of the franchise.
That's not what I said. I said if Cam wasn't on the team, Luke Kuechly would have been the best player on the team. Nobody was fucking.
Yes.
Hey, I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this. We are fanning too much to say Luke Kuechly is the best linebacker ever. We're fanning
in our franchise. I meant in our franchise.
Okay. You can 100% say that.
You just been blue shirt next, bro.
No, I was not. She said best linebacker ever. She said best linebacker ever, and I ain't even going. I'm not even going to let that be said.
You know his ass, man. Well, I don't agree with that.
I mean, you said, I don't agree with that. Hold on.
She was saying, bro.
Oh, Twan, you stupid, bro. You stupid.
I ain't gonna lie. I was at the casino when it came across the TV that Luke Kuechly was giving his retirement speech, and I actually cried.
I heard a lot of y'all did.
I did. I didn't cry. I was just highly upset.
Swarm, not me. I did not cry.
All I know is I hated that motherfucker because he seemed to know every damn play that was supposed to be ran.
Good. Now you know how
can they get this motherfucker off the field for you? Can he have a hamstring without playing?
I'm saying this, Red. All that was for all them years that Michael Vick was torturing us.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
welcome.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on, hold on.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't need.
Bro, I couldn't stand Michael Vick. I love Michael Vick, but I couldn't stand playing against that man.
Michael Vick didn't beat us all the damn time, though. Should we beat him just as
He
much?
made it a competition. He made it a fight.
Man, get out
Just
of
like
here.
Cam Newton made a fight for us.
Real
Made a fight for
fellas
us.
Hey,
bro.
Big man fight for them.
hey,
Vic
I
did
know
his
you.
thing in the NFL, fam. You can
I'm
say
gonna
what
say
you
this
want to
right
say.
now. I'm gonna say this right now. I know somebody on Carolina Panthers on the Carolina Panthers team that Michael Vick didn't like.
Julius Peppers.
Julius Peppers,
Oh
Hall
hell
of
yeah,
Famer.
Oh, he
hell
he
yeah,
admitted that. He admitted
hell
that.
yeah,
Look,
hell
that
yeah.
motherfucker just went down when he saw Peppers coming. He's like, I'm not even fucking with him.
He still walk around. He still walk around in his house looking around, seeing the Peppers behind his ass. Yeah.
He sees something big. He like, oh, that's not Peppers. Okay.
Hey, y'all remember? I know you remember that game. He thought he was gonna get away with Julius, and Julius got his hands on him. He was like, "No, come here, boy."
Hell yeah, hell
Hell
yeah.
yeah, I remember that game.
He said, "Where this big motherfucker come from?"
Hey, look, Spawn, don't ever tell nobody I told you this.
Yeah.
But look, I remember around that time when Madden came out, bro. I played with Atlanta every.
I did. Look, my cousin did too. My cousin did too.
Hey, look, bro. They had Michael Vick so juiced up on that damn game.
I don't blame you, bro.
So listen, I ran quarterback sneaks half my plays on that damn game, bro.
So, hey, y'all, so that you know this, when I be listening to y'all fellas talk about Madden and different video games, I get so jealous sometimes, man, because I was never able to play those games. I'm epileptic, man. And
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been living with it since I was 13. I had a craniotomy. My skull was crashed and collapsed on my brain, man, playing football. Yeah.
Ow,
yeah.
My hair hurt. Now my neck hurt.
But hey, to God be the glory. I'm living, man. But one of the things that I suffered from it is.
What position did you play?
I played quarterback, man.
Oh well.
Oh shit, Red got an arm on him.
That's why.
Used to.
Bum ass dudes, bro.
Used to. I ain't got nothing but a back that I throw out now if I try to throw the ball with my nephews and my boys, man. But listen, so what I was saying from that is I can't the graphics that they build into those games and the flashes of lights that they have, they can cause a seizure in people who are epileptic.
Yeah, that's why they have to
they got to put that warning thing in there.
This me doing the medical shit now. That's why they had a sign in the law that medically, when you play certain movies, you got to tell them that shit at the beginning of the
Yes. Yep. So,
yeah, you can't do the 3D movies either, can you?
Boy, they plan.
No, I cannot, Kitty. And I'm gonna tell you, man, I used to sit and on the couch with my boys.
Right? Y'all playing yourself if y'all go see a 3D movie. Like they knew better.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Twan. Yeah, you're right. Be like, well, what you take your ass in there for? Yeah.
I'm like, Swarm, now you know.
You ain't getting that lawsuit. Don't even try it. So
get the fuck up out of here and take your ass
okay.
over to the
That lawyer's gonna be like, if you don't get your silly ass out of here, right?
Let's go to the regular shit.
We'll give you some free tickets. That's what we'll give you on the regular screen.
If I saw Swarm ass up in there, I'd go up there and snatch the damn glasses off his ass.
Get your ass out of here, bro.
And after that, call 911.
Yeah, I ain't just trying to get some money.
And you know what, Twan, I'm gonna tell you something. Since I've been knowing you, bro, I know absolutely well your ass would do just that too. It's like, Greek, what the fuck you doing, man? If you ain't finna fall out of here, bring your ass out of here.
Try and watch it with my kids. Get your ass out of here. And call 911. Call 911 for this guy, just in case that happens.
So I said, hey, y'all better get this motherfucker out of here.
Get your ass up out of here, bro. Hey, Swarm, is that you down there?
I'm talking about, oh, shit, Swarm, shut up, man. Shut up, bro.
You blow my cover.
I say some mean shit to you, too. I hope they
you do.
A bunch of colors at your ass as soon as this
embarrass the hell out my ass. I'll be running out that bitch. Hey, but that's what love does. I didn't mean to say, and
disco ball and everything, bro.
Earlier, AC and Kitty, when I said that, I know y'all could relate to that analogy. I think that a lot of Americans can, because we do have a problem with addiction in this country. A lot of people may not have liked it, and maybe it wasn't tasteful for my analogy, but I used it because I thought that a lot of people could relate to it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing, man. That's the only thing. But I didn't mean to sound insensitive to anybody, and I don't know that it makes it any more palatable for me to say, as y'all said, having family members. Man, I got a ton of, I'll share this with y'all. I got a nephew right now. He's dealing with some bipolar stuff, but we know that he's been on some drugs as well. Brilliant mind. Just graduated less than a year ago with a dual mechanical and electrical engineering degree from Georgia Tech.
Damn, he was an EE major?
Shit. Yes. And he's done fucked around and flipped out, man. He got making terroristic threats on his job.
That's $400K in your first year.
And Twan, listen, it hurts to see where he's at. He's down on Rice Street in the Fulton County Jail, man.
I ain't gonna tell y'all no damn joke, bro. Listen, this is a quick story. This dude named Delmont in Brooklyn, New York, man. A lot of people, we knew him over in East New York. That's where I'm from, right? So East New York is a part of Brooklyn. So that motherfucker was smart his whole life, y'all. A's. Dude never really made like no B's and shit on nothing. And then when he got around junior high school, all the way to his senior year, he made nothing but fucking A's. And we went by the numerical system, right? And a class that he was in, he fucked around. You know when you got to do the bubbles, when you got to like draw that shit in or whatever for like them tests where you got to fill it in.
Yes.
And
Scantron.
He fucked around and dropped down and missed a bubble and was answering the questions in the wrong order, right?
Oh shit!
So but when they went back and checked, they gave him credit for that and pushed everything up. But dude they wound up getting a 92, right? Which puts you in a B because it was 93 up to 100, right?
Yep.
That dude tried to do everything in his power to get that fucking grade changed, right? To this day, that dude, as far as I know, still walking around the streets of Brooklyn. He is
talking about that.
Fucked up. Talking about the same shit.
Something snapped, man.
He could not deal with that. Like that shit, like the boy ain't never seen a 90 nothing. It was just hundreds on everything, bro. And his parents won't put that type of pressure on him like that. That motherfucker snapped over a grade. Done. When I'm telling you, talking to himself, doing that same problem over and over and over in his head, because he just keep a whole bunch of loose leaf paper on him and shit, you know? I was like, man, that shit.
I mean, that's a level of obsessive compulsion disorder.
Yeah,
that is,
bro.
it's a level of it.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, AC. Yeah. That he can't. He'll never be able to snap and get beyond it, and that's an extreme level. That's an extreme level.
It's a version of it. I'm sure there's a better, more scientific word for it, but it is a version of obsessive compulsive disorder. Yeah. Especially if you have no pressure put on you and you put it on yourself to get hundreds on everything, that's also part of obsessive compulsion disorder.
Yeah.
So he's got an obsession over something. If it's perfection, then
he had to wind up taking fucking lithium.
That's scary.
But that's,
I already know if you know anything about medicine.
Yeah.
You ain't on that motherfucking lithium and you come off to that shit, everybody better clear the fuck out.
You're right.
It's gonna be a problem. I seen a motherfucker come to the pharmacy one time and we told this motherfucker he ain't had no refills. Bro, I thought he was gonna kill my ass that damn day, bro.
Hey, did he? What did y'all do when he left?
Look, let me tell you what he did before he left. That man fucked that whole counter up. because I was working at CVS, right? That motherfucker threw all the candy. Hey man, I'm like, y'all better pull this fucking gate down, bro.
I know that's right.
I ain't trying to laugh at bro, but he went berserk.
Security.
For real.
He said, "Be here when I get back, motherfucker."
Nah, bro, we
You know
good.
what I said, Twan? I
Here,
shall
bro.
not. I will not be here when you get
Wait,
back, sir.
Well, I
motherfucker
fuck.
tell you to be here when I get back. You better not be there.
Nah, bro. I'd have straight up.
Fuck this
Hey,
job.
look,
Yeah.
Yep.
hey,
Yeah. That'd be my
hey,
last
Stroll,
day.
I'm just gonna add I'm gonna add one little thing to the end of that. In New York.
Oh, that's enough to do
You
it
know, I
right
see
there,
that
Twan.
shit going differently in different states, but bruh.
Yeah, motherfucker in New York tell you that. You better get your ass out of there.
At least you don't have to deal with crazy every couple months.
Bruh.
Mm.
That dude, man, sad to say, that dude stepped in front of a subway, man, train.
God damn.
He did?
Yeah, he just ended it, man. When he went on that lithium, bro.
Damn. That's
I
messed up.
You know, my cousin,
that shit happens.
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love my cousin to death. He's my blood. But his wife, she suffers from psychosis and has since she was like 6, 7 years old when she was diagnosed. She's now 50 and she's been married to my cousin for 23 years, but she has an obsession. She has an obsession with my husband. And they moved to Colorado 4 years ago. And after they moved to Colorado, she kept stating that she was pregnant by my husband. And I'm like, what the hell? Did you mail it to her? What the fuck?
Oh, you stay close to not, you stay on the borderline to not killing her ass, I see.
Yeah,
exactly. We live in Tennessee, so that's what I'm saying. I'm like, how does that work?
Yeah,
you know
it ain't
I can't
possible.
figure that shit out.
Yeah.
So they've pretty much been exiled from the family because she has this obsession. And if you know the diagnosis of psychosis and the definition of it, you know that it's some thought that gets in their head and this fantasy becomes their reality.
Yeah.
And she honestly thinks that, my husband and her, had a baby and she was pregnant by him and that she miscarried it and it was my fault that she miscarried it. I don't know how it was my fault. But she hates me because I'm what's standing in the way of her being married to my husband. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you for real? And she's done it before with another guy that he was friends with that she actually slit her wrists over. And I'm like, get this girl some help, put her in a padded room, something, because she's constantly finding ways to harass us every few months. And I'm like, oh my God, she tried to stab a cop. And I'm like, oh my God, what is wrong with her?
Oh, shit.
But when it's like every 3 months she goes off of her meds and we get crazy. So, I mean, I've turned everything in, the death threats, everything into the police. And I'm like, all I can do is just sit here
and
1,000 miles away and deal with it.
The courts are slow to touch that shit, Kitty. I'm telling you right now. They don't want to be involved because they'll tell you that the judicial system is not set up to deal with mental illness. And they're
exactly.
I'm glad Swarm just said that because that's my field. And believe it or not, I talk about this shit all day, every day. So the thing is, blame the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
Because our government don't get, me and Claire talked about this one day. Our government does not give a fuck about mental health.
Not two fucks. You're right.
Exactly. Because when my brother died, I've been trying to get help for the anxiety and panic attacks that I never had before until his death. Yeah. And it's so hard to get into a therapist and to get a therapist to actually try to fix you and fix the core problem versus just medicating you.
Right.
Kitty. Let me tell you why I went into the field that I'm in. Because damn, bro, now I feel like I'm connected, Kitty. So Kitty, check
Speak on it, bro. Shit, speak on it. This is needed.
So when I was 19 years old, Kitty, I'm in college, right? I'm in basketball practice because I play both sports. until I gave that basketball shit up because football was just too much. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want this to trigger you, Kitty, when I say this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's something about when your ass is doing whatever you're doing, and then all of a sudden your fucking chest feels like it's been compressed from the front and the back.
Exactly.
And you're like, hold up, you're like, and you say to yourself, I'm just tripping. You know, like, I'm just tired of some shit. Except for when you take your next breath and the breath out of that, your shit start tightening up more and more. And then you get this feeling in your hands like you got these balls running through them or some shit, and your hands start getting fucking sweaty out of nowhere.
Yes, sir.
You know? And you say to yourself, oh my God, I'm having a heart attack.
Yes, sir.
How the fuck am I having a heart attack at 19? And then people say the most dumbest shit around you when you're having a panic or an anxiety attack. They say, slow down and breathe. Man, what the fuck do you think I'm trying to do?
Yep.
No, Twan. Get him some water. Get him a glass of water.
No,
why?
Man,
So he can feel like he's drowning on top of the shit.
See, look, that's why I played myself, because I was with just one other guy who didn't know shit. Because I left the gym, went out. I was like, man, you got to take me home, bro. I just left practice.
I was the same way. I thought people who had panic attacks were faking it.
Yeah.
Up until I had my first one.
I didn't care what the coach said, bro. I was out.
When your jaw starts chattering, like you're cold, but you're not.
Ain't even got to that. Then your motherfucking, for some people, your motherfucking jawline starts to tighten up. You can't even fucking, like, your shit is shut and it's tight, right? And I'm like, bro, take me home. And then take me home turned into, man, take me to the fucking hospital, bro. And then I played myself and drunk some cold ass water on top of that shit.
Well, because my brother died and he was younger than me, he was 6 years younger than me, because he passed away of an aneurysm that ruptured in his aorta. They tested my heart up the wazoo, being the older sibling, and there is absolutely nothing in my arteries. They are clean as a whistle. But still, when that panic attack hits, that's the first thing that pops in your head.
Your ass is thinking is that you're having a fucking heart attack, and nobody can tell you differently at that damn time, bro. So,
yes.
Like, at this point, man, you know, when you read about it, people say some people start losing control, man. Man, Swan, I'm getting out of the fucking car on the highway.
Oh my God.
Bro, like every time he stopped, like cars is going like motherfucking 70.
Yeah. Having to pull over on the side of the road with your child in the car because you can't make it.
And then like I got out of the car just to walk around because I thought I was too cramped in the car or some shit. Do you know my ass kept walking towards fucking traffic and people had to keep curving?
Oh my God.
Dude grabbed me and said, man, get your ass in this fucking car, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I got to the hospital, I'm just going to make a long story short because I dealt with anxiety attacks and panic attacks. I've been telling this story my whole life. It's when and I think I talked with Swan one time, whatever. I've been telling this story on this podcast for years. I don't look, it's one thing, we don't talk about this shit enough. People trying to hide this shit.
That's a fact.
Look, you need to talk about this. You know what I'm saying? The mental health is a serious issue, bro.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I got to the hospital, the damn nurse told me to breathe in a fucking bag, you know what I'm saying? And she was just like, you'll be all right, just come back. Like, I want to cuss out so bad, except I thought I was gonna
Yeah, that's what they do. They breathe so many in through your nose, breathe out through your mouth.
I don't know how to do that shit. If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't be here. You know?
Oh shit.
Like,
and when you're going through them that often, when they first start hitting and you're going through them that often, when you go into the emergency room automatically knows what you're there for, so they kind of brush you off.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll let you sit in a waiting room for hours.
Yep.
The only reason why you calm down a little bit is because you're like, I'm in the hospital. Your brain says I'm in a safe place.
Yes, you're in a safe place, and that's the way my brain worked. Hey, I'm in the ER waiting room. I'm a little safer than I was at home, not knowing how to deal with it.
So every time I got in the car, Kitty, I got one every time I got in the car. Like I avoided cars altogether. I wouldn't get in the fucking car or whatever. But just
I did too at first.
At the end of the day, because now I'm an advocate, I actually talk to groups about mental health sometimes, and I actually spoke to a lot of black male groups because black people don't like to talk about mental health. We are like it's just shit you can just like we gotta start talking about shit. But what I learned through all of that shit, Kitty, is that the government don't put money into mental health, and that's why you got motherfuckers constantly going around thinking shit is happening in their head that's not happening because they want to just throw a pill at it and don't treat it, and then you got motherfuckers walking to schools shooting everybody to fuck up because they don't know how to deal with reality, bro.
Correct.
We got all
I was having my son drive me everywhere. I couldn't drive.
All those people are dealing with fucking mental health issues that some doctor or some nurse has said you're fine. No, the fuck I'm not, bro.
And it's
I went to every specialist known to man, you know, even down to hormone doctors and stuff, trying to find the root cause and what was going on.
Everything. You'll try anything because you're that desperate. And then, you guys believe it or not, Duke is one of the best hospitals in the world. Y'all know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Duke just canceled their mental health department.
Well, they're under attack.
All together.
Twan, they're under attack.
Let me tell you something else. A lot of hospitals are starting to close down their mental departments. The problem is getting worse, not less.
Yeah, it's gonna get even worse.
The government don't
Correct
about mental health, bro.
No, because if you have a mental illness and if you can be medicated by it, the easier you are to control.
Preach.
It's literally it's the easier you are to control. They will make money and harbor the one thing that will actually provide you relief. If they don't allow you to get to the root cause, but you develop the mentality or a part of your illness is, I know when I take this pill, I feel better. They now have control.
That's right.
Yep.
Now they profit off of it too.
That's it right there, Cody. They don't want you to get well,
right?
Because the money will end then.
That's right. And now they throw pills at everything. Oh, you got
what,
this, and bro, they want you to be on those pills for the rest of your fucking life too.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is what I tell people when I talk to them. I never made it no damn secret. Hey, look, Swamp, I'm a front page, bro. Because if I don't say it, then who the hell will? I have to be responsible in what I do, bro. So I tell guys, you know, in the past, it's made some people uncomfortable, and then some people like, damn, I ain't know that. Bro, listen, look, I've been taking anxiety and depression medication since I was 19. I take Ativan right now because I know that shit is the only shit that's gonna stop it, and I take Cymbalta. You know what I'm saying? Because my shit is part medical because they wind up finding out that my serotonin gets too low sometimes or whatever. But but if they ever knew how to treat this shit without pills, that's what I want.
Hey, look,
that does not make money.
You want a natural cure that's not going to harm your body worse.
We in AA. I'm Red Swarm and minus a Tylepram.
Yeah. There you go, bro. I tell you,
Antoine.
I said, do you know how much of a relief it gives people to know I'm not the only one?
Twan, I'm gonna tell you how I got some relief, and it was totally by accident.
Oh.
I had the flu, and I was nauseous, and it increased my anxiety. But they gave me Zofran, which is a non-narcotic drug for nausea, melts under your tongue. I got to notice in the week that I was on it that my anxiety had calmed down. Wow. So my doctor and me got to doing some research, and they had done studies on Zofran for anxiety. Come to find out, Zofran releases serotonin in your brain to calm your stomach, so it calms your nervous system. And therefore, it's non-narcotic, so I only have to take it as needed, and it helps because it calms that nervous system.
But you had to stumble upon it, though.
I stumbled upon it. And the other thing that helped me is being 47 years old. I don't have any friends. You know, I was, you know, stuck in my bedroom all the time. And when I found
that makes two of us.
when I found the BCPP, and I found all of you guys talking football with all of you guys on the podcast, is like my therapy.
It is.
Yep.
So you have no idea how much
my
that
God.
I actually love and appreciate you guys for helping bring me out of it.
That's
People
love
need
right
that.
there.
People
my
need
God.
this shit, bro. They need it, but it's just therapy, bro. Like,
Yep. And
to get my mind
you
off
know,
this other shit.
I'll chime in on this a little bit too. Y'all know I'm disabled. I've been in a wheelchair my whole life, right? So whenever doctors see me, they're looking to shove some new medicine down my throat.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
And they're surprised. Like in the past couple of years, now I'm on a low dose of blood pressure medication, but that's it. And whenever I go to the doctor's office and they're like, "Wait, you're telling me you're on no medicine? You're on no?" And I'm like, "Hell no," because my entire life I have been turning down all sorts of medicines
Wow.
that doctors have been telling me that I've needed from the time I was a child. Doctors didn't tell me I'd live to see 2 years old. Okay, well, I'm sitting here at 35. Okay.
Go ahead, Cody.
So you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, yes, you have to trust doctors because they know the shit that they're talking about. But then other times, these doctors are paid off by these pharmaceutical companies to push their medicines on you when you don't even need them because they're getting kickbacks from that shit. And if you don't have the discernment to look up things for yourself, like
you better preach. You better preach, boy.
When you don't do that, you are putting your lives in the hands of people that you should not be trusting. Straight up.
You better
Sometimes it helps you, and then sometimes you're a guinea pig for some doctor to put some brand new shit that he got paid thousands of dollars to prescribe to you.
Some shit that he wouldn't give his own kids.
No.
Exactly, Cody, because you more than anybody knows your own body and what works for you.
Absolutely.
So can I'm gonna tell y'all something that's gonna blow your mind. I hope this helps you, Kitty. It was something along with what Kitty just said. So what they're learning now is most of people's anxiety and depression comes from their gut, your stomach.
Yes.
When you don't have proper gut health, and that's probably why when she took the Zofran, you know what I'm saying? But guess what? You could cool believe somebody already knew that shit worked.
I know they did.
I know.
Oh no, it's black labeled. It's black labeled as an anxiety medicine. So if your doctor prescribes it as an anxiety medicine, your insurance won't pay for it. They have to prescribe it for specific nausea.
You're using the wrong word. It's not black label. It's off label for that reason. It's an off label medication.
Oh well, off label. Okay, I got that wrong then.
Anytime something's off label, meaning that's not what it was made for, but it can help other shit. Because guess what? Zofran costs $12 or some shit like that or whatever. This other shit costs you full $500 without insurance.
Yeah, that's deadly, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Cody, I get that citalopram too, bro. I mean, not the citalopram, but the lisinopril.
Yeah, that's what I'm on too, man. I got that 5 milligram lisinopril, bro.
Hey, they had me on. They had me on blood pressure medicine for 6 years now. And my blood pressure, I started getting dizzy spells, and I'm like, what is going on? And come to find out, my blood pressure was dropping too low. So now I'm on amlodipine and hydrochlorothiazide, but I'm on the lowest dose available to man, and I'm having to cut it in half. So I'm trying to get off of it because I went totally organic, farmer's market, paying attention to what foods I eat and stuff like that.
But kid, did you notice how whenever you go to a doctor and you have some problems like that, they never bring up your diet and your lifestyle?
Nope.
Exactly. They never ask you, have you been through a traumatic event? Because I've got nodules on my thyroid. And the nodules on my thyroids, I researched. I was like, what caused these? And come to find out, it can be caused by a traumatic event in your life. And my brother passing hit me like a lightning bolt because he was here 1 minute, gone the next. We didn't know he had it. And that tore me apart so bad that I literally exiled myself.
Kitty,
You know, I quit doing things with my kids. I quit paying attention to the world. I just left. Is all I did. I just left.
Claire, does that sound familiar?
Sounds like you when you lost your sister.
My sister died, bro. Look, y'all gonna think I'm joking when I say this?
I'm sorry to hear that to both of y'all, man.
I sat in my room in the dark for 3 years. I didn't give a fuck about taking no showers.
Yep, I'm on my 4th year right now, Twan.
I didn't care about no TVs.
Right.
I wouldn't leave the room. Fuck the house.
Right.
I wouldn't leave the room.
And you black out your curtains, everything.
I'm gonna say something the realest shit ever. Yeah, you close them blinds up. You just want to be in the dark. Let me tell you something that's gonna be one of the realest things I ever tell you. But when you deal with all the shit that we talking about and then what Cody was saying, that's when you find out who your real fucking friends are.
That's it, man.
Yes, sir.
Supernova, you stupid. Now, by the way, let me say that.
And Twan, I don't know if it when you lost your sister, and I didn't know we had so much in common.
Kitty, how many times did you have to hear, I didn't want to see you like that?
Oh, I can't count it.
I need to ask the most.
Or they wouldn't want you to be like this. You know, you hear that a lot. They wouldn't want you to be like this. And, people who don't understand what you're going through get frustrated because they've not been through it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you went through this and questioned yourself the way I did, but I always say I never knew how much I loved my brother until he was gone.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't know what.
I mean, when he passed away, he had no life insurance because he was only 36. He had no kids, no wife. He lived with my parents. We had hit some jackpots at the casino about a month before he died. We was going to buy a new car, blah, blah, blah. But we paid for everything, me and my husband, because he was my husband's best friend since they were 6 years old. And, I wasn't going to let my parents go in debt when I had the money in my bank account. So, I don't know if y'all have ever seen me post his tombstone in the Discord or not, but this boy got a $13,000 tombstone, had to get permission from Kansas City to put the arrowheads on the bases, things of that sort. Took 3 years to make it. It was so custom. It's 6 feet tall. I just felt like I owed him that, and I just feel like he left me. I feel like an orphan now because he left me.
Well, I felt like a bitch because I told Claire this. I want to get emotional when I say this, but my sister in that hospital with terminal cancer, every day she said, Twan, I'm not going to die, am I? And I had to lie to her every time and tell her no.
Yeah.
I knew she was going to die. That shit sucks that life put me in that situation.
Yeah, I had a nervous breakdown at my brother's coffin when they opened it.
You know what I think the commonality between all these stories is, and it's a sad truth, but it is the truth. Sometimes whenever you lose somebody like that, the only thing to do is just feel that pain and that hurt. Like, instead of trying to make it go away, which a lot of times people do, like sometimes you bury it and you don't want to deal with it, and you just try to push it lower and lower and lower, and it ends up festering inside of you.
Yeah.
And it's like, as a culture, we're not taught how to deal with trauma. We're not taught how to deal with some real hardcore stuff that happens to you that you're not prepared for. And then it goes back to, oh, did you feel bad? Okay, well then here, take this pill that is then going to mess up your dopamine and your serotonin levels for the rest of your life to help you cope. And then it ends up doing more damage to you. You know,
yes, sir.
It's traumatic, but I feel
when
like
you ain't on that shit, when you ain't on it.
Yeah, and by the way, like I don't mean to come off like I'm shaming anybody that's on SSRIs. Like, if somebody needs help, they should get help. I have family members that got help with stuff like that. But I feel like we're doing a disservice to people in our culture when we're telling them, hey, are you sad? Are you depressed? Are you feeling some type of way? Well, you shouldn't be feeling that way. And here's something to help you not feel that way. Like it's teaching people how to not deal with the source of their hurt and not giving people the proper tools to cope and then move on in a healthy fashion. And to me,
Because
I think that's dangerous.
because because in the United States, curing shit don't make money.
Right? That's the truth of it.
Correct. Correct.
That's the truth of it.
You know,
You know,
And
my grandmother died of breast cancer, you know, and I think to myself to this day, if they'd have took all of her lymph nodes in her arm when they did her mastectomy, would
yeah,
it have not spread? You know, or was they doing her a disservice by doing that?
yeah, yeah. And like that's another thing too, Kitty, is that these doctors, when they go through medical school, they're taught to deal with symptoms in the order that they arise. So when this patient has this symptom, you prescribe them this medication or this thing. But my body is different from yours. Your body is different from mine. We react
Exactly.
to things different way. And there is no personal care in medicine no more. They're going to treat you and me as if we have the same body type, as if our bodies are going to react the same way to the same type of medicines. And it's like a copy and paste cure all for everybody. And it's like they're not trying to cure you, they're trying to treat your symptoms temporarily for you to keep coming back to it. And it's
Yeah, because
not
we're all unique.
right.
well, I tell people all
100%.
the time when I have to talk to them, they go, "Well, my cousin took such and such. Why doesn't it work for me? Because our DNAs are different. What works for you may not work for Kitty, may not work for Cody, may not work for Claire. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's got to be with your type. And then even
Yeah.
it's ironic when you're explaining how something works in your body type, which they already know anyway, because like a lot of companies now are doing DNA testing on you. And when you do DNA testing, and the way you're supposed to properly test medications is attaching those medications to those DNA nodes, you know what I'm saying, to see how it responds. It's just like Cody's, it's just like even in the field that we're talking about with anxiety and depression, they're either gonna start your ass off with anti-anxiety medication. They're gonna throw some damn diazepam at your ass. If that don't work, then they're gonna throw some clonazepam at your ass. And if that don't work, then they're gonna throw some lorazepam at your ass. It's just like with
Yeah,
people.
they did me the same way.
They're gonna throw fluoxetine at your ass, and if Prozac don't work, then they're gonna throw Celexa at your ass, and if that don't work, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But the thing is, it's nothing ever about a fucking cure or why or things we can do so you never ever have to take this medication again. And the thing is, like Kitty, in your case, a lot of stuff I heard you say, talk to your doctor about taking turmeric more, man. I think that will really, really help.
Oh, I put turmeric on everything I eat.
Yeah, turmeric,
Once I started going organic, I put turmeric on everything I eat. And I had to go through so many doctors to get to one that would actually listen to me.
So listen, I was telling somebody the other day. Somebody said, I know there's a cure for cancer out there. I know that there's a cure for all types of cancers out there. It's not just one. But guess what? The person that ever announces that they found the cure for cancer, and this ain't no conspiracy theory shit, their lifespan is probably going to be cut short.
Yeah.
That's just not some shit I'm announcing. I wouldn't.
And the final,
don't tell me.
the final piece to this, right, is like, so forever the oldest living people on Earth were in Southeast Asia, like Japan and Korea and the Philippines. Like you have people that would regularly live up into their, 90s to early hundreds, right? But now they have started to decrease their life expectancy. And it's not a coincidence that that trend coincides with the amount of Western foods that are being consumed over there too. It's like your body, I don't mean to get like spiritual, religious, but your body is a temple. Your body really is like it houses your spirit. And I feel like too often we don't think about what we're putting into our bodies and what it's doing to our inner thoughts and to our system. Like Tawan, you just mentioned the stomach, how people don't realize how much your gut plays a part in what happens to your mentals, and all of that is connected. All of that is connected. It's it's not a coincidence that when you change your diet, you start to put better foods in your system. You start to have a more positive outlook on life. I also
you feel better when you're
yes,
not eating all these processed
yes,
foods and
yes,
poisons that they're putting in these foods.
No,
yes,
but they got us addicted to this shit. Because
yes.
we'll know. We'll be like, that shit is not gonna be good for me. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know, but it tastes
And
so
we'll
damn
still
good.
dump that
You're
shit
like,
in our mouths.
man, I know Krispy Kreme's not good for me, but
And
shit,
man,
it's
it's
looking
like,
good right
what?
now. Yeah, I know, man.
Like,
It's
give me one of them crack rings, bro.
but like that's all by design, though, man. It's not a coincidence that the worst food for you is also the cheapest. It's the most easily accessible.
All
Like
that
that's
dollar
all
shit.
for a reason, man. It's all for a reason. Damn, what conversation did I walk into? I thought I was coming back to some Panther talk.
Yeah, we're gonna get back into the football.
No, you're cool. Hey, don't know. Y'all ain't gotta talk about nothing.
Let me say before we get off this subject, Twan, if you do have a group that you talk to that's via phone or via Zoom or something like that, hit me up about it in the Discord because I would be very interested.
I will. It's it's a Zoom. I meet with these guys every 2 weeks, and I lead the discussion because of my I don't know if you know, Kitty, but my background field is pharmacology, and it's a lot of shit, man. Like it's just like a help group, and when guys, it's like I said, something different when you hear people say shit and you like, oh shit, like you start to feel more confident about something if you know somebody else went through something that you went through, and you're like, oh, I didn't experience that shit by myself. When I was explaining my anxiety to you, you was like, damn, I went through that shit too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it all stemmed from the same thing. I didn't know we had so much in common with losing a sibling.
So when you talk, when you're dealing with that type of shit, those are the people you should be having your conversations with about that type of shit. Don't talk to random people that don't know about that, because they're just gonna lead you down a road of some shit they don't know about because they've never experienced. Well, you feel much more comfortable. It's just like when you have a therapist. I'd much rather that I have a therapist who actually had to deal with anxiety and depression, because they're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about.
And they don't know exactly what to say too.
Exactly.
I just feed you bullshit.
Yep. By the way, shout out to Supernova Moore, man. He dropped some great comments in the chat. Those last two. I'm also somebody who's looked into NDEs a lot. And what that's all about.
He said, I lost my mom. I was a mess. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, and the one under that too, man. Like once you learn, and again, this is very deep, but like the nature of death and life here on Earth, it's a lot deeper than you think, and all that stuff I highly recommend people look into. And like I think that we're here to work through shit. You have to go through hardships. Like I don't ever want to. Like if you ever meet somebody who's never been through something trying, who's never been through hardships, who's never ever had to persevere through something, bro, I'll show you the most boring person on the face of the earth.
That
You
person
know what I'm
doesn't
saying?
exist anyway. They just
Yeah, bro. Like hard times, you don't think about it when you're going through it, but hard times builds character.
All my guys out there, it don't make you a punk to tell people or let somebody know something's not right.
No, it doesn't. And that's coming from a woman. It doesn't make you weak at all if you need help.
If you go to a doctor and somebody say, are you fine? Or if your friend tap you, are you fine? And you don't feel fine, don't say yes. I know I don't feel fine. So he said, when you start looking at different people's experiences and NDEs, you'll understand that better, and you'll realize our family is just going home, returning to the God source. And I agree with that. Like me and my wife talk about it all the time, bro. Look, she says, are you ever afraid to die? I'm like, hell yeah, I'm afraid to die. But then like the years have passed on. I try to be more mature. It's like, man, I've gone through so much at this point, and I ain't trying to leave this earth no time soon. But
yeah,
it's cracked on me more. Like, man, I
It's
guess
out
they
of your
are
hands.
oh at some point, but I just don't concentrate on that shit because you concentrate on that, that'll get you in trouble too, bro.
Yeah.
As my husband, every time they holler tornado warnings here, I run to my aunt's house to her storm shelter, and he's like, "If God wants you, God's going to get you." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not going to help him out."
Yeah, so I gave you common sense too, man.
Yeah, 100%, man. But
You can sit and actually think yourself into an anxiety attack, bro.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh yes, you can.
Yeah, 100%.
Get your ass up and start moving around and just.
And you got to move away from the people who trigger you also, because there was someone triggering me and I didn't even realize it. You know, someone else realized it for me that they were actually triggering me.
Yeah, stay away from shit that triggers you too, man. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, you know, we say podcasts are these great things, but don't go to a podcast where you feel like you're just gonna fight somebody the whole time, and then your shit is fucked up when you get off of it, bro. You know, like, just understand what you're doing, bro. You know, some people.
You know, on what Supernova said, after my brother passed away, I was in such pain to just talk to him, hug him, you know, that I actually went to a psychic medium trying to contact him, you know. I mean, and I'm not saying that I believe that stuff because I really and truly don't, because I was fighting this woman tooth and nail on everything she was saying. But that's just how desperate I was.
Yeah.
So you know what
my wife, when her mom passed, she was like, "Do you?" I was like, "No, man, no."
I will say this though,
I don't
man.
play with God, bro.
So I will say this though, and I get everybody has different beliefs and stuff. I do believe that there are people that do have certain connections to the other side, but people like what you're talking about, Kitty, there's also people that are looking to exploit sad people that are grieving, and they want some closure that they didn't get before their loved one passed away, so they're willing to exploit that and profit off of that. Those are some of the worst kinds of people on this earth that are willing to exploit the pain and suffering of someone.
My mom always said, if you can connect like that, then they don't need to ask you any questions.
Yeah, it's true.
Stop asking me to provide you with shit. So, man, we live in
exactly, because they're fishing for information.
Because we live in the world of Google.
But you know, I am a firm believer though. Like, if y'all ever have dreams at night about deceased loved ones, I genuinely do believe that is their spirit coming to talk to you. Like,
it's funny that you say that, because in the 4 years that my brother's been gone and the 2 years that my dad's been gone, it's weird that you brought that up. This week, I have had 2 dreams about them, and this is the first time I've dreamt about my dad since he passed, and I've only dreamt about my brother twice since he passed. And every time I dream about my brother, he always appears to me in a younger form, like a toddler or like a 10-year-old. But I dreamt about him and my dad, and they were just aggravating me in the dream. They were like hiding my drink, spitting ice at me through a straw. You know, it was just aggravation. So I did not want to wake up from the dream.
Yeah. They were playing with you. They were being fun.
They were messing with you like that, like how they used to do back
like how they used to do in real life. Yeah, that's. I'm a firm believer that that's them. Like I've had that happen with me. My mom has had dreams of her mom recently who's deceased. It's like it's like a way to come and speak with you without being able to directly speak with you. You know, and I'm a firm believer of that too. And nothing's like, as I get older, I don't believe in coincidences. Like, I just don't. Like, this is like a random happenstance.
Coincidence either. Yeah, I mean, you got other people on the other side with the dream stuff though. Like, some people say like, if somebody in their family who's passed away was to ever appear or something in a room or some shit like that, like I would just talk. I'll tell my sister, you keep your ass where you are.
On the other side.
I'm getting the fuck up out of here if I see you. No, I don't need you coming, holler from a distance, I don't have those dreams, bro. I really don't, man. I used to have some scary dreams,
Well, they say that they say that, like, if sometimes you're just like driving down the road and a song comes on that reminds you of them, then that means that they're with you at that point.
Yeah, that's nostalgia.
I've also heard that a lot of coaches believe that, like, after you pass on, sometimes they'll send you signs in the form of animals.
Yeah, I believe in that.
Yeah, like if you've ever lost somebody and then all of a sudden at night you hear an owl, or in the mornings you see butterflies, or
I always see blue jays.
yeah, it's funny you say that
Yeah,
because
I
I lost a close personal friend of mine, and her brother, like right after she died, his yard was filled with a bunch of cardinals, a bunch of redbirds. And then I looked into it more, and that's a sign. Like when you see certain kinds of birds right after the death of a loved one, that's like them letting you know, hey, I'm safe. I'm good. I'm in a place where I'm not burdened by that anymore.
When I lost Step, when I lost 704.
Shout out Step.
I didn't pray to him, but when I prayed, I spoke to him.
Yeah.
I believe in spirits may be able to talk to each other in a manner like that. And I said, bro, if you could just show me any sign that you're all right, bro.
Yeah.
And I had that little thing a couple of times. And my wife went to go get some food one day, and I was looking at his obituary where I kept it, and it was a flower from his coffin. And I was just in there looking at it, you know what I'm saying? And then I laid back like I was about to take a nap or something like that. And then I leaned over. I don't want nobody to think I'm crazy. I leaned over to put his obituary on the nightstand next to my bed, and laid my head back. And that dude pulled my toe, bro. I know people might be like, that's some.
No, I believe it, bro. But you know what? It don't matter if anyone believes you, Twan. That was meant for you.
No, the reason why I thought that was because when it happened, it didn't even scare me. I immediately thought dude was just like, man, I'm good, bro. Like
Yeah.
You know how people say yanking you.
Yeah.
He pulled my big toe, man, and it felt like some type of little wind. My windows wasn't up.
Yeah.
And
the Christmas before my brother passed, I had him
but that, to me, that was him, bro.
Yeah, the Christmas before my brother passed, I had him a custom Kansas City Chiefs jacket made. And I smell that jacket all the time. I will walk in my closet and I will smell it. And then I always talk to him when I'm in the car by myself. And I beg for a sign like you got, Twan. I really do. And I haven't gotten that yet, other than just the few dreams that I've had.
It's crazy, bro. I tell people the story, like, I'm gonna say this the last time, man. I feel like the night he died, I felt like, and Ed, you heard me. I feel like I knew he passed away.
Oh yeah, I know. I remember because I was on the road. I was on the road when I got that text message.
Because he called me. He was like, "Yo, I'm about to come on the show, whatever." You know what I'm saying? And by that time, E704 and Ray was doing our own show, and he came on the show, and then all of a sudden, and this was the other show that I was on, and all of a sudden, he wasn't talking anymore. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then, like, I'm like, man, 704, he'll never get quiet, bro. So
yeah,
I sent him a text message, I was just like, where you at, because it never been a situation where we was like, yo, well, we was like, yo, hold on or whatever. Seven talked the whole show because he was the jokester, bro, or whatever. And when dudes stopped talking, you know what I'm saying, and they said, Seven, are you still there? you know, whatever. But his thing was still up, you know. And I texted him. I said, "Yo, you good?" You know, and 704 always responded within 5 seconds of me texting him, bro. And he didn't text back. I texted him again over and over and over. He didn't text back. Then I got off the show and called him. And his phone just kept ringing and going into voicemail. And I said, something ain't right, bro. Because he has something on his arm. And I don't know if y'all ever heard the story before, but I'm telling you, he has an infection on his arm. But he was supposed to go see the doctor like a whole week before that to go get it checked out because 704 had a heart replacement. So I said, and then he sent me a picture of it. Still got it in my phone. I said, bro, man, you got to go to the hospital, bro, for real. Like that, it's looking worse. I said, and he's like, I said, man, nah, bro, please promise me, man, you'll make an appointment. He said, yeah. He said, I made an appointment. He said, look, I'm gonna go see it. The dermatologist when he took his mom because he was going to take his mom to the doc for her doctor's appointment the next day, so he made his on the same day.
Yeah,
never got there.
Yeah,
and I didn't know his mom's number at the time. Shout out to Miss Gray, Miss Laverne, and when I called,
do something I forgot.
Yeah, when I called the next morning and his sister picked up, I knew what she was going to tell me before she even said it. Because I heard her crying on top of it, and I just dropped my head and said, no. She said, he's gone, Twan.
Yeah, I think the only sign I ever got from my brother was my husband is a Raiders fan and my brother's a KC fan, so they were rivals.
Mm.
And we were sitting in the bed one night eating pizza after my brother passed away, and the Chargers was playing Kansas City. And it was a Thursday night game. And of course, my husband was talking shit. And he was saying he needed the Chargers to beat KC. And I was like, you shouldn't say that, because him and my brother were like brothers. And I was like, you'll piss Richard off, which is my brother's name. And as soon as his name came out of my mouth, the lights in the bedroom started flickering. And my husband ran out of the room so fast, and he said, I'm not coming back in there. So that's really the only sign that I've got.
Yeah. That's the kind of stuff right there, you know. To me, it's just like they said, like, if something happens and you know it's connected to that person, like Cody said, a bunch of Cardinals in the yard, man, that ain't regular. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes it takes people to find things, you know what I'm saying? And go, oh, I found something that belonged to your loved one, and you just like, damn, I forgot all about that, you know?
Yeah.
My brother always told my husband that he would die before the Raiders made the playoffs, and my husband is like, I didn't think he meant it literally.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm happy you brought that up though, Katie, because sometimes you end up speaking prophecy over your own life, and you don't even know you're doing it. Like one of the things that I've tried to stop doing is like putting down my body or myself or anything like that, because it listens to you. And like, you know, life and death is on the tip of your tongue. And you can end up saying some shit so much that you end up making it true if you don't even know that you're doing it or not.
Yes.
So it's like, you know, one of the things I've tried to do, and I feel like I notice this a lot with people, is that whenever they have a birthday, they're like, oh man, I'm really old. I'm old now. I'm an old man. I'm an old lady. And it's like, stop doing that. You know how many older people that are much older than you would love to be your age again? You know
and in a lot worse condition.
Right. Like, man, I'm 35 years old. You know how many people in their 50s and 60s would love to be in their 30s again? So it's like stop speaking age over yourself too, because your body's listening. You
I got a
know.
bad habit of doing that shit, but I
Yeah,
do
we all do, man. That's why we
Man,
all.
well, I do that all the time, but the thing is, my body feels it, so I know it.
No, yeah, hey, look,
I
bro,
know,
look.
but you're also real. I mean, it goes on to some deeper shit, but bro, you're
When
also
your ass turned
you,
40, bro,
you're
and
kind
sometimes
of
you get up.
reaffirming it though. Like
Yeah,
your
but
like
you call it reaffirming. I call it I know, but I call it some people call it reaffirming. For me, I call it like, well, I know what I did to put my body through this, so I know why I feel the way I feel, and
yeah.
I made the sacrifice of doing it because only out of the 3 billion, 3 or 4 billion people in the world, you know, only 2% of us go actually do what I've done.
No,
It's only like
I
two,
mean
or
for sure.
it's only 2% of us. Not a lot of people are gonna do it because you know they just won't, or some people are just afraid of it. Or some people say,
True.
"Oh, well, I was going to," but and if people say, and for the people who tell me like, well, I was going to join, but this, I'm like, bro, look, the moment you say you was going to, but
Yeah.
you were never going to, because if you were going to, you would have kept your mouth shut, signed the dotted lines, and undid it. You're not gonna do it. If you're not gonna
Yeah.
do it now, don't talk about it.
Yeah, I hear that too. Like I just like to put everything in perspective, right? So for example, I'm disabled, I have a particular disease. Yeah, there are some people that have the same disease as me. They can't even talk. Like they can't even do half of the things that I can do. So for all the hardships that I might have in my own personal life, bro, I'm still living high on the hog compared to some others. So it's like everything in perspective. It's like for as many problems as you have, there is somebody experiencing a little bit worse, or even a lot of bit
That's
worse.
why that's why you always look, man. I'm gonna let y'all have this one because somebody gave this to me. You can't complain about life too much. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're constantly complaining and everybody gets in a room and somebody says, everybody throw your problems on the ground. All your problems, throw them on the ground. And then when they go to say, okay, go pick up the problems that you want to have or whatever. And if you don't get to something in time, you know what I'm saying? Somebody could pick your problems up.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
And then the shit that you left with is way worse than what you was trying to get rid of, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
it.
you got to be worried about somebody picking your problems up because it's not a problem to them. You know what I'm saying? It's like when I try to say this delicately, man, because I never know how somebody feel. And one of the things with Cody, and I've said this before, whatever. When Cody's always come across to me like, don't feel sorry for me, man. Treat me like a man, bro.
That's it.
And so therefore, that's why I joke with him and shit. You know what I'm saying? He like because Cody can slang them jokes too, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
That's
he
why
bro.
I
sure
fuck with him.
can.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm
He
like,
sure
listen,
can. He got no
to not
problem slinging
do
them.
it, yeah, to not do it, that's like I'm doing a disservice to him. I'm telling him he's
Exactly.
different. Like you're different. It makes me feel bad to. No, Cody's like, no, fuck that, man. I'm a
That's
man.
right.
Treat
I
me like a
appreciate that,
man,
Twan.
bro.
That's what I always respect about you, man. Because
Yeah,
like,
bro.
as somebody who's grown up disabled, like the minute that you start coddling me,
Yeah,
trying to
man.
treat me a different
What
type
about
of
that
way,
shit, man?
It's gonna piss. It's gonna
that's
piss you off.
yeah, like that's when it's disrespectful. Because
Yeah, it's
I've never needed anybody in my life to ever do that shit for me,
exactly.
and you're not helping me at all by doing that type of shit. And in fact, you're putting me down by even doing it. So
It's
yeah,
disrespectful.
100%. Like
Yeah,
it's just called respect.
yeah.
That's what it's just respect. Respect somebody for who they are, how they are, and then you should get that in return. And it's like that's how it should be. That really is how it should be. And you've always been real with that, Twan. You know I salute you, bro.
Yeah, man. I ain't motherfucking. I treat Cody like a man, bro. You know,
That's it.
shit. I mean, I done said some wild shit.
But I've said some wild shit to do, and bro, like Twan, look. I think I told you this before, bro. I have never went to school where I'm just gonna be real. All the schools I've ever went to were predominantly black.
Yep.
So, bro, you know I had to know how to roast, bro.
You got to be able to come
Bro,
back.
I had to be able to fucking hold my own, and like I appreciate that experience,
bro.
you know, and like that helped build my own character to be like, hey man, I'm just gonna be myself, and people that respect me for me are gonna treat me the way I want to be treated.
There you go, bro.
And that's how you have to be.
I see, I see some handicapped people sometimes or whatever that would like wither away from something. I'm like, man, not fucking Cody, bro. Cody coming right back at your ass,
bro. I'm the type of person like I love a good cripple joke. I ain't gonna front. If it's funny, bro, it's funny, man. Yeah, like if you feel comfortable making those types of jokes, I'm gonna like you even better than I would have otherwise. You know what I'm saying? And like me being a podcaster and being in front of so many people, and then me going to Panther Stadium and people recognizing me has caused me to come out of my shell even more. So any sort of reprehension I had about being disabled or this and that, I'm like, bro, I'm just gonna own it. Like I'm not hiding who I am from anyone. You know what I mean? Like it helps you to step out of your shell and embrace yourself even more. You know,
I learned it from my cousin that was wheelchair bound, and he was just like, he used to always tell me that, bro. That's how I got it the fair way. He was like, man, like, don't be. He pulled me to the side one day, right? And I was just like, I remember always trying to help him do shit or whatever, and he just grabbed me by the shirt. He was older than me. He was like, man, I didn't ask you to make no fucking sandwich for me, and blah blah blah, or push me somewhere. Or whatever. He said, I got arms. I can do that shit myself. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. He said, every time you try to help me do shit all the time, like you keep pointing out my disabledness or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He's just like, look, like if somebody says something to me, he said, I got a mouth too. Stop trying to protect me so much or whatever. He said, I know where your heart is coming from. He said, but I don't need that shit. I don't need to be reminded constantly or whatever. So that's, with Cody, man, I see it all the time. I don't say nothing, man. I know Cody senses it. I see a lot of people a lot of times like I gotta treat Cody different because man, he don't want that shit.
No. And also like the people that do say shit like that.
Or Cody's a great he's a great podcaster, to have such an illness. No, he's just a great podcaster.
Yeah.
Or he can tell good jokes to be. Nah, he just tells good jokes.
He
don't want to be reminded of this shit.
But also, you know what it is too? Like, I've developed a thick skin.
Yeah.
Like there's shit that would really bother other people that just straight up don't bother me because I've been dealing with wild comments since I was in elementary school. You know what I mean? So it's like I've developed a thick skin.
I guarantee you got all the stares you can handle.
Oh yeah, bro. Sometimes, hey, bro, for real. Sometimes kids are the wildest, bro.
Oh yeah, the kids don't give a damn.
Bro, they don't give a damn.
Kids be like, man, fuck you too. I hope you roll down some stairs and break your other legs.
They be like, they be like, why are you sitting down like that? Why don't you stand up? I'd be like, well, damn, bro, I can't. Why don't you sit down?
My cousin Rick used to run motherfuckers over his shit,
bro. Like,
he didn't have the electric shit. That was just the push shit. But ass.
Bro, y'all probably know I live in Uptown Charlotte, right? And I went uptown. I think it was for like NASCAR Speed Week or something. And bro, I was going up the sidewalk, and this little girl saw me. And bro, you would have swore she saw the devil. She screamed at the top of her lungs, like the concept of somebody in a wheelchair was just so foreign to her. Like she saw a monster and ran to her daddy because she did not know what was in front of her. And I was like, damn, like, but again though, like I would never blame a kid for just not knowing what they're seeing or what they're looking at or whatever, you know.
So let me tell you what my cousin did one time when I knew I never had to help his ass out again, Cody. This motherfucker, I was seriously sleeping on this dude. This motherfucker, man, me and him get into an argument, man, about some money. You know, I know that he borrowed $20 from me that he didn't give back. And man, yeah, man, I'm telling y'all, I'm not gonna make it through this shit, bro. I was like, man, look, man, just give me my shit back, bro, whatever, you know, because look, remember, I'm in Brooklyn, New York, you know what I'm saying? You know how we talk to each other already, right? And then my aunt is like, yo, stop all that cursing and whatever. I was like, look, tell RoboCop to give me my phone. on him, bro.
RoboCop, give me my shit.
I said, man, if you don't get this 2-wheelers and go, and the thing was, he did give me my money back, and it was exactly what he said it was. That motherfucker said, this is what he said, Cody. He said, I ain't gonna be too many more motherfucking RoboCops. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Hey, shit.
So I'm walking and shit like, man, fuck you. And then I said some shit about some can of tuna shit, right? This motherfucker pushed up. This dude pushed up to his feet. He can't walk. But he grabbed onto me and brought my ass down to the ground and beat the shit out of me. That motherfucker was strong as shit, bro.
Yeah.
Man, bro, listen, I seriously slept on that upper body, bro.
I got a story.
Cody was throwing them things in my side, bro. Mom was telling him she was get off of him, and motherfuckers was like didn't know who she was telling to get off of who, bro. Look, I ain't never fuck with that dude again, bro. But the thing was, you know, I knew when to do the joke shit and when not to.
Yep.
Shit, bro. That
Yep.
motherfucker took my ass to the ground.
That's the thing about Cody. Cody has
letting up.
Cody, no matter what people say about him or how they imitate him and things of that sort, he has got a great spirit and a great humor about him.
Thank you, Kitty. Thank you. Yeah, it's like, you know, that's yeah. Like, so I went to Vance High School.
I'll fuck Cody up. I'll fuck Cody right up.
Man, you ain't doing a motherfucking thing. Shut your ass up. So yeah, hey man, you know, so I went to Vance High School. I went to Vance High School in Charlotte, and if y'all don't know, Vance was a bad school. Like a lot of gang violence, a lot of bad shit, right?
I heard West Charlotte was the worst school there, bro.
Yeah, West Charlotte was bad. See, Vance isn't even called Vance no more. They changed the name because I think Vance was like a Confederate general. But I think Vance was like a Confederate general or something, so they changed the name of it. But I was there when it was Vance High School. But you know, the bell would ring and the halls would get packed, right? And there was a lot of gangs, but like they also had some MS-13 presence.
Oh,
and I went out in the hallway.
In North Carolina?
Oh yeah, bro. Damn. Oh yeah, dog. Oh yeah. But we had everything in my school, bro. We had Bloods, Crips, Serenos, North. Bro, we had all of it, bro. All of it. I'm out in the hallway one day. I'm trying to get by somebody. And I'm like, yo, excuse me. Because, you know, the hallways are packed, bro. There's kids everywhere.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Bro, how about this motherfucker looked down at me, looked at me, and then went right back to talking. Like, not even moving, not even nothing. And his homeboys saw him, didn't say shit to him. And I said, oh, okay. I fucking put the pedal to the metal and rammed his ass the fuck out of my crippled back. And I said, maybe you didn't hear me, motherfucker. And I kept on rolling.
Yo.
And then everybody in the hallway was like, oh, and then like, bro, he tried to run after me, and a bunch of students had to like grab onto him, like, nah, bro, you can't beat up the wheelchair kid.
Bro, look, that's what I was thinking. Because, hey, look, if he tried to come back, the whole school would have beat his ass.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. So I'm like, all right, I asked you politely to move, and now I'm going to remove you from my path. You know what I'm saying? Like, and all that is to show, bro. Sometimes respect has to be earned.
Hey,
You
Cody
know
did
what I'm
that
saying?
shit.
Like,
Cody did that shit because he knew that he wasn't gonna fuck him up.
but also no, but Twan, on some real shit, you know me. I was willing to get my ass beat if it meant I stood up for myself
What
in
the
that
fuck was he
moment.
gonna do? Throw you out the fucking
Right,
seat?
but I'm saying, but you know what though? You never know with a crazy motherfucker these days, Twan.
Man, that
So
motherfucker would have been on the news. If he
right,
For
but what
real,
I'm
man.
saying was, but what I'm saying was
The whole
that
school had been on the news.
yeah, that was a chance I was willing to take because I
he
wasn't
would,
gonna let
he
nobody
wouldn't have
disrespect
no
me that way.
friends to this day, man.
No,
Oh no.
Motherfuckers would be like,
but you
remember
but
that
you know what
motherfucker
I'm
pushed
saying?
up the dude?
Like I could not let that man just blatantly disrespect me that way. Like
Because you know why, Cody? Because Cody said, I'm a fucking man at the end of the day, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like,
you know, don't let this fucking wheelchair fool your eyes, bro.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, that's why I said, man, you have to go through some shit in your life in order to develop like a cool personality. You know, it's like that's how you know somebody's worth hanging out with when they've got some stories to tell. You know what I'm saying? Like when they've been through some shit. But yeah, man, let me stop talking about myself.
You think, hey, Cody, really the reminiscence of fucking people.
Bro.
Bro, listen. The upper body is different.
Hey, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I think I was put in this chair for a reason because I'd have done some wild shit.
Hey, did y'all ever see The Bone Collector, the movie?
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah.
When Denzel fell out that damn bed and put his teeth and bit the shit out of that old boy. I was like, man, you can get it anywhere, bro. Bro, you get too close and get fucked up, bro. I look, and then you know we gonna have the jokes.
Twan, you are you going to
fuck you up?
Twan, are you going to Fan Fest this year?
Nah, man.
You're trying to make it out to
I'm going game 1 though.
You're going to game 1 in Atlanta?
Huh?
I mean in Charlotte against the Falcons?
I'm going to game 1 in Jacksonville.
Oh, are you going to Jacksonville? Okay, now.
Yeah.
Well, bro, if you ever come by Charlotte, bro, you gotta hit me up, man.
I already told you that. I'm definitely gonna do that. Shit.
Yeah,
I'm right there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like I don't have tickets yet, but I'm still trying to make it to the home opener against the Falcons, man.
You want to go to the game, man?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there, and yeah, because I've been to the home opener the past 2 years in a row, so I'm trying to keep it a tradition, you know.
Oh shit! I forgot to run Maul's GoFundMe thing, bro.
Oh shit!
I'll be in Atlanta on the 16th of November because my cousin, he lives down there and he's real high up in CarMax. They get club seating and stuff like that, and then I get free lodging. So I was like, why the hell not?
Yeah.
All right, we got Pickle back in the building.
Hey, what up? Panther,
hey,
what up, man?
Go get
What's up, Cody?
We about to get back into this Panther shit.
Well, her computer had a reset, man. So
hey, tell her to get the fuck. Hey, come on, man. Let's get it,
bro.
She all right. Tell her let's go. Let's
go. Let's go.
Pickle, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? It ain't too hot today. It's only 82 out here today.
Man,
yeah, I know, right?
Hey, man.
Is it raining in your area?
No, not today. It was yesterday.
Oh, Kitty and Pickle. They try to make me feel like the fucking grandfather earlier. Hey, Nick, hey, look. Do y'all remember this cartoon right here?
Oh yeah, that's bro, what is that? Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Pickle, tell me you remember this cartoon.
That's Voltron, right? Voltron.
Yeah, I do. I remember it. I don't think I watched a lot of it,
Yeah,
but
they
I
got
do
on
remember.
bird suits, man. It was called
Captain Falcon.
Is that what show is that, Twan?
It was the first. It was one of the first animes back in the day. It was called Gotcha Man.
Gotcha, man.
Because it was the Japanese did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they just
that
did
look,
the English.
That looks like the Power Rangers before the Power Rangers.
Man, these motherfuckers got on bird hats. They were all like
yeah,
these bird
yeah. Wasn't they called a different name in the U.S.?
Yeah, it was a different name in the United States, but in Japan it was called Gotcha Man.
Yeah.
Oh, I can find out real quick the name.
Yeah, I don't think I ever watched that.
I remember seeing it on TV, but I don't remember that I got to watch a great deal of it. If I can remember correctly, I was a teenager then, and I was like, cartoons are for babies, type of the deal. But
Nah,
I don't remember. I don't remember though. I mean, I know it was on TV. How's that? I know that. I don't remember that I watched it. I might have did, but
Bro, cartoons like that.
I watched all sorts of cartoons.
That was my childhood, bro. The original Dragon Ball Z formed my personality.
Man, you young. I remember watching
Dragon Ball.
I mean, Saturday morning cartoons. It was consisted of Thunderheart.
Yeah.
It was
Thundercats.
It was the Super Friends.
Looney Friend. Oh yeah, I forgot about Super Friends, bro.
It's the Super Friends. Yeah. Well, you got Marvin and I like the ones with the Wonder Twins better.
Wonder Twin powers
activate. Yeah, I watched the Justice League Crisis on Two Earths or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
The other weekend, last weekend I think it was on HBO or on Cinemax, and I watched all three right after together, and I almost was mad in the end when they wiped out the Earth and had the Super Friends with Wonder Twins on it. I thought, well, fuck you people.
There we go. I got a better fucking headphone.
Yeah, I can't find the American name for that shit. Oh shit! Look, check this out, man. We done got who had left for a couple of hours. Hey, look, man. Hey, that conversation. Hey, look, Cody. The only thing I hate about that conversation that we had is that more people didn't hear it.
Yeah, no, I don't want that to happen for Chuba. And I'll tell you the only reason why I don't want it to happen. I'll be bluntly honest about it.
I ain't saying that.
I don't want Chuba Hubbard to regress because I don't want to hear G Baby say "I told you so."
Yeah, G Baby's.
That's the only reason why I don't. Chuba's okay. He's good. If somebody better comes along, that's even terrificer. But I don't want him to.
I said that's got to be a Tennessee term right there.
Yeah, it's a Panther pickle term. How's that?
There we go. Because I understood it totally.
That's a pickleism. Another one is Taylor Motrin and Adam Theoden.
Yeah, well, that's that. Yeah, I've lived in the mountains too long. You know what I'm saying?
That's
just how it is.
So the NFL analysts predict regression for Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard, but that might actually be good news for the Carolina's offense, and I understand how it can be good news. Regression doesn't always mean like you're going down the tubes.
So can I predict what I think they're saying, Twan? I think what they're saying is that between him and Rico, that even if they got like 700 to 800 yards between the two of them, that collectively that's better. Exactly. But I will say this: when I was on earlier, I said, I just need everyone to prove it. I do have one prediction that I feel comfortable making. I feel like this year, between this offensive line, Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle, that the Panthers are going to break single season rushing records for this team. And I believe that. I believe that.
I can honestly say, I think, if Canales does what he says, I think we have 2,000-yard backs this year on the same team.
That would be incredible, man.
We've seen it before.
And the reason I say it is because in 2000, what was it, 19? I think it was 2019, but we had Deonta Foreman and Chuba Hubbard.
Mm-hmm.
That game against the Lions
game.
We broke rushing single game rushing records for the Panthers. So there's no reason why Rico and Chuba behind this beast of an offensive line couldn't do the same damn thing, if not better.
This is why
That's
I
what I
don't.
was.
Oh, I hated it when we got rid of Foreman.
Yeah, I didn't want to get rid of him either.
Foreman got rid of himself. Dumbass.
Yeah, he thought that he could get more somewhere else, and then they signed him for a bag of chips.
And didn't play him.
Yeah, they didn't even play him.
Yep. And he what I think it was is Foreman did not want to share carries with Chuba. He wanted to be the sole guy.
Yeah.
And if he would have just if he would have just said, okay, we'll share carries for a year and even just signed a 1-year deal, it would have made him and Chuba a much better pair. But like you said, he got greedy.
But we're in a day and age where
McCaffrey didn't want to share with him either.
Yeah,
no, I agree. McCaffrey doesn't want to share with anybody, and that's what people who want to put. I'll just say it: people who want to put praise as McCaffrey being so great and so perfect. I view the fact that he don't want to share carries as negative. That's just what I believe. I believe it's a negative.
Yeah, because C-Mac totally fucked up my fantasy this year.
Everybody always rushed to go get that dude, bro. And he only had one season that paid off like that.
Right.
Well, look, I mean, my thing is like Christian McCaffrey, for most of his time with the Panthers, he was a blue tent warrior. He was injured most of the time, so I'm not denying the skill level, but there are other running backs that I rank higher than Christian McCaffrey.
Thank you. Somebody else said it besides me. I got crucified when
I ranked Chuba Hubbard better.
Yeah, I agree with you, Twan. I agree with Toby.
I ranked Jonathan Stewart better. I ranked D'Angelo Williams better. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like Christian McCaffrey had that 1,000 season, and that was his claim to fame as a Panther.
Right.
We never got more than 5 wins in any season with Christian McCaffrey.
Nope.
Like I even have like the first video on my TikTok, like the first video I ever made was about Christian McCaffrey, and it was like the last season that we had Cam before Cam was let go and he went to New England, and it was like the last play of the game. We needed a half a yard to get a touchdown to win the game, and they hiked the ball to McCaffrey instead of Cam. And I literally went on TikTok and I was like, how in the world do you lose a game when you're half a yard away from the goal line and you got Superman on your team? Because Cam could have jumped the line.
Yeah.
Well, that's like telling Pete Carroll. Well, that's like telling Pete Carroll in Seattle, how the hell you lose a Super Bowl when you have the beast right there that drove you 98 yards all the way down there, and then you throw the pick.
He's still pissed about that. Marshawn is.
Overthink that shit.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I might even put Mike Tolbert ahead of Christian McCaffrey, man.
Oh hell, I don't know if I'd do that or not. But
well, Mikey Tolbert was
that was one of my favorite backs, bro.
Yeah, Mike run up. Yeah, Mike. I tell you, an underrated back for Carolina, and y'all may be surprised, but I'll tell you an underrated back.
Let me guess it first.
All right, go ahead. Guess it.
You ain't. I know you ain't gonna say Cameron Artis.
No, that would be not even a remotely long shot.
Just give me a.
He lined up. He would often line up as a number. He on the depth chart. He was a number 2/number 3 back. He was in. We had Tolbert at the same time we had him. Technically on the depth chart, he was a number 2. And Tolbert was the fullback, technically.
Fozzie Whitaker?
Yes.
Damn.
Fozzie Whitaker. Fozzie was a very He could run when he had the opportunity, and he could catch out of the backfield better than a lot of your starting running.
Shout out Fozzie, bro.
Yeah, Fozzie ran hard. I almost forgot about Fozzie, bro.
I had to think about like who was that one guy that was like that? Like, oh yeah, Fozzie.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're digging deep when you bring up Cameron.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I was
Hey,
watching film the
a
other
lot of
day.
people forget about him. A lot of people
I
forget
Yeah,
about
know.
him.
I was watching
I
film the
know.
other day, and I saw Stu run, and then I saw Tolbert run, and then I saw this guy catch a ball out of the backfield, and I thought, who this? I forgot this guy, so I had to slow it down to see who it was. I went, oh, I forgot about Fozzie, and then I looked him up, and Fozzie had some really, really good runs, some really good long runs.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Hey,
people always underestimated his speed and power. They just did.
Damn, I forgot about 5G, bro.
All right, I'll be right back, y'all.
Yep. Man.
My ears ringing for some reason. What the fuck is going on with me, bro?
Bro, you and everybody else, man. Everybody. Bro, it's weird that you say that. I feel like everybody got them ringing ears now, man.
Oh, I got them ringing ears.
Bro, I do too. That's what I'm saying. I get that shit all the time.
Mine doesn't ring. Mine pops like Rice
Yeah,
Krispies.
it's like a popping sensation. It's like you feel like you got to keep yawning to get the shit down.
Yes, yes.
They call that. I think.
Hey, let me ask you something. Was that
lethal blockage?
Because
your ears are connected to your nose.
Hey, was that regression based off of the fact that we got other running backs now?
No, they said it could be a positive thing if you look at it a certain way. So I was asking already, how do y'all see it? If they both doing the job, how could we be losing? Then it just becomes, who has more yards? We don't care. When you're winning, we don't care about that shit.
For me, I see. I don't see it. I don't see it as a regression. I see it more as more of like a.
He's splitting carries.
Yeah, he's splitting carries. He's like basically just take what Chuba did and cut it and cut it in half, and just give that to Rico Dalby. He's gonna be fine.
Remember,
he's gonna be fine.
The Detroit Lions just recently, I think the past 2 years in a row, had rushers.
but also here's another thing. Jahmyr Gibbs is gonna last longer with like that because he's splitting carries. He's not putting too much on him.
Exactly.
Because when Jahmyr Gibbs because when Montgomery went down, it was Gibbs. But when Gibbs went down, Montgomery was doing the exact same thing. So it's basically like you got a two-headed monster. So this is actually, I believe, is gonna help out Chuba. Chuba's not gonna get as much many
wear and tear.
Wear and tear. So to me, since we're doing this, I feel like we as an organization has learned our lesson for what happens when you give a back over 400 plus.
Yeah.
You know,
listen.
I feel like we've learned our lesson.
Yeah. So just add to that, man. Just to add to that, having a change of pace is actually a really good thing, man. Because a lot of times, them mugs, especially just taking Detroit as an example, them mugs be ready for somebody to run downhill, and them mugs put Gibbs in, or they're both in at the same time. They give Gibbs the ball, and Gibbs gets to the outside, and he's gone.
Yep.
So I want to say something before I forget. And I know I really don't have to do this because he's top notch. But I want to say shout out to Cody, man, for keeping his word. You know what I'm saying? Cody said he had to deal with a couple of things, and he said he was gonna come out here and hang out with us. You know what I'm saying? And he did just that, bro.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, but I had to come on because you're always on the free for all, bro. So I couldn't not come and show love to 704 Charlotte Bound show. So it's like,
well, I mean, some people won't reciprocate, man. It's just Pickle's always over here. And Pickle tell people, man, big up the Pickle. So Pickle will be like, man, go check out 704, you know what I'm saying, whatever.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
a lot of people will say, yeah, we'll go check it out. It's like,
never do.
No, you're not.
Yeah, man. And like also like y'all, especially if you're on the free for all so much, people get used to hearing your voice. And one of the things that I say is like, I can't afford to pay everybody that comes on a pod. So my way of paying it forward is letting people promote their own content.
Yeah.
Letting people come out and say, "Hey, man, check me out too." And Pickle knows my favorite saying: "The rising tide lifts all boats." So it's like there's enough viewers and Panther fans for everybody.
Everybody don't believe that shit though.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna watch C3, and that's
we're not
it.
like everybody. Yeah, but hey, man, it's like that's all. Some people are allowed to think whatever they want. Some people only listen to 704. Some people only listen to Black Cat. Some people only listen to C3. It's like, that's why I would try to push viewers to everybody.
Hey, I only listen. Hey, I only listen to the ones that I'm welcome at.
Well, we all know where that's
which
at.
ain't many. Which ain't many lately.
Hey man, we'll be doing shows, man. Like sometimes, like early on a Friday or whatever. And we tell our people like, man, look, I'm gonna be on C3 tonight. Make sure y'all go over there, head over there, support over there with those guys. I see a lot of my people sometimes in your chat, bro.
Oh yeah.
No, we be there, man. Because usually you get on, I'm still at work.
Yeah, because I tell them I like this. I'm like, look, don't just get used to one voice, man. Go listen to other people. They may say some exciting shit, you know what I'm saying, or whatever that you want to hear.
And also,
listen, and they might say some things that we get to pick on these people about. Like I got to pick on Cody and them because they was talking about Tyler Warren.
Yeah, that would have been a good draft pick, bro. I don't care what nobody says.
That
would have been a good ass draft pick, bro. I don't care what nobody says.
How, Cody? How will Tyler Warren be a good draft pick for us?
Bro.
He helps us run the ball, and he is in the
Chuba helps us run the ball.
Yeah, but that's another Bob Gronkowski, bro. That wouldn't have hurt this offense. That would have been I'm not losing no sleep over Tyler.
I said on the show, I said not all of them, and because I don't hide from shit. I said not all of them, but I said a lot of them damn C3ers over there losing their mind with this Warren shit.
Oh yeah, you ain't lying. You really ain't.
It won't listen. It was that
raffle.
It was not just. It was not
all the motherfuckers over there to take.
Yeah, if we would have drafted Tyler Warren, y'all would have been.
I would have been mad as fuck, bro.
I'd have been mad. I'd have been mad.
A lot of people would have.
Y'all would have been mad.
I'd have been mad.
Y'all would have been.
Listen.
I told Edge, I said, "It's no way Pickle got nothing to do with that shit."
No, I knew Pickle. I knew Pickle didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm pretty sure when Pickle heard Pickle was like,
Pickle ain't over there talking about no fucking Warren with the first pick.
Like, wait,
listen,
I
would have y'all like listen.
If they would have took Warren, I'd have been like I was with C-Mac, to be honest. I would have been agitated at first. I would have understood the pick, but I would have been like, you could have did better. Just saying.
Listen. I can't
understand taking Warren or picking him on the team, just not at one. Fuck that, bro.
No,
right.
Not at number 8.
Listen. I would have been highly upset for Tyler one-hit wonder Warren.
Oh my god!
Hey, where did he go, man?
Y'all would have been mad for 5 minutes, and then y'all would have been over that shit, bro.
No, I wouldn't have.
Cody, kind of like I was about T-Mac.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was mad about 5 minutes, and then I got over it.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's mad because they didn't get the player that they wanted.
Nah, I wouldn't have been
real quick.
I wouldn't have been able to get over this one unless the only way I would have gotten over it, he would have had to go down here and had a historical season for me to get over it.
So
that was the only way.
You'd have treated him like some people treat our current starting quarterback, right?
I mean, that's the truth, man.
Until you prove it, yeah, you're right. Until you prove it,
But you know the sad part about it, though. Not to change the subject. The sad part about it, and I thought about this at work the other day because I'm in there catching bags and it's like 97 degrees and sweat's dripping, and I don't have my earplugs anymore because them headphones I wear is so hot and sweaty. So I swapped them out for regular earplugs, right? So anyway. So I'm thinking about some of this shit myself, and I thought, no matter what Bryce does, a large group of fans, not necessarily anybody here, but a large group of fans are always going to see a negative. If Bryce comes out and throws for 400 yards or 4,000 yards and lights everybody up, they're going to say, "Oh, but they had to go get all this help, and it's because they're not running Chuba enough." And then if they go out and Chuba runs for 1,000 yards and Nico runs for 1,000 yards, they're going to say, "Oh, yeah, but that's because Bryce Young can't throw a good ball." So I mean, no matter what happens, always negative out there.
You got that? Hey, listen. Hey, listen.
At least Pickle's saying it to my face.
Let me say it. Let me say this too about those fans, Pickle. Those fans that will say that, oh, they had to get so much.
Right.
I'm gonna say this out loud. What are you supposed to do as a team? What are you supposed to do as an organization? You're supposed to get better. If you don't think you're supposed to give your quarterback all that stuff, everything that they need, then you need to go watch a elite quarterback, which there ain't 32. There are not 32 elite quarterbacks. There ain't even more than 5.
Right.
So stop. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, don't
is when a head coach or a person like a GM gets on there and they'll highlight a player and brag, and people go off the roll because what he said, either good or bad. And I'm like, what's he supposed to say? Really? I mean, you expect David Canales to come out there and say, well, today in this game, Bryce Young threw 2 interceptions. He fumbled the ball. He's a bust as a quarterback. You know that? He's a dumb son of a bitch. Now, of course, he ain't going to say that shit. You got to learn.
Listen,
I told a guy at work, you got to learn to read coach. You got to learn to read.
Canales used to call his ass out though, bro. That first last year when
he will call it. He'll call it.
Canales used to call his ass out. He'd be like,
yeah. But
Canales
wasn't. Canales,
but he did it. But he did it. He did it professionally. He did it professionally.
Exactly.
He didn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't. People want him to come out there and talk the way that they talk about Bryce Young.
Right.
And that's not going to happen.
Exactly. I heard Andy Reid say many years ago when it was about a quarterback, and he said because the quarterback played bad, and he come out there and he says, "Well, folks, let me see. It wasn't about what we did wrong. It was about what we did good, which wasn't much. We couldn't throw the ball. We couldn't run the ball. We couldn't catch the ball. We couldn't handle the ball. We couldn't even protect the ball carrier or quarterbacks." So, and he debated in a professional stance. Andy Reid disrespected his entire organization, and he was absolutely right, but he did it in a way other coaches said, yeah, we know that, we saw that on film.
I'm glad you brought that video up because we talked about this yesterday on the free
I was about to say, bro,
I want everybody, and I'm not saying anybody here particularly, but everybody that was loud with all that slander that they had about XL going to the Kentucky Derby, hunting squirrels, riding horses, being in rap videos, and then everybody was like, oh, why ain't you working? Why ain't you on the drug machine? Why ain't you running routes? But make sure y'all are just as loud when y'all see my man doing shit like this.
And he got with the route.
And
he got with the route guy though. I mean, do y'all know who the route guy is, bro?
I know. I know who he is. A big name receiver.
The route guard is that. I mean, he trains motherfuckers on routes and just where to be and all these things. Man, look, let's see what this motherfucker doing right
good
now.
Job. Hey, good job. That's cool. Come on. That's good. Now. Good rep. Good. There it is. Yes. Now. Come on. Not bad. I want more right. Come on. Good. Push. Now. Good job. Flat. Come on. Come on. Jab. Come on. Jab. Good. Come on. Good. Come on. Good job. Right. Good job.
Hold up. He catching with his hands now. I like that.
Yeah.
Look how
it's not that he could. It's not that he can't catch with his hands.
Perfectly, Cody. I caught it perfectly. Look how he's looking that ball in, bro.
Not yo.
The
Let me
man
ask
out
you.
here working.
I should have asked Cody yesterday. I should have asked Cody last night, but I was too agitated at G Baby to think clearly. What did G Baby mean by double catching it?
Like catching it, bobbling it, and then catching it again.
Oh, I don't care about that. Long
Yeah,
as
who
you catch
fucking
If
cares?
you
Yeah.
caught it, you caught it though.
it. Exactly.
But with this video, he's put catching the ball and putting the ball away. Sometimes when you're trying to put the ball away, you're going to, especially when you're moving quickly, you'll get the ball, you'll bring the ball to your body too quickly and it'll knock it out your hands. But
Bro,
who cares?
I can't get that freeze frame better than that. You see him looking that ball in, and he's catching it with his hands and not his body.
That shows growth.
Also remember
growth and learning.
Remember, he had that foot surgery too, man. So it's like now he's healthier than he was. Like, bro, and the thing, and I said it yesterday too. It just makes me mad, all the hypocrites that would never ever get off of Bryce Young's jock, no matter how bad he played. And then yet they're out on XL after 1 year of a couple of drops. Like it's not even like he had a bad rookie season. He just had some very inopportune drops. There is nothing wrong with XL, and I still believe that he has #1 wide receiver potential. I believe.
Listen, Cody, that's not the only thing about it is that other rookies had the same amount of drops and they act like he had some astronomical number, that he had the same amount of drops as some of the top wide receivers in the NFL.
I told you what it was. It's because of all the losing, bro.
Like we have to stop acting like our guys are supposed to be better than somehow magically be better than the rest of the guys in the NFL.
It won't change until you start winning, bro. That's just the plain and simply cut. It won't change until you start winning.
Right.
When you're losing all the time, people critique every little thing.
Right.
But if you win,
but you know what? But you know, this is the crazy part about it is they'll tell you, those are the same people who tell you, oh, you got to have a elite thrower to win a Super Bowl. Well, go tell me why an elite thrower won the Super Bowl, a non-elite thrower won the Super Bowl this year.
That motherfucker had the best game of his life in that Super Bowl, though.
Right.
Listen, he didn't need to turn. He turned it on. He turned it on when he needed to turn it on.
Yeah,
he didn't have to turn it on all season.
Year to the Super Bowl.
But you know what the funny thing is though, Eagles fans all throughout the end of last year and at the end of the season, they were dragging Jalen Hurts over hot coals because they were saying that he wasn't hitting AJ Brown, he wasn't hitting Devontae Smith, that he was looking inaccurate, and that the chemistry was off between him and the receivers. And you're right, they still won a Super Bowl. I think that's a testament to how important it still is in 2025 to run the football, which is what they did.
So one of the things I picked up on this thing too, man, with Route God, one of the things that I love, he ain't just out there. He doesn't just teach these guys how to run proper routes. He gets them to abandon bad habits.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, one of the things I did love when we watched this, as good as it looked, one of the things that he didn't like. You remember he said, "I need you to do that better." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he said, "I need more right. I need more right."
Yeah, I think it was that cut where he caught the ball up really high because he wasn't out of it yet. He needs him to. I mean, let me see if I can catch that again.
Well, that a lot of what he's doing is great. But and I'll say this: there's a reason why.
Come on.
Right? No. There's a reason why XL, to me, was a second-round pick. I know we traded up to get an extra year, but he was still a second-round pick. And you know, some folks need to stop trying to say he should be what T-Mac is. That's
say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Pickle.
He's not going to be
Pickle.
What T-Mac
You just said it, Pickle. These people act like this dude got drafted at the top of the at the top of the first round. He got drafted at number 31, and we traded up just. We traded
first round.
not
I ain't letting. So what? He got traded in the first round. You still need to show up like a first round.
Right, he's still the same guy.
Right.
It's okay. I'll throw it like I did on free throw.
What up, Jake?
Shaq Thompson. Shaq Thompson was drafted in the first round. Reality is, it was a mistake. He should never have been drafted in the first round because he didn't have first round talent.
He didn't.
But no, he didn't. But he still was drafted in the first round. So,
Exactly.
but if you look at Shaq Thompson, he had his best years when he was playing as a top backup to Luke or TD. Like TD, Thomas Davis wasn't really. He was okay. I mean, he was good, but he wasn't elite until he got with Luke. So, and I love Thomas Davis, even if he did block me on Twitter a long time ago. But nonetheless,
Pickle, what did you say to him?
Yeah, what the hell did you even do?
What? I'll tell you what I did. I was chatting with, I think his wife or somebody in the
Nick, bro.
I went in a group. It was somebody had made a comment about something, and I said, "Listen," I said, when this was after Thomas had all his 3 torn ACLs, and he came back and he was working with Luke, and he looked so good. I said, listen, at one time after the 3rd ACL. I told folks that Thomas should retire for his family and his kids, but he proved me wrong, and I credit him for that because he proved me wrong, and I love a player like that.
You know what,
and
Pickle?
for that they blocked me.
Pickle,
for that one.
Pickle, maybe you were the reason that he had that chip on his shoulder, and he came back and balled the fuck.
I didn't
all you know.
I didn't know. I didn't tell anybody that until afterwards.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Man.
I'm gonna prove this. Whoever this Pickle guy is, I'm gonna show him.
I tell you, you know what? Blocking me on Twitter. If that's made him play better, so be it.
Yeah, you deserve that block.
But see, you know what the thing about the thing about Shaq Thompson was? I agree with y'all. He was never a first round pick talent, but he was a good player. He was a good player, and he did his thing. He wasn't trash. He wasn't a bad player, but his best years came when he was playing next to the 2 best linebackers in our history. And there were 2 of them.
Because you can hide in that. I just told you.
Two of them.
Well, Cody, I do have to kind of bump you off of that a little bit. If you go back to the archives on my show, or Edgewise, that is co-host to the 704 Charlemagne Show, I've actually made a video about Shaq Thompson. And I had to go out there and had to literally pull numbers and literally prove to the fact that Shaq Thompson finally showed out after Luke Kuechly left and after TD went to another team. If you go back and look at the numbers and compare him to I don't know, Fred Warner, a freaking who else I compared him to? Freaking who's the guy for the Ravens now? Anyways, wherever his guy
Patrick Queen.
Yeah, Patrick Queen. Compare those numbers to what those guys did. He's damn near similar. And he started getting his 100. He started getting his 100 tackles right after.
You about to turn me into blue shirt.
Every year consistently. You can say that you can be blue shirt all you day and you won't. Go back on my video.
Edge. What player did the Panthers front office want? What was taken on the pick before he was taken, and that's why they took Shaq Thompson.
Yeah, man. Shaq Thompson was fucking
DJ Humphries. They wanted the offensive tackle DJ Humphries instead of Shaq, but Arizona took him to pick at 24, and we took Shaq at 25.
But the one that really burns me up inside was in 2014. We picked Kelvin Benjamin over Devontae Adams.
Man, fuck all that. He was all that.
No, he wasn't, and you know that. Okay. Kelvin Benjamin or Devontae Adams. Yeah, okay. Well, we get it. He went to Florida State. We know that's
hey, man, I can't help that we don't pick up fucking Tigers and shit.
I mean, hey, man. But you know what? How about this? If Kelvin Benjamin was a Tiger, I would still have the same slander for his ass, bro. So, but you're right. But you know what, though, man? This is the year. Man, don't get me started, Twan. This is the year we need to draft some Clemson players, bro. I'm telling you, man. Telling you.
Hey, no draft mistake in Panthers history trumps Vernon Butler mistake.
That was for Jimmy Clausen.
Oh, that was just. And you know what it was too? Why that was so disgusting? The only reason that they drafted him was insurance on if we didn't sign KK Short.
Yeah, that's the stupidest reason to draft. If I saw David Gettleman to his face this day, I would call him a dumb son of a bitch. I just
fucked up, Pickle.
I would. Listen. Now listen, if his old ass could whoop me today, then so be it.
No, Pickle, he's not whooping you. He got mafia ties. Come on, man.
Well, I said what I said. I said. Listen. I live down there in the hills of Tennessee. I ain't scared of no damn mafia.
All right.
Yet.
Okay.
Yet.
Let him top of your door.
If you knock on my door, the yet may get here quicker than I thought.
Yo, they'll give you some cement.
His name is Panther Pickle.
Yeah, I reside at.
Oh, don't tell them where you're at. No, don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
I reside at 225 East Main in Memphis, Tennessee.
That's a police station, man.
For real, right?
I don't know. I never been to Memphis in my life, but they don't know that.
You don't want to go to that motherfucker from what I hear.
That's what I heard too.
Damn, bro. But man. I was thinking about that the other day. Like moves that the Panthers could have made.
Right. Good job. Good job. That's cool.
Yeah, I tell you.
Come on. That's.
I was chatting with the guy yesterday, or at work this week, and it really something he said that really surprised me. He's an Eagles fan, and he said, I heard that y'all almost had Jalen Hurts. I said, did we? And he says, well, I heard that y'all were targeting him in the draft, and I'm thinking, okay, so, well, he sent me he looked it up on his phone. He sent me an article, and this guy says, and it's an old article, and according to that article, we had talked to Jalen Hurts about selecting him, but then the head coach at the time decided that he wanted YGM instead of Jalen Hurts. So then I looked this up, and I'm thinking, now wait a minute, you're telling me that Marty Hurney was going to trade up an already made trade to get Justin Herbert, and Matt Rule nixed it. And in the very same draft, Marty was just going to select Justin Hurts or Jalen Hurts because he would have been right as our second round pick, and Matt Rule nixed that too.
Well, this
man, that
made me even more mad.
Pickle.
This dude's footwork is phenomenal right here, bro. It's
right.
You know,
wait. I want to hear what Edge had to say. What were you about to say, Edge? What were you about to say, Edge?
You hear how Twan is like, yeah, look at his footwork.
He didn't want you talking about that Oregon player, right?
Jalen Hurts and Justin Herbert. He talking about, man, look at this guy's footwork.
But I know, listen, because I was looking the whole time.
Yeah.
But listen, check this out. The things he's doing now is less about routes and okay. So you know what? Any good wide receiver will tell you. Your first steps is them first three steps. Get them off of you.
It's always
stuff like that. Yeah. Stuff like that will juke out a defensive back.
Yeah, bro. He's showing you how.
The one thing I need to see that in a real game because some of these young players, if you've got to make it carry over to a game. You learn something in practice. That's beautiful. You got to carry that over into a game.
He's showing him how to leave motherfuckers in the dust. Right. So you ain't got to worry about him being on your ass.
Yeah, but you gotta think. But you gotta think about it though. Freaking,
look at these cuts, bro. Them cuts is nasty.
The one thing you don't want him to do is pull a Tim Tebow, go to a guy that helps you out, and then you revert back to your old habits. You want to do what Jalen Hurts did.
No, that's what I just told you. He's breaking them out of that shit.
I get that. Tim Tebow went through the same thing when he went to a quarterback guy, but then when he got into a game, he went back to his old habits.
Man, that's Tim corny ass Tebow, man.
I get that, but here's the thing though. Jalen Hurts went to a guy, got his shit together, and then his shit, once he figured his shit out with that guy, he never went back to his old habits. He went to what he learned, and they kept it going, and it damn near got him in the MVP talk, and it got him to the damn Super Bowl the first time.
Well, he did something different this year because if he didn't have no Saquon Barkley this year, no playoffs.
Hey Jake, don't be in the chat running your lip about blaming Pickle. You hit that link, join this, and tell that to my face, boy. You don't want me to call you G baby the snake.
Jake said he's fishing. Don't bother him, Pickle.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, he fishing, man.
I got you. I got you. He's fishing. All right, well, that's all right. That's all right. He might as well be fishing.
He probably got a cold beer too, bro.
Right?
I'd say Jake's already drunk a few cold beers.
Hey, Kitty said she said we Tennessee people stuck together.
You right.
Tennessee, what's the Tennessee?
Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home.
Nobody wants to hear that shit, Pickle.
Good old Rocky Top.
Nobody trying to hear that shit.
Tennessee.
And all that shit. You don't want to hear that shit.
Hey, you don't want me to tell you the story about how North and South Carolina teamed up and tried to take. They teamed up and destroyed a state. Franklin. A state of Franklin. It's actually a Franklin something, and I can't remember what it is, but that's I didn't know this. I saw a video on YouTube, then I kind of Googled a little bit and asked a few folks at work, and this is very true. Where I live in the Tri-Cities area, back in the United States, South Carolina and North Carolina actually voted to stop because Tennessee, where I live at now, at the time was part of North Carolina. And they thought that the governor at the time in North Carolina didn't support that area where they were fighting Indians. So they actually created their own state, but they had to have it in the Congress. They lacked, I think it was 2 votes from passing. And the two states that turned it down was North Carolina and South Carolina.
Damn, Pickle out here.
A few years later, they turned around and made Tennessee. So what's
up? A fucking historian.
Yeah, Pickle out here giving history lessons and shit.
Pickle, guess what though, kid?
Man, where's Tony when you need him? Tony would know all this.
Pickle, guess what? We do not care, man.
Man.
And by the way, I told you that Jake was doing some fishing shit. He's out there making some hooks before he at his dad's friend's house. He's out there about to go fishing, bro. He's not worried about you, Pickle.
Well, then get your ass in there, then, Jake.
Nah, he said he's about to go fishing tomorrow.
Yeah, he does what he does. He goes to that lake down there and go fishing.
I didn't even see Kitty Lee. She said, "Let me rephrase that. We Tennessee people stick together, but we don't claim Ronnie Young."
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I got to get my money, bro. Ronnie owes me too much. I need all that. I need that. These damn bets got to stop until people pay up.
But hey, my last thing about XL though is like, okay, if you look at T. Higgins, he was about to get paid this year, even if he didn't get signed by the Bengals. And
y'all was out there suckering Ronnie.
Bro, but the hold up, T. Higgins was going to be paid like a number 1 wide receiver. What that tells me is that the Bengals have two players worthy of being called a number one wide receiver, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I feel like whatever you feel about T Mac, I still feel like XL has the capability to be a number one caliber wide receiver in the NFL. And I'm not just saying that, man. He has
I
the
feel the same way.
physical ability. He has the speed. He can do it, man.
I feel the same way. He's got to get the. He's got to be with the right quarterback, and we just got to see if he is. That's all.
Damn. So basically, if that's not Bryce Young, that's Cade Klubnik from Clemson. Is what you're saying, bro?
Hell no. I
didn't
did
say
not
no shit like that.
I didn't say no quarterback.
Why would y'all not want the number one quarterback in the country? That's wild to me.
He is not the number one quarterback.
What?
You better check the ranking.
Now, Cody. Let's be real, man. We should wait until before we start lusting after a quarterback. We ought to wait till the end of the college season and find out who's really the top quarterback. Because just cause he's on some record or some little list on ESPN now, don't mean he's gonna stay there the rest of the year.
All right, we're gonna see, Pickle.
Yeah, we will. We'll see.
We're gonna see.
Y'all should worry about beating South Carolina before you worried about beating anybody else.
Who is that? Who is that?
Because unlike Clemson, Texas is worried about national championships, not no little old South Carolina.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Y'all should remember us. We got one of the most loaded rosters this year in college football, bro. Y'all about to see. I'm gonna let my team do all the talking for me. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I ain't worried.
Yeah, the hell you is.
I don't even think they got us playing each other this year, though, Cody.
Yeah, we do.
I thought they took us.
Yeah, y'all still in the ACC, Twan?
Yeah, man, I don't want to be in this shit.
Oh, no, I'm not being mean.
Hey, Edge, I ain't giving no respect to the daggone. I ain't giving no respect to your team until y'all actually do something. Because y'all always talking about winning championships. Y'all always talking about winning championships, but last thing I see, y'all like the daggone Cowboys.
Yeah, they hanging on to that Vince Young shit.
Hey,
y'all talking about it.
We play FSU.
Talk and they can't walk.
We play FSU on November 8th.
So y'all gonna lose on November 8th.
Nah, psych.
Hey, Twan, y'all gonna be any good this year?
I don't know what to say about I know we're gonna be really good, but
yeah,
you know who we got at quarterback, Cody?
Nah, it can't be worse than DJ Uiagalelei.
Yeah, you remember when you used to say he was the best? Man, get the fuck out.
That's no problem.
We got that quarterback from we got the quarterback from Boston College transferred to us. Costello or some shit like that, bro.
Oh, I don't even.
He's gonna give motherfuckers fits with us, right? Because he's clearly a dual threat quarterback. He was the second best dual threat quarterback last year. But the only concern with him is his height for me, but the motherfucker can let the ball go. I gotta see it first, man, before I can start going in on it. You know, he looked good in training camp. You know, I mean, in the Garnet Gold game, he was lighting motherfuckers up in that shit. But until I see the with another team, I don't know.
It was still crazy though. 2 years ago, y'all went undefeated and didn't make the championship or the playoffs.
That's when I lost all hope in fucking NCAA.
Yeah, that was hard though, because all the teams that were in it had a good case to be in it. But
yeah, but Cody,
you get in by winning. Everybody was undefeated.
They were undefeated. I mean, they should have let what Ohio State did. They let Ohio State go to the national championship with a third backup guy when they lost their guy. Why couldn't they let Florida State?
What I said was all the teams that weren't undefeated. You know what I'm saying?
I get that. I get that because like I said, it was fucked up because they should have let you guys in the freaking playoffs because, like I said, in 2014, they let Ohio State in the freaking playoffs, and their quarterback went down. Granted,
The
they did
motherfuckers
have
treated us
Ezekiel
like we
Elliott.
wasn't a powerhouse. I mean, we
I
blue
know,
blood. I
and
mean, Florida
that's
said
what
this.
fucked up. That was fucked up. That part was fucked up.
Okay,
That
but
was
so,
fucked up.
but look, guess what though? The motherfucker chairman, the commissioner of the ACC, helped them do that shit. You know, so
Yeah.
then they promise. Then when Cody when Florida State and Clemson we decided okay, so the SEC was they gave us a bow with a gift with a bow on it to join the SEC, and then the motherfuckers blocked that like look man,
Because Twan, but you know why? You know why though? Because if there's no
because without them teams, we'll
yeah,
be a
but if there's no Clemson, if there's no FSU, then there is no ACC.
Run.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, yeah, I understand it.
But also, Cody, what team financially was going to benefit from that if Florida left the SEC, the ACC to go to the SEC? What team was going to benefit money wise from that?
Say it one more time.
What team was going to benefit money wise if Florida left to go from the ACC to the SEC? What team is going to benefit from that? That's not Florida State.
Miami.
Miami gonna be back. Miami gonna be shitty as fuck again, all over again.
I mean, I don't know who would benefit from FSU leaving. Florida?
Nobody. The ACC would have lost money. The ACC would have lost money off of that. The ACC would have lost money off of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
Like,
the ACC would have lost money and top of all that with this whole new college thing, the college players that they're doing now. What they're doing now, they're trying to add more teams to the playoffs. That definitely would have kicked in for compensation money wise right there.
They were gonna send.
You gotta look at it like that.
They were gonna send Vanderbilt to the ACC, and what was the other team? Clemson and Florida State were gonna go over to the SEC. At that point, man, it would have just been. It would have been a conglomerate. It would have been a fucking conglomerate. Like all the national championships would have been coming out of that one conference, bro.
And also, bro, it really is ruining a lot of the smaller rivalries that you don't ever hear about. You know what I'm saying? That like have been entrenched where you're just making it where all these games are big time events. Like all the small schools get stepped on, you know, and it's not, bro. College football, y'all better enjoy it while it lasts. Because the college football that we enjoy now, even in 5 years, it's not about to be even remotely the same.
Well, Cody, like I said, they are changing.
I don't know.
They are changing. They are changing the college playoff format now. They are changing that now because they're changing now to 16 teams now.
Yeah, no, I know, but now they're even.
I think it's gonna be better in terms of guys are not gonna want to leave as quickly because they can earn so much money in college. Now, if they start fucking with the money, then it'll be business as usual.
Well, it will, Twan, because Twan, what they're doing, and you saw it with Nico from Tennessee. Like, you're gonna have these dudes that are gonna be like, yeah, I know I accepted a such and such amount of NIL money to come to your school, but now I want a couple more. And by the way, if you don't give it to me, such and such school has already agreed that if I transfer, they're gonna give me the dollar amount that I want.
Right.
Now it's all just about the money, and there's no sort of team camaraderie. It literally is just professional football all over. And look, I'm all about people getting paid, Twan, but there are certain things about college football that we take for granted that are going to go away. More and more of these players are just incentivized to bail on their team.
Eventually, with so many of these colleges hiring guys to be GMs, experienced guys who know what they're doing in the contracts, Some of these kids are going to start signing these deals, and all of a sudden they're going to realize, wait a minute, if I switch over here, I have to give back X amount of money because that's in the contract. Some of this stuff is going to sneak up on these kids because legally these kids ain't allowed to hire agents, but they're having business associates. So their parents is hiring an agent as a business associate, something like that. But that shit's going to backfire at some point, and I personally think it's going to get. I think it's going to hurt college football if it isn't handled correctly, because you're going to have so much. Eventually, it's going to make the playoffs not worth watching.
I agree when you say
I agree with that part.
Yeah, I agree when you say the way you say that, like when I think it could be better. I do agree with you when you say if it's handled right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The thing is this. I think what changes it and makes it better too is when you sign a contract, that contract has got to include you playing in any bowl game if that team makes it to that bowl game. You do not get to sit it out.
Right.
Because what's the purpose of you fucking paying them if you ain't gonna play in the real game? The other thing is this. Players need to have people in their ear, because like if you go to say you go to a mid-major, they're giving you all the money. Nobody else on that team is making money anywhere close to you, right? But guess what? You don't have no more. You may have say you're a running back. You may have one of the shittiest lines in front of you, a shitty quarterback, and if you got there getting fucking killed every game, that money ain't gonna seem like it was worth it. When you could have took less money to go to a better program where you can really show you, look, bro, the money ain't gonna be worth it if you don't ever make it to the NFL.
Right. Also, you got to think
to a team with no other talent than yourself is dumb.
What was the name of that quarterback who turned down $8 million to go and be drafted in the 7th round?
Yeah, that was some dumb shit.
Oh yeah, that was.
And let's look at that edge rusher for the Bengals. Y'all realize if he actually enters next year's draft, it's going to set a stage for other rookies to decide, no, I don't like where I was drafted, I'm going to do it again. Yeah, because they're already making enough money. They're already making enough money in college. It doesn't hurt them to set out a year.
Well, did y'all see Cam Newton talking about this? Cam Newton went to one of these events. He was talking to some high school players.
Silly ass shit.
And he was talking to some high school players, and he was basically saying the same thing. Yeah. Like, the money that you're gonna get from some of these colleges is only temporary. Like, they really don't even value you. Like, they're gonna find the next young rookie that's gonna be willing to come in, and they're just gonna make you transfer. Like, it's about knowing your value and when you actually make life-changing money, which is in the NFL.
That's why those deals are from year to year, man. Like, college is too quick turnover, like Cody just said. If somebody declares and says, let's say we got Chuba Hubbard on our team, right? And if you did it like you did college, and what's a Pro Bowl? What's a
Derrick Henry,
Hall of Fame running back?
Oh, Hall of Fame. Oh, well, Derrick Henry's Hall of Fame bound. So you want to use him?
Barry Sanders.
I'm saying with you. I'm talking about
Marshall.
Marshall Falk. Marshall Falk said, "Yeah, I'm choosing Carolina." Chuba might be in trouble, bro. He might have to go somewhere. Have to send him somewhere else.
Right.
That's how that shit is gonna be in college. So, like, if the next big thing says, "I want to come to the school that you're at," you might have to go somewhere else, bro.
Yeah.
So that shit don't last
Hey,
forever.
all I'm saying, bro, is you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Till it's
Enjoy
gone.
enjoy college football the way it is while you have it the way it is. That's all I'm saying. Because it is
Well,
not going to be the same. And by the way, you know what else they're going to have to start doing in a couple of years? And I've already heard this on good authority that this is going to happen. That it's getting ready to go to the Supreme Court. That these colleges are going to have to start revenue sharing.
Oh, bro, check this out. Let me go ahead and
With,
tell y'all
with,
something
oh,
right now,
yeah.
bro. I got a check on the way for $3,723.
Damn, break me off some, bro.
Nah, bro. Like they went back and they said that with that $2.8 billion or whatever, they had to split that shit with all ex-players, bro, that went to a Power 5 school, bro.
I see. I didn't know that it was already happening because now you're allowed. Now you're allowed to do NIL. Like you're
I
allowed
got
to
my notice, bro.
Yeah, you're allowed to make money off of your name, but like
I'm not gonna see that shit till next year, though.
Yeah, but they're gonna. They're starting to make it where all the ticket purchases and all the other shit that the college gets to benefit from, that players are gonna have to get the same thing.
Bro, when that shit came out and they was like, yeah, they're gonna be paying that, I was mad. I called up Tallahassee quick. Yeah.
How many years you played for, Twan?
2.
2? You started?
Yeah. Until I got hurt. And then I was just on the side. I was Christian McCaffrey in it on the sidelines, bro.
What year did you play?
I saw
many moons ago.
1854.
No.
1885 or 1985.
Look, this is what I'm doing. Like, I'm like this. Cody wants to just age the shit out of me.
Bro, I'm trying to look up a YouTube video. Watch you fucking.
So when I ain't got no YouTube videos.
They didn't have YouTube back then, did they?
Nah,
No.
but I mean, I got film that
I know somebody ripped. I know somebody put some of the games on YouTube.
I got some shit. I mean, I can put my shit on the disc and show you.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just want to see you play, bro.
I've asked on this before, and it's nothing personal. I like to see somebody play. I like to see you play.
The minute I say 1990, motherfuckers go, damn.
Well, motherfucker, you told me.
I graduated from high school. I graduated from high school in 1986.
Yeah,
hey, bro, I was born. I wasn't even born yet. I was born in 1990, bro.
92 to 96.
1990.
Yeah, I was born in 1996.
I was 1990. I was married in North Carolina. I just got married in North Carolina before that. No. 1990. I was still living in West Virginia. Volunteered in an ambulance service.
So I played behind somebody in my first year. That was in 92. Injury happened in practice in summer practice in 93. So I had to sit that next year out, you know what I'm saying? On medical red shirt. Then when I came back, I had lost my starting job that I was gonna have, and then I had to wind up. That's when Buchanan came in. Ain't no way hell they was gonna put me out there in front of him. And Bozeman and them motherfuckers came up in there, and shit, I was just there, and then just that knee just never wanted to act right. I had 2 surgeries, and then I watched that last year, and I just said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna stay here and graduate."
Who was the most famous person you played on the team with?
In my opinion,
yeah, man, just whoever.
Marvin Jones.
No.
Well, the most famous Florida State guy is Ron Simmons.
The highest brand guy that I played with was Warwick Dunn.
Oh, that's what's up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, but like I said, the most famous one there is.
They say, and I mean, we stayed in apartments on campus. He stayed right next door to me, man.
Who, Dunn?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
That motherfucker kept 30 bitches in his apartment at all times, bro.
You know, he had the program where he would build homes for
Homes for
kids.
single mothers. Yeah.
Yeah, he built one for Deshaun Watson and his mom.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
No, look, bro. I can burn it. I put my shit up, bro. I got the receipts.
No, I believe you, bro. I'm just interested in that type of stuff.
Yeah, man. You should ask me who my favorite coach was.
Who's your favorite coach?
Mickey Andrews, bro.
All right. Yo, when did Bowden get there?
Bowden was already there when I got there, bro. Bowden came to my house.
Oh, for real? Damn.
He recruited me.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, him and Mickey used to take their trips together back then. So
Yeah.
I'm like, man, like it's crazy walking in the house and Bobby Bowden is sitting in your damn house with what the fuck?
Yeah,
I always knew I was gonna go to Florida State. I mean, it was no other college for me. I just took all those other damn trips to get the fuck out of school, bro.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I had I think 17 colleges. And yeah, they would all of them would fly you out if you wanted to come visit the school or whatever. I went to like 7 of them. I know that one of the schools that recruited me, and I just went there for the shits and giggle, was University of Colorado, Boulder.
Yeah.
I was there for 1 day and I was ready to come back home. I was like, I never played this cold ass brick. And it just was there, bro.
Yeah, but that was around the time they got the national championship around.
But bro, that was the only reason why I visited, bro, because they had Darian Hagan there and Benemy and all them. I was like, man, damn, I can't take this weather though, bro. That shit was for the birds. They were still running that wishbone.
Oh, well, it worked. It got them a title. So
hell yeah, that shit worked.
Yeah, but gentlemen, I'm getting ready to have to go take a shower. I'm gonna leave here just soon.
Man, how you gonna take a shower, man?
Man, I'm gonna get somebody. I was about to say something wild. I had to catch myself, John. I had to catch myself on that one, bro. But
you know your girl is over, your wife is over.
Hey, bro, how about this, man? I always get it done. You just believe that, you know. And yeah, man,
your girl over here, like with the rag.
I was about to say something, bro. I had to catch myself. I was about to say some wild shit, bro. But hey, man, y'all know I love cutting up with y'all. But I'm gonna be out. Y'all have a good evening, great evening. I'm gonna chill with some friends, watch some fights tonight, and then yeah, man, I'll be
the fight tonight.
Yeah, but there's a UFC fight, but also Canelo Alvarez is fighting Terrence Crawford.
Really?
Yeah, that's on that. Yeah, that's on.
Hey, you want to watch the fight, Edge?
Well, me and my daughter, man, we going out to get some food with Claire and everything. So,
man, that fight won't be until 11 or 12 o'clock at night.
I get that, but gotta spend time with the little one. You know what I'm saying?
Feel that. Well, hey, man, y'all know I got love for y'all.
If y'all ever want to see any of them fight, like we be showing them on the show, man.
Oh yeah, no, we do though.
Backstage though, not on the live show.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Yeah, we do that sometimes too, man. Maybe we could all get together and watch a fight.
Well, fuck it, let's do that.
Hell yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, man, I'm about to be out of here. Much love. Anybody still watching, listening, subscribe. 704 Charlotte Bound Show. Y'all can catch me at C3. Y'all already know me. If y'all don't know me, then goddamn, what the hell is wrong with y'all, man? Check out C3. Check out 704. And yeah, man, peace and love. Y'all have a great weekend, man.
Hey, shout out Charlie Wood, CC. Shout out Derek Brooks from back in the day, man. You know, it's just I had a doper relationship with with work, man. Shout out to all the old school, old ass motherfuckers. Cody said, "Don't stop speaking that shit over yourself." But you know, it is what it is.
Hey man, y'all take it easy, bro.
Yeah.
All right, yo.
You know, it's what it is. Shout out to Sean Jackson. I was there when Charlie won the Heisman Trophy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had some big ass jerseys. The jerseys was nothing like now. First of all, our shoulder pads were big as fuck.
Yep.
We had those net jerseys.
No.
You played the defensive line, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me that before. I remember.
Edge.
Nope.
I'm just telling him the position.
Tip. Oh, yeah, my bad.
I think that's it after 6 hours, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's it.
That's it.
You know.
Yeah.
So,
well, there ain't a whole lot going on anyway. With if buddy, in a couple weeks when training camp kicks off, it's going to get wild.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get wild.
I can't wait, man. 71 days from the start of the year.
Yeah, you're gonna hear so many people with so many rumors, but we got to remember nobody can watch the game, but some people somewhere is going to pop off with rumors.
Yeah,
but we can't attend practice, so everybody's going to be looking for info.
I want to thank each and every person for joining today, man. And shout out to Pickle, shout out to Cody Lock, shout out to the whole C3 Nation coming through. Nick Tri-State, Claire, man, Edge, Chuck for coming through. My brother Red Swarm, Greek in the building. I know this is. Shout out to all this fucking noise that Edge is making right now, bro.
Washing the hair.
Who did I leave out? I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. Shout out to everybody that came over here, man. Shout out to you guys for coming over here, man. Checking out the show, man. Shout out to everyone who donated to the show, man. We really, really, really appreciate that. All we do is dump it back into the show, man. You know what I'm saying? That's how I pay my staff. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, just bringing y'all the content. Today was just kind of an up in the air show. A few subjects that we knew was going to all lead back to Bryce Young some kind of way. Pickle. But Pickle does a show on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, Twix. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Pickle, let them know where they can find you guys at over there, because you guys got to get out and hear all types of people, man. You never know where you will enjoy yourself at, man.
That's a fact. We air right now. We air at 6:30 on Monday evenings. And we'll talk about anything. Sometimes we don't even talk Panther related. Sometimes it's strictly just basic NFL talk right now. These, if he has enough interest, he'll do a show on Tuesday nights from 7 to 9, or from 8 to 9. We call that the warm up. And that's where you can find us. You also find us both generally on Friday Free For All, of course. And y'all keep pounding.
So for people who say, look, man, I never see the show, blah, 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 go and subscribe or follow Deezy Skills or follow Pickle. Anytime they go live and you're attached to their name, it's going to tell you, you know, man.
That's fact.
It'll say Pickle's saying shut the hell up right now. And
yep.
You know, get in there, click in.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You'll love it, man.
That's it.
I'm telling you. Shout out to Kitty. I forgot about the Kitty for coming through today, man. Set me in my place. You know what I'm saying? And I look forward to talking to Pretty Kitty more about just life in general too, man, because we found out some great things about each other today, man, and God bless her, bro, and her journey. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Claire who got up out of here, sentimental talk. But man, look, if there's any advice I can give y'all before we get up out of here today, is check on your strong friends, your good friends. Make sure you know who your friends are. Don't wait to be in a moment where you figured it out. You know what I'm saying? And take care of your body, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen to your body. If you ain't feeling good, tell somebody you don't feel good. If you feel weird, tell them I feel weird. Make these doctors do their job.
Right. I mean,
guess what? They can all be replaced. You can fire your doctor and go see another. You feel me?
Yes.
The last thing they need, the last thing they can ill enough have is, why are so many of your patients leaving you?
Forces them to change.
Yeah. So this is 704 Charlotte Bound Show, man. We enjoyed y'all today, man. See y'all back here on Monday night. You know what I'm saying? Well, we'll go live. And again, check out Pickle and those guys on Twitter. I'll be over there when they go live as well, whenever I can get in over there. 704 Charlotte Bound Show. We'll holler at y'all next time, man. We out.
Yeah.